a designation. Nice dead eye there for Kai. Sits back. Spark is going to run them over.
That is how you make a statement.
What? What did I just see?
Peps is that much more aggressive. That's a beautiful blade. Absolutely picturesque.
You just can't get enough of Rocky.
There's the pin.
Oh, absolute filth.
They didn't see that one coming.
That is clean from Merit.
Toronto the Fight are going to be your back-to-back-to-back champions.
This is all they needed, claiming victory in EMEA.
Crazy Raccoon versus Team Falcons. Lip just throwing clips. This whole hop's pretty devastating when you're up in the corner. It is delectable.
This might just be enough.
And Crazy Raccoons have done it.
Hello and welcome to Stage 4 of the 2024 Overwatch Champions Series. My name is Danny Lim, and joining me today to cover all the EMEA action is none other than my two best friends. It's Jaws and Necra. Hello.
Best friends. Best
Best friends. Let's go.
The highest honor anybody in the Overwatch scene can hold. Danny's best
Highest
friend.
honor. Wow, thank you. You guys are giving me too much credit. I do have to come out clean. I was a little late today. I woke up. Couldn't make it to rehearsals. I woke up late. So Jack and Rose sort of like, you know, they had my back.
My ass
They
was
called
on the
me.
phone to Danny, like, pick up.
They were like, you better get up. I was like, okay, yes sir, I'm here. So thank you guys. Thank you guys for saving my life and saving my job.
Well, you're here now. Yippee!
I am here now. Yeah, all right. Hey, what's more important than me waking up late and showing up late to the show? Hey, drops. Yes, you guys get
Oh, right,
drops,
okay.
everybody. Watch the games, and also, you guys, the most important thing is you guys have to connect your Battle.net accounts to Twitch in order for you to get these drops. So make sure to do that. Watch the games, follow along, have some fun, and also you guys get awarded by watching the games. Great stuff.
It's good.
Got
Looks
mine
good.
already.
Today is
do
the
it.
last day,
Yeah.
27th to
Already
29th.
did it.
Yeah. Done it.
Awesome. And also, everybody, make sure to follow all of our wonderful co-streamers that will be following along with the action all weekend long. We had Reinforced yesterday. Today, it's going to be Day of Kenobi. And also, we got CB-chan and Ski SD as well. We will be rating Kenobi at the end of our show. And yeah, so show your love and support for Kenobi for today. And if you also want to, want to become a co-streamer, you could try take a shot as well. All you have to do is apply today at bit.ly/OWCS co-stream to, I don't know, to go and take a shot at becoming the next co-streamer. I can't guarantee it, but you could,
Yeah.
you could give it a try.
No, you can't guarantee it anymore. She almost got fired this morning, Danny. So, yeah. You're on thin ice, buddy.
I am. I'm trying my best right now. I'm in my best behavior. That's what I'm gonna be today, all day today. All right. Let's look at the 2024 schedule because we had a lot of matches, a lot of exciting moments. Of course, stage 1, 2, and 3 were great. We also had DreamHack Dallas. That was a lot of fun.
yeah.
And now we're at stage 4, last stage, and we're at groups, week 1, day 3. We got one more week of groups. We got main event. And then what do we have, guys? At the very end?
DreamHack stock.
Dream hack.
You know,
DreamHack
Crazy
Stockholm.
Raccoon.
Yeah.
Crazy Raccoon, they won Dallas. They actually last night, if no one stayed up, 24-hour Overwatch Esports cycle, if no one stayed up for that,
I did it.
They just beat Team Falcons 3-2
Oh, they did?
in the bracket. Yeah, it's definitely worth checking out. The series is ridiculous, as always, as you'd expect. But Team Falcons have been kind of edging above Team Crazy Raccoon for a little bit.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Crazy Raccoon, they're just kind of the final boss of the video game at the moment, and they always will be, apparently. So go watch the APAC stuff after this.
Yeah, guys, go watch the Asia games and maybe start thinking about is Korea really the top? Is Crazy Raccoon really gonna win it all? They won DreamHack Dallas. Are they gonna win DreamHack Stockholm? Who knows? It's good to sort of like see the other regions and see how they do, right? And then you could all come.
Okay, you say that, but Japan got eliminated, and I'm the saddest Overwatch Japan fan. Like, oh my god, please,
It's fine. It's
one
fine.
day.
It's fine. Next year, they
I'm
still have a
ready.
chance.
I'm waiting for it.
They're newer, compared to like Korea and
are.
other regions.
I'm telling you, it's the next biggest region
Yeah.
coming out of Asia.
Yeah,
I've been
alright.
saying it for a long time.
So yeah, buy your tickets. So to see all of your favorite teams and also all of the regions just coming together for DreamHack Stockholm. All right, let's look at the EMEA group standings. We had some grueling matches yesterday. We saw some of the teams that come out on top. And also, we're also playing Group D next for Twisted Minds and Piece of Cake. One thing to note, very important, I just want to let you all know that ENCE, VP, SSG have already qualified for EMEA Stage 4 main event, but there's still 5 spots left. 5. So it's gonna be
5 solid spots. We're gonna, Twisted Minds versus Piece of Cake, the first game up today. Like, I'm gonna be honest, that's gonna be one of the closest games in the groups between a rank 1 and rank 2 team, I think.
Agreed. But the other games look really good too. I mean, we just saw a couple of matches yesterday where unfortunately the losers to those top 3 dogs, they get a chance to try again in order to actually make it into the main event. So I feel like they're always going to come back guns a-blazing. But I'm really excited about this Group D bracket.
Yeah, Group D, I feel like Group D is going to be definitely a very hotly contested group as well. So let's jump right in and look at the look at our first match. Of course, we're looking at right now. It's going to be Twisted Minds versus Piece of Cake.
Yes. Twisted Minds, look at that opening game that they had against Negative Mental Attitude. You'd expect Twisted Minds to come into this one and absolutely just sweep, right? Going to a 5-game series, pretty crazy, but obviously Piece of Cake being the competition. Rose, this is like the leftover remnants in a way of Gaming Gladiators, but I think these are some of the better players from that team. So I mean, I'm expecting them to do extremely well in this group. I didn't expect Twisted Minds to go to a map 5, but I expect Piece of Cake here maybe even to topple them.
I'm really with you on this one. As you said, Gaming Gladiators, they actually did revert back to Team Peps that we know and love, but they did end up trying to keep these players, ended up going off on their own team and creating this Piece of Cake roster instead. And I think there's a really good reason why these players have already found a lot of success at 3-0 in their first match of the group. And like Exodial, such a fantastic hit scan player, Naga, known for those flex DPS plays, and Tread has really shown up as one of the best divas in the entire region. But Jack, how do you think they fare against this Twisted Minds roster? As you pointed out, they feel like they might have some chinks in the armor in terms of, can they actually live up to the standard that they set after winning Stage 1 of OWCS?
Yeah, I mean, you look at Twisted Minds' results last stage, they did end up losing that lower bracket semi-final against Space Station, which is not too much of a surprise, but they had an incredibly good run, and I think it was a perfect meta for TVNT. TVNT came in, like, super impressive diva, and that was like a must-pick at that point, because diva was immortal pretty much, and also it had the hyper ring bug where you just flew at 1,000,000 miles an hour towards the backline and then matrix them and they instantly die. Like, it was a very good meta for them. But now with the tank pick kind of being in flux, maybe there's a few question marks here for this team, and especially going to a map 5 versus a Negative Mental Attitude, who are a little less name quality coming into the bracket. I don't know, I'm a little bit scared for Twisted Minds, although they still have Quartz on the team, so like, he could just click on 5 people's heads and everybody dies.
Quartz,
like, the guy is still a beast.
Yeah, I think Twisted Mind has great DPS too. I think I'm always, excited to see them. Oh, actually, it's gonna be Piece of Cake on the winning the community poll results, 63% versus Twisted Mind 37. I'm gonna be honest, I'm actually surprised. I thought it was gonna be Twisted Minds. I know.
Yeah, so did I.
I don't know. The viewers are in the know. I think the viewers are in the know and the viewers are confident.
Yesterday, I was talking with Mitch and Matt. I told them that I usually follow the mass. I follow the general public. I have no opinion, so yeah, I'm gonna go for piece of cake too.
And he's seen the public vote, and that is it. That is his mind made.
Lock it in.
All right, everybody, let's jump into our first match. Jack and Rose, have fun.
Thanks, Dan. Thank you.
Let's go.
I appreciate you, Danny. Even if you're a little bit late today. No, I'm joking. You're fine. Everything's chilling. He wasn't exactly late for the main show, so it's.
He was never gonna get fired.
Exactly. We're only teasing. Map pool on your screens right now. Day 3 here of Stage 4 group stage. The team can go 2-0 after this map. Of course, Twisted Minds and Piece of Cake currently sitting at 1-0 in their group. That is Group D, with Negative Mental Attitude and Team Gambit at 3 and 4th place. And Rose, let's talk about the map real quick, because we saw a little bit of clash yesterday. Still a mode people are kind of getting used to. It feels like very reminiscent of Push on like seeing that mode play out for the first time. It's like, okay, where do we take fights? How do we take them? When do we use ults? When do we not use ults? Feels the kind of same way for Clash. So hopefully we'll get graced with it a little bit today, but I'll have to wait and see. Twisted Minds though, Lijiang Tower is going to be their first pick.
Okay, so starting off on Lijiang, I feel like this has been such a crowd favorite for all of our teams in EMEA so far. We actually ended up seeing Twisted Minds win this map in their match versus Negative Mental Attitude, so maybe they just want to kick things off strong, play to some of their strengths. Quartz, such a dominant hit scan player. You have a lot of really great angles to play around. You could play the Ashe. Probably not going to see the Sojourn that Quartz ended up becoming so well known for, but the Ashe is going to be great here. Yubi can come out on like the Mei or the Pharah, and then you can fill in the pieces from there. I think we are going to have to see the Juno though from both teams to be able to really do this control map justice.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to. I feel like with the DPS lineup as well, it's pretty interesting too, because Yubi can be a bit of a silly hero specialist as well. In the Mei and the Sim, we've seen a lot from Yubi.
True.
And I think Naga on the flip side of things, also extremely proficient Mei. I think Mei is so strong in this meta. Is a lot of people are tending towards this rush. So it's a lot of Queen, got a lot of Ram, no Reinhardt, unless you're Cloudy, and things that can really just get up in your face, which is really good for the Mei, both offensively and defensively. If you're playing against those comps, you wall off the tank, you shoot them, they die, right? And for your team, you can wall your team off, or wall the enemy tank off, you know, and you can help that way. So I'm curious how they end up facing up against each other. And I think it will be a big clash between Yubi and Naga. Also, there's a WoW collab. Don't forget. Also, the Race to World First. If anybody's a WoW player, WoW head player, I know Rose is, and I am. I just got my Mythic Keystone Master, something like that. The 2K rating for Mythic Plus the other day. But there's a crossover that's live right now. So yeah, go pick up some of those skins. And yeah, the Race to World First has been a really exciting thing to watch. Also, World of Warcraft Esports is on the app. Same with Overwatch.
I love it.
Yeah, some cool skins out there. Just wanted to get that plug in for the.
No, it's great. I know. I've been watching
like 24/7.
Have you? I've been watching a lot of the Race to World First. It's been really fun to watch all of these guilds try to theory craft their way through how they're actually going to beat these really big raid bosses. So that's been super fun. I think this crossover has been great. I'm so upset. I'm not going to actually be able to get the weapon charm. I do not think that I can finish enough games by tomorrow to actually get that weapon charm. But there's something so satisfying about seeing the little golden question mark whenever you're done to turn in a quest. And I wanted that weapon charm so badly.
Yeah, there's a ton of emotes and stuff available in the shop, so yeah, make sure you go check those out. Just before we get into this game, though, we're just making sure the players are all ready. Piece of Cake and Twisted Minds will be facing off on Lijiang Tower after this break.
looks ready to move. My power! Incoming! Trust more! Fall back!
What do we have here?
Get this hunk of junk moving!
You can hide, but you cannot escape.
We need a healer.
I am happy to serve. I sense that your hardest battle is yet to come.
Group up with me! I still have a few tricks up my sleeve.
Now it's going to get interesting.
Back the law.
All shall suffer. Our spirit will triumph. We'll have to force our way through. This is not over.
Got it. Package secured. I foresee great things for you.
All right, we're back. Lijiang Tower, our first map. We tried to wait for a player who disconnected, had to reset their PC real quick. Hope they got that stuff on SSDs and stuff. Come on, man. Mechanical hard drive still in 2024? Come on, at least have an M2. All right, Piece of Cake versus Twisted Minds. Lijiang Tower, Rose, like you mentioned, was there. Twisted Minds winning that first map against Negative Mental Attitude in a 2-0 fashion, but going all the way to a map number 5. And I think the audience, and something that you pointed out too, was maybe they have some questions about how well Twisted Minds are going to be able to do in this meta. And they're, you know, biting at the heels of Virtus Pro in terms of those point leaderboard as well. They want to go to Stockholm. They want to make it all the way to the finals this year. I mean, better late than never.
It is better late than never, but that's still a lot of work cut out for them in order to keep themselves in contention to actually go based on the qualifier points. As a reminder to everybody, the winner of the EMEA final stage 4 is going to go straight to Stockholm, and then it comes down to those circuit points after that. So it is all about accumulating as many as you can while the going is still good. So as we enter into Lijiang, we're going to see Twisted Minds lean into that same type of composition we ended up seeing from them when they were on Lijiang on Friday, and that is just going to be with the Ashe, the Mei, that Ram, Brig, Juno composition. But Piece of Cake, they're coming out with something that maybe a lot of teams might have not expected, this Venture Orisa.
Oh, well, the Venture's down now, unfortunately. It was a good warp, actually, by Yubi, separating Exodio from the rest of the team. It's a bit dicey when you're the Venture. Normally, you can kind of get around the walls, use that burrow, but the big issue with that, if you're fighting these choke points, there's nowhere to actually walk around the wall. Quick re-engage here from Piece of Cake by the looks of it, potentially trying to get onto that point, but actually they got their eyes set directly on Quartz. A nice coach run from Quartz back to the rest of the team, and some decent healing too. Twisted Minds keep the DPS alive, and end up punishing a Naga for overextending as well. Piece of Cake right now just getting kind of rolled by Yubi, of all people. Not even Quartz clicking heads right now, it's all on this Mei.
As you talked about heading into her quick little break there, Mei is such a powerhouse in this meta because she offers so much utility in terms of the walls. She can slow down a lot of these more quick pieces, something like the Venture, not necessarily going to be able to escape as easily. And when you also look at Juno, Lucio, this is such a susceptible backline to being slowed down. So I think the Mei has even more impact against this type of composition that Piece of Cake has.
Naga has to deal with this wall now. Luckily, though, all cooldowns available. TVNT isolated from the rest of the team, but saved the Nemesis form in order to stay alive. Blizzard on the point now, but Yubi is already dead. Here comes both Rays on the point, and well, the visual clutter will continue here as Blizzard and Annihilation are going to get popped as well. Blizz instantly popping that rally because taken down by Naga. Exodio hanging in the periphery, trying to make sure that Annihilation doesn't last for too much longer, as eventually TVNT will go down for Twisted Minds. A Piece of Cake cap the point.
Ooh, not before Twisted Minds are going to be able to get 71% off of that first possession, though. Nice stagger onto Quartz. Exodial's not going to let him get away, and so that is going to help get Piece of Cake a bit more onto the board, but they've got this Terror Surge, they've got this Sound Barrier, which is going to feel really nice to have, knowing that Twisted Minds just used 4 ultimates in that last fight to Piece of Cake's 3, so a little bit of value add here for Piece of Cake as the Bob is going to be thrown out first to try to create some space.
Wow, Piece of Cake used Sound Barrier in this fight. TVNT just getting perma-booped by the Venture. And so getting isolated in the front line, and everybody, well, the rest of Twisted Minds there were just in the choke point near the spawn, so they're going to have to wait for TVNT to get back up, and it looks like an Orisa swap.
Okay, so Orisa to go against the Orisa of Tread, but I don't hate that Sound Barrier there, knowing that they were able to get away with that greedy play, and they took TVNT out. And the fact that you got Quartz out of the picture too is gonna set Twisted Minds back again. They gotta wait to be a full team of 5, and Piece of Cake are continuing to build up to even more ultimates to throw at this close hold. Look at Skyle already with another Orbital Ray.
I think I have to get through this wall first. Both walls have come out. Orbital Ray from MCD a little bit later here. Piece of Cake on the retreat already. Exodial burrowing on fire. Needs that mini pack to cleanse the flames. As Piece of Cake do manage to get out of there alive and now can play in this choke point. They've got this blizzard, but oh no, Yubi snipes Naga from around the corner. And now this is Twisted Minds, their chance to strike. They've got a blizzard of their own. Exodial trying to cause some disruption once again to Yubi and Bliss, but Bliss is there with the shield bash, the flare, and everything. As Piece of Cake trying to get out of this fight in order to get at least one more clean one for the next.
They have time to do it, but you gotta go in there and just be cohesive. At least you know you're really only contending with this UB Blizzard. You don't have a defensive ultimate yet. Crispy doesn't have that Sound Barrier, but there are ways you can LOS it with the double speed you have on the team.
Good Terror Surge, oh, into the Blizzard as well. A wombo combo. And you're not going to escape from, unfortunately, Quartz. Nice Blizzard, though, onto Tread, ends up taking him down, but still, person advantage here from Piece of Cake. The ult from Exodial is going to be really tough to deal with now. You got the gold, sure, you got the spear spin, you got the spear, but no more CDs. No, well, maybe one. You got that Terror Surge, but you haven't got a lot of health to actually use it there, TVNT. And Piece of Cake at 99%, find that flip, and now only have 10% to go as they try and just rush everybody down from Twisted Minds. Well, this has got the rally, but who actually touches here? A good little boop on the Brig, and with a couple of percentage points to go, it looks like Yubi's going to be the one to touch on the Tracer. Bliss doesn't get booped, and in fact, Yubi is going to be there to touch.
Ooh, the recall, though, is going to keep him alive once he's able to come back.
Yeah, but there's just too many support ultimates there from Piece of Cake. The Orbital Ray plus the Sound Barrier. No way you survive that one with the rush picks from Twisted Minds to try and touch. That'll be 100 to 99 going the way of Piece of Cake.
That was really great ultimate. Just value, I guess, is the way that we kind of want to put that. The fact that Crispy had the Sound Barrier up as one of the final ultimates in that round was super, super impactful. You know, Bliss, yes, the rally was there, but you weren't actually going to be able to give the rally over to your team, and you found no value because you just weren't in an actual team fight to use it. You had to use it to stay alive, to even touch the point, rather than something a little bit more proactive. But Piece of Cake looked pretty good. I mean, a lot of the aggression that they tempered too. Yes, they were holding a little far forward, but as soon as they saw an Orbital Ray, they were able to back up and kite it. Really strong, like, heads-up team play from Piece of Cake to play around this. And now I feel like they even get a chance to go over to what I would consider to be an even better map for them. Exodial on the Cassidy, one of his absolute best heroes.
Yeah, same with Naga too, to be fair, on the Farah, so...
Yeah.
Feeling pretty confident right now, our Piece of Cake. Quartz, though, deadly on the Ash. He's gonna have to check Naga. A couple little small body shots there. Does send Naga back to the rest of his team as the point unlocks. Both Orisas just trying to jostle for position. As Naga and Yubi send some stray rockets at each other. Oh, good direct. Can't follow up with an actual kill, though, but they're going to use that to push on forward. If Naga can kind of stay in the skies here, just kind of pound some damage in on these choke points, they're going to be good for it. Yubi and Quartz come up with 2 big kills, though, as Crispy and Naga end up going down. Both Faras and Briggs falling. It's just the hit scans, the Junos, and the Orisas are left. And TVNT caught off guard here on the sidelines, and Tread with an easy kill on to the enemy Orisa. Takes down MCD with a spear too. Piece of Cake had control of that point too. So Twisted Minds, they're down about 20%.
And they're down in ultimates. Like, Piece of Cake are already going to have the High Noon. They're going to have the Orbital Ray just to throw into this fight to begin with. And Tread putting in so much work. Also going to have the Terra Surge up very quickly. TVNT has switched off of the Orisa. Wants to go back over to the D.Va, finding that the D.Va defense matrix can be really good into something like that Pharah rocket spam, and even just these Cassidy shots.
You be on the May as well, so yeah, big switch up here from Twisted Minds, but I mean, it's the best place to do it, right? You lose first fight, you don't want to stick it out, you know, maybe get ults, you'd rather go for something a little bit more comfortable for yourselves. High Noon for Exodial. Little speed ring action as well. Ice block on Yubi, actually gets body shot there, not instantly killed by the High Noon, but space created in time as well. I mean, already up to 65%.
This is last fight if they don't go in faster.
Well, there you go. There's the orbital ray on the point. Crispy is already dead. Shreds caught in no man's land. Outside the point is Yubi just using that orbital ray to its full effect there, killing 3 people. Twisted Minds finds a nice little team kill.
Finally able to get themselves on the board for this one, and we're going to see some swaps here for Piece of Cake. Naga is going to switch off of the Pharah to go to the May, and Exodial now over to the Ashe. So able to match that a little bit better of the Ashe that Quartz has been playing, but I think too, when you are still able to get in with this dynamite damage as well as the May, you just get a lot of dot damage over time. I think this is going to be really important here for Piece of Cake.
All right, rallies for both sides as well. And now the slow poking game. Nice headshot by Naga. Quartz was 1 HP. Doesn't end up getting healed though, luckily. And here comes the rally to start us off with. Make that a second. Ice block already popped there from Yubi, but he's got the Blizzard. Throws it directly on the point. That Terra Surge drags everybody back in. Is Tread just trying to survive that freeze, and survive he does. In fact, nets a kill at the same time. TVNT with a self-destruct available, but they are going to eventually lose this fight. So not an ult you really want to commit. You are going to get staggered though, which is going to be a little bit of an issue. Oh, okay. Not that bad.
They were merciful.
Still on last fight. I would have staggered that a little bit more, maybe. You could have made this a really rough final fight for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I agree with that one, but they were merciful. They realized that I think the damage has already been done at this point, and Piece of Cake needs to work up to actual ultimate, so it might be in their best interest to actually meet them out here in this marketplace and try to get some of those online, but Naga's already dead. This is going to be an uphill battle here for Piece of Cake to close out the map.
Quartz on a quick flank here. Nice little dynamite damage down onto Scar, but it's got that mega health pack for backup. Quartz caught out completely off guard. I mean, still receiving a lot of healing, just peeking this doorway ever so slowly, but no, Tread is there for the kill. Bliss, though, luckily, with a whip shot from across the map, takes down the Orisa as Naga is stuck in the spawn. He doesn't want to shoot. He doesn't want to get past the wall. Okay. They end up losing that fight there as Piece of Cake getting 99.
Okay, a bit of a quick reset here for Piece of Cake as Crispy and Exodial were stuck behind the point. I guess the Bob was thrown into that fight, maybe hoping that the rest of the reinforcements of Piece of Cake would be able to come back out and actually return to the fight, but they have the rally, Blizzard, and this orbital ray to play around. They should have the ultimate advantage. This should be their map to take.
Well, let's have a look. I mean, Piece of Cake, these 4 ults online looking pretty scary, or close to at the very least. Who uses their orbital ray better? Speed ring out already. Perfect time to use it. As soon as that Bob comes in, the wall's going to actually block off the tanks here as the Blizzard gets laid down. A rather defensive one for Piece of Cake, hoping maybe to catch out TVNT, but TVNT use those thrusters to get away. There will be a spear spin, a Terra Surge from Tread, separating the rest of Twisted Minds, as that rally on point is something to be feared at the hands of Crispy, as Piece of Cake can. And Twisted Minds, no ults, no rally from Bliss either. End up falling down on Lijiang Tower, a 2-0 for Piece of Cake.
It was still a very close Lijiang, but that was Piece of Cake getting the very first map. This was after we ended up seeing Twisted Minds choose this to go here, just try to keep the series starting strong, as they did for their very first series of the group stage, but like the viewers, us, we're onto something.
They're aware. They might be.
They're in the know.
They're looking good. Now, Twisted Minds, that was their map pick. I think a lot of people also really like going to Lijiang Tower. It's probably one of the better control maps out of the pool, in all honesty. I think probably a fan favorite as well, I'd imagine.
Ilios is not bad.
It's not too bad, especially if you've got a cracked hit scan, which, to be fair, Quartz is pretty cracked. And the same with Exodo. Can pop off on the Widowmaker. But a 2-0 start for Piece of Cake. Still pretty close, though, on when you really look into it. 99% to 100, both those rounds, as we jump to some highlights from that last one. Where do you think we're going to go next? I mean, if you look at Twisted Minds, their game versus Negative Mental Attitude, they lost on New Junk City, they lost on Kings Row, but they won on Rialto and Runasapi. That Runasapi map was pretty convincing as well.
It was very, very convincing. You still ended up going, I think, 5-3, but as we've already seen some pretty good examples of on stream, that's likely going to happen. Being able to win 5-0 is very difficult, just knowing how long it takes to actually capture that third and final point. But I don't know. I feel like it's really tough because I think at the end of the day, these two teams, they have similar levels of players on both sides. And in a meta like this, it really does come down to whether or not you can coordinate together as a team to actually get these team fights down, use your ultimates effectively and at the right times. It's really tough to say who's going to actually get the better of that. Right now, it does look like Piece of Cake are a little bit more cohesive in those actions. We do see a couple of roster changes that came through here from Twisted Mind's side as well, with, I think, Bliss? Oh, MCD, sorry. MCD came in for Vigilante.
MCD joined, pretty late, actually. Vigilante not playing as of late. Oh, look at that healing done too. 25k to 9. So much healing in the orbital ray, to be fair. It's contributing a lot, I would imagine, to that stat. I mean, I'm curious if Twisted Minds ever want to go to kind of a dive-orientated map and just have TVNT on the D.Va instead. We haven't seen Watchpoint Gibraltar in a long time in the map pool for OWCS, and it's been one that if teams do prefer the Winston, they do prefer D.Va, more dive, like fast comps, like we could end up seeing it go that way, because playing Orisa on that map, it's not great. Like it's okay at best. Like sure, you can take high ground pretty easily as the Orisa, but you just get outrun by the dive. So we'll have to wait and see where Twisted Minds want to take us. We could also, like you said, go to something like Clash. They didn't play that in their series versus Negative Mental Attitude. So yeah, it's all up in the air thus far. But Piece of Cake, they are firmly on top at this very moment in time. But it is going to be Runasapi. So that was the very convincing push map at the final one between that series earlier, yesterday, I believe it was. Oh no, the day before, sorry. So not too surprised to see Runasapi being picked. A favorable map for Twisted Minds as well, considering how long the maps are and how well you can have your hit scan just pop off. I mean, Quartz is just absolute beast. Always seems to be carrying Twisted Minds, or at the very least putting up the numbers to represent so.
So if they know that Quartz is going to play the Ashe, I wonder whether or not we would end up seeing Exodial actually try to play the Venture again instead. You know what we saw in Control Center on Li Zhang? I feel like Venture can actually do a really good job of marking down the Ashe, but it wasn't necessarily the only solution that Piece of Cake came up with to dealing with something like that Ashe. They also had Tread on the Orisa, just run at that Ashe and just make Quartz's life a living hell. So as we enter out of Runasapi, unfortunately, we're going to be looking at a pause first, but I don't think these compositions are that much of a surprise, Jaws. We are going to see the Orisa over the Ramatra from TVNT. The Ramatra was what they ended up playing on Friday, but I feel like if you know that Tread is going to be coming out on the Orisa, you just match that right away.
Yeah, the Orisa versus Ram. I don't know. Orisa seems more solid, more stable, pretty easy to kind of survive on your own. And the way Tread plays it, to be fair, is more like a rush hero. Like, you just run at them into the back line and then just hope you can kill somebody. We saw it a few times, actually, kind of running at Quartz. But TVNT not really wanting to take the duel. I think the Ram probably wins out at the very highest level. But the Orisa a little bit more of a baseline, more stable. We'll see how Naga does against Yubi. You be playing this Mei and Naga on the Genji. Which you see a little bit in this meta. Nothing, no crazy numbers right now. Mainly been the Mei.
Yeah, I kind of like the Genji though. I mean, look at that. Naga's just going to be able to get a slice through Yubi, and I think this is going to be persistent if you are able to get this nice focus fire from the rest of Piece of Cake.
How do you die as well as Yubi there? With Naga killing you? That's
That's
is
everybody working together on that one.
Questionable, yeah. You be going to the sim, not even just teleporting out of spawn, or like, you know, just TPing across the spawn. He's actually just going to pick up the sim. Okay, so I guess Tara's a bit of hindrance, though. I mean, the target Yubi's going to be looking at is going to be Tread. We'll see if Twisted Minds, they're going to get a small wrap. Good headshot from Quartz. Wow. Exodio not expecting that much damage. Made that a second one onto Naga. Sends him recoiling. Very
quick orbital ray.
My word. Yeah, I mean, Juno in general, like, the ability to charge up these ults, it's just insane. Like, the ult charge rate is ridiculous. Naga again comes up with another kill. Again, maybe there's some sort of contract on top of Yubi's head or something. The guy is just determined to make Yubi's life hell. Bob on the points. Rally coming through from Crispy, though. It's going to be so tough to take people down. Look at Bliss. MCD and Bliss just backing all the way up. Twisted Minds is backline right now. Just getting torn to ribbons. Exodia with a second one. There's a Terra Surge. This was just guarantee this point as Piece of Cake roll on forward with Yubi. Only 68% towards ult here, Rose, and hasn't really done any damage in these fights. Hasn't been alive long enough to do so.
He has definitely been public enemy #1 for Piece of Cake, but I feel like there's a good reason for that. Yubi has just been a backbone of this team. If you're able to take them out of fights and you know that he's able to put up the damage numbers, then that's just one less threat for the rest of your team to have to deal with. It's kind of similarly when we see Tread actually try to go after Quartz, because you know Quartz is going to be a big issue.
Core Naga,
Speaking
age
of which,
47. The amount of assassinations this man's got is absurd. Nice play from Naga too. 74 meters and counting. Little boop off the side. See you later, TVNT. And just going to keep this going. They're going to get 80+ meters.
And that's just 3 minutes of the map. We're not even halfway through the map yet. This is just a third of the time in the bank. And it is already going to be a piece of cake staring down that third and final checkpoint. Kind of wild, actually. Twisted Minds are finally starting to actually get some usable ultimates up here. You got the Photon Barrier for Yubi, this Terra Surge as well.
All that high noon, he's trying to juggle it between the two sides of the wall. Perfectly placed there from Yubi, making Exodia have to make a choice. Terra Surge coming in. Okay, this is where the push will end for Piece of Cake. But after one push, almost 100 meters on the board. Okay, Twisted Minds not here to mess around, but neither are Piece of Cake. They got double support ultimate for this next fight as well. MCD's Orbital Ray has to go crazy here. They have to, like, Planet Destroyer level crazy. Like, Twisted Minds need to win this fight.
Well, their positioning on the map is going to help out a lot with that. I think now MCD having this Orbital Ray, you kind of want to use it a second just to push back the rest of the team.
Oh, there's both Orbital Rays, Rose. Bob's going to come in as well. But this rally is just so strong. Look at how much health Tread has right now. Terra Surge on the point. Yubi down yet again as Tread just determined to prove that Carissa is not like a stationary tank hero anymore. More and more of a dive hero. All right, Piece of Cake, you're going to control the bot yet again. Yubi just having one of the roughest games I think we've ever seen him have. Those Twisted Minds, they can lose control of the bot. No lead gained here for Piece of Cake, but they get forward spawn.
We've actually seen this from a couple of teams, though, when they played against Twisted Minds. They actually do take out Yubi first, time and time again, whether that's just because that's part of their agenda, or it is Yubi that's actually sort of out of position and making himself a little bit vulnerable. It's up for the viewers and for the teams to decide, but it does seem to happen a lot in these last couple of stages where if you do take out Yubi, especially with something like the Symmetra, you just don't have the same type of mobility as the team. Yubi is giving up the Symmetra entirely as you start to see Piece of Cake walk towards that final point. It is going to be the May again to see if that's going to be the ticket to stop this push.
Naga is unstoppable on this Genji. Luckily for Twisted Minds, Quartz managed to pick up a couple of kills in that fight. Some nicely placed shots, but 116 meters, Naga's got a blade, they've got Deadeye for zone. Even if Bliss uses the rally to start the fight off, it's going to be tough. Speaking of which, rally bash onto Naga, forces that ult out. They end up using Skull first up though, as Naga also fills prey to Yubi, who's jumped on the May. Okay, he's playing a little bit of hero roulette right now, but I think I prefer this pick over the Sim, which was just not getting as much value. But Rose, 6 minutes, the map gone. 4 minutes left. Twisted Minds have 0. Goose egg right now on the
Oh man, I don't know if that even gets any better either, because Twisted Minds, they have a Terror Surge and potentially a Bob, to the fact that Piece of Cake actually are going to have another Orbital Ray in this next one, and they're going in with the High Noon on Ultra Turbo.
so fast. Exodo doesn't manage to get that shot off. Quartz is dead though. Naga again with another assassination. Crispy and Exodo also end up falling there as the Terror Surge came through from TBNT to kill the Cassidy. All right, are they going to be able to get some meterage? That's the question. First, they have to deal with Tread, who's unleashed his own Terror Surge. Found a kill. It's mainly the Orisa's getting kills here, but they are forcing ults. Another Orbital Ray used here for Twisted Minds, just to get maybe a couple of meters. Piece of Cake going for a respawn. Double support ultimates for this next. Again, like, every fight is the same. It's like, okay, Twisted Minds use one support ultimate. Piece of Cake, they have two. They use them, they destroy Twisted Minds, and then they walk on.
Yeah, it is going to continue to be a cycle like that, though, because you are looking to be able to have the ultimate economy advantage, be able to actually find value with your ultimates in a meta like this. And so for Piece of Cake, it really is going to come down to, you have Orbital Ray advantage right now. That is such a huge boon for you to have in a team fight, especially if you know the other team just used it. So I love that Piece of Cake decided to hold on to this, so it's sort of maximum damage on a straightaway at this point.
It's gonna be hard to get this Blizzard off too. There's the Bob, ends up colliding with that wall there. Providing a bit of forward pressure. Oh, maybe not. It was actually on the other side and it gets instantly destroyed. Orbital Ray, Rally used, Twisted Minds, no. They are not welcome near this checkpoint of Piece of Cakes. Naga hiding in the corner and no one spotted him. Okay, there we go. Still got the dash to get away though. Should be able to escape scot-free, and that he does. No ultimates online for Piece of Cake though. Still got to deal with UB's Blizzard. Just can't go down to Naga, who's just been on UB's tail the entire map as they finally managed to get space, even maybe the checkpoint here too.
Yeah, I think they're just going to give it up. I think this is really dangerous territory to have to contend with something like the May Blizzard. You just stand to get walked over if you're Piece of Cake and you overextend. So they're going to back up quite a bit. They're really hoping that maybe this is enough space for Exodial to try to get a pick, or even just find a way to wrap around.
Nice one's already been used by Yubi there. A non-factor in the fight for half a second or so, but Naga dying to MCD is not a good look for Piece of Cake. Comeback starts here. Twisted Minds, they got checkpoint. Quartz has this high ground as well. 70 meters, they're encroaching on the lead.
And this is going to be tough because Twisted Minds, while they only had a Blizzard just a couple of team fights ago, they're going to have the Terror Surge and the Orbital Ray on this next fight alongside of that because UB's held on to it for so long. So this is potentially final fight of this map. If Twisted Minds win it here, they could win out this map. Piece of Cake, they want to try to keep this lead. It's getting very slim margins.
Oh, Exodio pops that ult. As soon as the Orbital Ray comes in, he gets dragged back down to the ground. Look at that Terror Surge from TBNT. Blizzard locking everybody down. Terror Surge grabbing them all at once. Twisted Minds coming back. Only 10 meters to go now as Piece of Cake just turned tail and running towards the spawn as Twisted Minds. Only a couple meters to go and they secure the lead. 50 seconds to go and Piece of Cake have thrown this lead away. It was 118-0 as Twisted Minds are touching the spawn doors.
I think this is not, no, this is just not good. This is definitely not good. Piece of Cake, they need to be able to come out and actually use an ultimate here. The rally can keep them in this from also... Wow.
Blade's been popped by Naga there as he goes to the backline, gets 3 slashes onto Quartz, but quickly taken down by Shield Bash. 140 meters, Twisted Minds. They don't need to be much perfect anymore right now. They just need a couple of picks. Piece of Cake on their last limbs here as overtime is going to appear in 15 seconds, and they need to regain so much time on this bot, so much space too. Crispy, everybody from Piece of Cake also need to just invest as many ultimates as they possibly can. Their spawns, they've got the advantage here. There's going to be a scrappy final bout on this point.
And it's going to be in overtime, so nobody can afford to actually get off of this push bot. There's finally going to be a clean team fight win coming through for Piece of Cake, which means that they can keep themselves in this, but they've got to make up 2 team fight wins here. They're going to have to fight another one at the neutral, and they're going to have to fight another one to get this bot over that finish line and get to that golden line of victory. Jaws, it's going to be very difficult to do that too, because Twisted Minds are coming back into this one, packing 4 ultimates.
Yeah, this is the perfect spot to be in for Twisted Minds. It looks pretty much unlosable at this point for TM. I want to speak too soon, but with the amount of ultimates they do have, they can just pop everything at once. Orbital rays coming in for both sides here as that rally from Bliss is going to keep everybody healthy. There's one support on the point right now, and that is Crispy, who's just going to be out to throw out packs, and that's about it. Tread focused down by the rest of TM, and now they're just turning. Oh, well, they're just going to run for the bot. The rest of Piece of Cake are just going to get torn asunder. The Blizzard does end up coming in as Chrissy pops that rally on the point. It's quickly dealt with by UB's Icicles, and Twisted Minds end up coming back. 118-meter deficit. They end up turning around and have 140 meters to play with it in OT. An unbelievable 180.
That was crazy. That was so crazy because a lot of teams staring down the barrel of that big of a differential, they fall over. They're like, okay, I don't know what to do anymore. The team is so far ahead, so I don't know how we're supposed to get ourselves back into this one. But it was kind of amazing to watch that differential really started to run away from them. And then UB's like, okay, you know what? Throw out the sim. Go back to the May. I know that if we go May, we've got this. And I think the team finally started to rally together and play around that May choice way better, getting them the win.
It was a few little swaps there as well from UB. Went to the sim, went back to the May. Yeah, the May ended up working out. That unbelievable lead. I mean, Naga, most of the time in the first few fights, you look at the kill feed. Naga was just killing UB over and over and over again. Like, the guy was just rolling. And then slowly but surely, okay, we play more as a team here. If we don't get picked, we can get Quartz to dish some damage out. Hey, maybe get a pick. Hey, we'll kill Exodio. Okay, perfect. Now they've only got Naga. And it felt like Piece of Cake. Towards the end of that map, they looked about as lost as a lid in a Tupperware drawer. Like, they were just not in the game. And UB's Blizzards were good, comboed as well, really perfectly with CVNT's Terror Surge. And it's an ultimate combo. It kind of reminds me of like Cage Blade. It's like, you're not going anywhere and you're going to die.
No.
Like,
yes.
There's not much you can do in this situation. Your death is soon to come. And yeah, I mean, here's the early lead that they ended up getting, 116 meters to A. Not a lead you expect to lose. And like you said, maybe that mental game coming in. I mean, you're like, oh, wow, we actually just lost that. That's
how do we fumble the bag this hard? You know, like that is a hugely, almost insurmountable lead in a lot of cases. And I do wonder if maybe there were just a couple of it's really when things started to go downhill, we saw Twisted Minds start to accumulate a couple of wins back to back. And it was after they ended up getting that first checkpoint. Do you remember how much space Piece of Cake had to give up? That could have been 2 team fights instead of just the one that they made it. And I think that was another fumble that, okay, maybe you would have still lost the fight, but was that better to have that extra chance than to just give it up instantly?
Well, there's the stats from the last map as well. Pretty close across the board. No real surprises there whatsoever. Twisted Minds with a really, really good game against Negative Mental Attitude in their 3-2. They had Runasapi 132 meters to, what, like 34? So, yeah, Runasapi very much theirs. I want to say it's the Runasapi curse, but the Gaming Gladiators on that Runasapi map last stage, it was a rough one. Maybe Piece of Cake, hopefully wanting to depart from that later on in their future as a team. But now it's their choice to pick up a map here, Rose. Where do you expect we're going to go?
I guess it depends on how much they feel like maybe a Nagafara could make a difference, or if they want to actually shut down the opponent's ability to play something like the May. But I feel like May at this point can kind of be played on almost any of these maps.
It does feel like that.
I don't know.
I mean, Gibraltar, you can't really play May. Junkertown, you could force it on first, but like you probably just want to play it on second. Even then, second's probably the best point in that map to play the May. Third, not so much. Maybe Escort is going to be the map choice. No, okay, New Junk City for Flashpoint for Piece of Cake.
All right, so in the series, potentially could just not see Clash. You're gonna get the New Junk City instead, but
I think Clash is good for May though. To be fair, if they are thinking that they don't want to play the May 1v1, I think Clash is probably the better of the 2 modes for it. Yeah, I mean we'll find out what Twisted Mind end up rocking out with. Same with Piece of Cake here.
was gonna say, I wonder if Exodial actually does stick to the Venture. It wouldn't surprise me at all to see Venture, Mei, Orisa as like a similar type of composition to what we saw them run on Li Zhang earlier in this series. And we also ended up seeing Piece of Cake in their opening match actually play a very similar type of composition when they were playing on Throne of Anubis. So I don't know, I think like instead of the Ramattra, you've got the Orisa here, but the Orisa seems to be working out really well for Tread as one of his best hero picks. And the Venture just gives you so much ability to go after the Cassidy or the Ashe or whatever you think Quartz is going to be on. Even the Brig, to be honest with you could go after the Brig of Juno just fine with the Venture.
Crispy on the Lucio too, so no Brigitte for Piece of Cake. Everybody's so low though. Wow, look at that. The little torpedo things coming out from Scar. Nice little two-piece. I will say, as Venture, that does feel very satisfying when there's no shields and you are that quick in the sky with the Lucio speed as well. You're like so high up that you just, all the little pulsar torpedoes like end up hitting and healing and damaging. It's pretty sick. Quick fight there. We'll get the overlays up in just a moment. Obviously we know they're disappeared for the time being, but we'll make sure we correct that in a second.
Yeah, it's going to be Piece of Cake on your right in the orange, and then we've got Twisted Minds in the left with the blue. And Piece of Cake already off to a really great start. That was a very decisive team fight win on that very first approach. And so I do love this new Junk City pick where if they can keep this up, I mean, of course, just got run over.
Yeah, I like the tempo with this comp, especially with the Venture. You are able to just do things that Treads wants to do, which is run at people more often than not. Definitely one of the most aggressive Orisa players that we have in EMEA. I remember him a long time ago where Orisa was like perma-meta. He was saying like, look, I want to take down someone like Hardy. Like, I want to take down some of these names that have been around for a long time. And while TVNT doesn't have the, same illustrious career as Hardy as of yet, Tread still really making sure he's one of the big names everybody's talking about as seasons to come. Exodo end up going down, it's not good. Piece of Cake end up losing their Venture really early on, but a 99% OT here is going to be good for the team. I'll let Quartz die though. Okay, Tread actually picks up the Cassidy. Wonder if they can find a quick regroup. And with Lucio and Juno speed, this might be bad for Quartz actually.
Usually you look at Lucio and Juno and there's a lot of overlap there that makes them not look like one of the strongest support duos that you could put together just because you know that you have that speed cap to 75%. But if you are able to send, if you have these two, you can send one of them off on a flank. Allow the Crispy to go with Exodial or something, or Naga.
All right, well, a lot of ultimates happening right now. Blizzard, Terror Surges, and 2 Orbital Rays. Oh yeah, there's the sound barrier. High Noon's going to get thrown in as well. Everybody can queue at pretty much the same time, and the old banks have been dumped. Apart from Bliss, though, use that rally at the final few moments. Gets a nice little shield bash skill onto Skyle. Quartz just trying to run away. Flash fan the hammer, just dash fan the hammer. Everything thrown in there to keep himself alive. But it is TVNT is the one you had to look out for, as Twisted Minds end up winning that fight. And a complete ult dump as Piece of Cake. They're going to try and get a final touch with Naga on the Tracer.
Okay, they might be able to get a fight. Oh, well,
get
Naga does get there. Where's the follow-up?
Yeah, where's the retouch? Gonna look at be Exodial. Drill dashes in, goes for the burrow, now looking towards the Brig. An easy kill, in fact, for Exodial. That's a double, a nice little drill dash into MCD. And that touch from Naga, perfect stuff, Piece of Cake. And Exodial just kind of running over Twisted Minds. I mean, Bliss just got hounded down there. And that'll be the first flashpoint over to Piece of Cake.
I felt like it was inevitable after they had gotten the 99, but then Twisted Minds came in with such a big fight during that Ultimate Fiesta. No Ultimates really online for this next one just because of how quickly they were just used. But you've got Yubi actually on the Pharah now. So that's a fun one. That's a little bit more difficult to actually use in some of these limited skybox points, but you can still make it work here. Got some good angles for it, at least.
It is going to be really tough, I think. Oh,
well.
Yeah, the low headroom for the Pharah, not great, especially on this point. I wouldn't be surprised to see UB change. This is going to be a quick team wipe here for Piece of Cake. We'll see if UB changes. Yeah, okay, back over to the Mei. Quick pause as well. Maybe you'd be wondering why he picked the Pharah. But yeah, all good. Good wipe there for Piece of Cake. And they got a couple of DPS ults as well coming up for this next fight. All right, Piece of Cake looking pretty good. Okay. Maybe a bit of hero roulette. for Yubi at the moment. Again, right? I mean, he did that on the previous map. We'll see if he ends up sticking with the Mei.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's tough because maybe you just feel really frustrated. Like if you aren't able to actually play the game, I feel like everybody sort of falls into this mental trap of, is it the hero that I'm playing, or is it the circumstances? I know I get that a lot when I play ranked of like, I don't know if I feel like I'm not picking the right thing for my team, so maybe I've got to like switch up what I'm actually playing. But I think maybe Yubi will go back to the Mei because it just is sort of meta.
Yeah, I mean, it'll just be me, just have a switch. I pick my hero and I will just play it.
You're
Sorry. I have my Larry phase.
Player right
I have my
here.
Larry phase. Ana's okay now at the moment. There's a few top 10 players just playing Ana, but it's mainly Juno, let's be real. Although I'm in my
I'm
Juno
all
arc
about
currently.
the Juno right now.
Yeah, everybody is. If you look at the top 10 leaderboards currently, it's just like, oh, Juno, Ana, Brig, Juno, Brig, Ana, Brig. And then it's a little bit insane. I think we're having a couple of tech issues with some of the players, so we're going to jump to a quick break. We'll be right back. We are so back. Okay, it was Bliss and MCD unfortunately disconnecting. You can see them just spawning in now. That's, yeah, kind of bad. Like, they did lose ultimate charge. They disconnected both at the same time, so I can imagine they're probably playing in the same place. A little unfortunate for Twisted Minds. Happens, though, in online competition. Just gonna have to get your head back in the game.
Well, they had that amazing comeback on Runasapi, so I don't think that it's out of the question here for Twisted Minds to go ahead and get back in stronger than ever.
Yeah, MCD. Oh, welcome back to the server, MCD.
Oh, it's
How about one of these? All right. He's over with a nice flank. This should just be
how do you do?
A piece of cake taking this at this point. I don't see Twisted Minds coming back into this one, to be honest, especially with Orbital Ray, but you never know. Miracles can happen, but it looks like piece of cake are going to try and play up. Yeah, look at that. Look at this positioning. I really like this. Knowing that the support, I know, like, you know, knowing that the Twisted Minds supports don't have ults, I mean, it's been pretty nice about playing this far up, but losing Trend Exodio, okay, overextension here from piece of cake. Maybe I take it back. But is anyone going to be able to touch? Absolutely not. So sacrifice worth doing. All right, piece of cake 2-0 on Flashpoint now.
Jeez. All right, well, let's go ahead and get to the next one. I mean, that was an overextension there, but why would you not risk it when you know that that might be able to secure you that flashpoint? Right. And you still have the support advantage heading into this third one. It's still held onto the Orbital Ray. You've got the sound barrier also that Crispy's going to be able to have. Orbital Ray first.
Is anybody using that Orbital Ray? Oh, yeah, Exodio is. All good. Doesn't look like anybody was inside of it, but hey.
Really?
Good tactic. All right. Well, there's the first point. Good spear as well by Tread. That's a lot of free ultimate charge. Team kill. And piece of cake.
Oh, the sound barrier from Crispy's going to be so nice to have versus the Blizzard from Yubi. Quartz might even be able to get the Bob up here. I think they should be able to throw that into the fight. But I think the sound barrier is also going to be pretty fat. You've got a lot of things you would love to use that for.
Good spear. Uh-oh, Nugget's in trouble. Nugget is in trouble. Luckily, though, the rest of Piece of Cake are there to save. They end up pushing out to rescue the injured Tracer. High ground control here for Twisted Minds. A drop down bash here from Bliss, trying to keep the team alive and well. So Tread actually isolating Yubi there in the corner, trying to make them use ults. Bliss end up using one, of course. Here comes the Terror Surge from both sides as well, as Tread takes care of two. Make that another one for TVNT. It's Orisa versus Orisa. Oh boy, we're back. We're really back in this meta, huh? So 2 Terror Surges, 2 kills for each side, but MCD using that Ray to secure the fights.
These Terror Surges seem to be doing a little bit more than the last couple of times we've seen Orisa at the top of the meta chart.
It helps when you get additional damage from the Orbital Ray, that is for sure.
Yes, I think that is definitely part of it, is the damage amplification. But nonetheless, great to see the Orisas pop off here, and it is going to keep Twisted Minds in this map. Yubi has held on to this Blizzard, so that is something that could secure this next fight. But there's a lot of area that you can just kite away from that Blizzard from, especially when you've got Crispy and Skyle to help you with that speed amp.
Oh, they're looking at Exodio right now. On fire currently, is speared against the wall. Needs some desperate heals. Actually receives the speed ring to get out of the way of TVNT. There's the High Noon's been deployed. Spear tanked by Tread. Blizzard off to the right-hand side as Exodio tries to find an angle. Does find one in his Quartz. Almost locked the head there of TVNT as well. Steps outside of that ring, and look at that, just dodging in and out. So useful for a DPS to have. That speed ring in the middle of fights makes locking down a DPS almost impossible. And Piece of Cake Rose, they're on final fight. I don't think Twisted Mind's going to touch.
I don't think they can. You could potentially send Yubi out there, but already gets caught before you reach the flashpoint.
And there it is, a 3-0 for Piece of Cake. Match point as well, 2-1 in the series. Twisted Minds going down. An unfortunate disconnect, of course, it has to be said, with both Bliss and MCD
the double disconnect.
DCing at the same time. Yeah, it's not good on that second point. But still, Piece of Cake playing an extremely competent game on the Orisa. Tread especially, very confident in the Orisa play. Was one of the better ones in the perma Orisa meta that we had like a couple of stages ago. So yeah, exciting stuff on the horizon for Piece of Cake. On the Twisted Mind side of things though, Rose, man, that close game versus negative mental attitude, and now maybe getting destroyed here by Piece of Cake. Yeah, not great. We have to recapture some of that energy of Runasapi.
Yeah, I think you're gonna have to pull out something special in order to make it past this 4th map, because at this point, Piece of Cake, they do look like they're really locked in, and it's tough to recover mentally from some of the losses that you've had to take if you're Twisted Minds. Really unfortunate on the disconnect series you called out. That's something that could potentially be playing a part in this particular matchup, and I don't know.
Well, we'll have to see if Quartz can kind of come back into the action as well. Yeah, hopefully it's another map number 5, but it's looking all Piece of Cake. Of course, Twisted Minds' choice now. Got Escort, a little bit of hybrid as well. We'll see where they want to go. Maybe they do take it to a dive map. Are they happy to continue this Orisa play? Happy to continue the mirror? Not so sure about that one, because Tread, especially in this map, seems to have TVNT's number. Here's the, I think it's the double-double Orisa Terra Surge kill. There's one. And there's another. Nice stuff from TVNT.
Yeah, that's great. I love being able to see these tanks also show us so many different looks. Because yes, while I know we've seen a lot of Orisa versus Orisa, I think we can still see TVNT and Tread both bring out something else if they need to. Like, we've already seen the Ramatra and the Diva on both sides, so that should be really fun to keep track of. But I think Orisa for Tread is very much locked in at this point. Very comfortable to be able to take the Orisa versus Orisa, and also just how confident he is being able to walk into somebody like Quartz or Yubi.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just go to a dive, man. Go to Gibraltar. Diva. Just play the Diva. TVNT's Diva's sick.
That's true.
Piece of Cake, one map away from taking Group D, 2-0. We're going to jump to a quick break. Maybe Twisted Minds in the middle of this one can come up with a game plan. They got to choose where we go to next. We'll see you in a bit. All right, welcome back. Map's been chosen. Twisted Minds taking us to King's Row. They did end up losing that one against Negative Mental Attitude with getting full held. So we'll have to wait and see what ends up going down here. Of course, Piece of Cake. They had a little bit of a tough time dealing with UB's May. That was on the Runasapi map to get a ridiculous push. Very much, you know, Twisted Minds maybe screaming Runasapi the most out of all maps, it feels like. They very much favor that one in terms of push. But King's Row, same thing. You can play the main. You can play the sim. If you want to get spicy with it, you can play the sim. But on the other side of things, Rose, I would be scared if I was playing against Naga. Can bring out something like a Pharah, can bring out this Mei as well, and it's just kind of a tried and true comp for Piece of Cake at this very moment in time. Yeah, Crispy, no Lucio, going on the Brig. It's going to be a tough defense to topple if you're Twisted Minds, especially kind of head in the gutter as well, right? We know how much that can affect teams at the best of times, but losing a flashpoint like that with a couple of players DCing, yeah, it's not going to feel good.
No, but you just have to shake it off because that is unfortunately the nature of online competition. And if you want to be able to contend with the best, you also have to beat the best, sometimes even in the worst of circumstances. So I really hope the Twisted Minds, they could take a couple of short breaths, they can get back into this one, and they're choosing this map because they feel confident in it. That is one of the beauties of being able to do losers pick for map type as well as map. And as soon as we see what is on the defense for Piece of Cake, Twisted Minds is going to go back into spawn and go to the Mauga of all things. There's no Orisa for either of these teams. It's going to be Ramatra versus Mauga.
Tread locked himself in a small cupboard there in the mini health back room, put a shield in front of him too. Just end up getting ejected. Just like Harry Potter under the cupboard under the stairs. Course with a nice headshot on Exodial though. Rather devious angle too, just holding in the choke point of Piece of Cake. Determined not to get full out this time around. Let's take two with him as the Brig ends up getting a nice couple of kills, and that should be Twisted Minds with at this point. If they can find any extra picks here, it would be good, but this could be a recontest, although without Lucio, probably unlikely. Yeah, they're just going to give this one up.
But you can have a close hold, which is maybe even better. Tread's gonna give up the Ramatra, immediately go back over to the Orisa, and TVNT, all right, you're off the Ramatra, I'm going to Orisa also. So we really are playing this rock, paper, scissors game of what to do in the tank role, but that's sort of what you should come to expect in a meta like this. Orisa versus Orisa, though, is just kind of the classic for this particular two set of teams.
Yeah, holding the choke points. Gonna be pretty easy with the Orisas. Bobbheads are coming out, hitting the wall too, so everybody has to kind of dodge around it to get LOS and run straight into the line of sight of the Bob. Blizzard in the center of this choke point, but Naga's already dead. The damage is still there, of course, with Exodial, but the angle in which Exodial is taken right now is going to be very tough. Fire around this payload, gets a Dynamite, doesn't actually end up connecting with it either, but this this orbital ray from Skyle and MCD, some people are going to die, and they're going to die quickly, and it's going to be Piece of Cake getting gobbled up by UV and TVNT.
The great start here for Twisted Minds. They're gonna have 4.5 minutes to finish off the second point of King's Row, and we're seeing yet another switch up here from Piece of Cake. Naga going over to the Pharah, wants to have a little bit more of that long-range splash damage rather than try to play the mirror matchup between Piece of Cake and Twisted Minds. But I think this is so smart because you know that Twisted Minds with this composition are going to want to play together. So you're gonna get a lot of extra splash damage onto this full just grouping of players.
Both rallies coming out as well as that Bob. Doesn't end up getting flailed away as Twisted Minds make a decisive retreat. So both rallies, that overhead is going to fade off pretty quickly. Naga too, I mean, Rose, this is a really tough angle for Quartz to work with. Because Naga can play on these rooftops. Looks like Bliss was kind of sent after him as well as Quartz, but ends up rejoining the rest of the squad in the front line. TVNT leaving so much health though, but is it just going to get deployed? Looks like a Terror Surge is going to get utilized here by Tread. Actually gets lifted up on top of the wall. Crispy first to fall, however. There's a Tread trying to hold down the front line, but little as you know, the rest of his team are falling around beside him. 3 minutes to go for Twisted Minds. They're going to be able to cap this point too. Exodial death, super late, shouldn't matter in at the end. And Tread, the best he can hope for, or anybody from Piece of Cake, the best they can hope for there was a trade, but they didn't get one. There's Twisted Minds steamrolling this King's Row.
And I wonder how much this Pharah is actually going to make a dent into this attack. And like not, oh, well, it's not about the Pharah anymore, it's about this Exodial Widowmaker.
I'm telling you, if you listen to the shots, they sound sick. New sound effect. I'm obsessed with this game. See?
Lit.
Sounds sick. It's actually one of the sound effects, I think, from the Sylvanas raid, actually, from WoW. But I'm getting too deep into it. I will not be talking about WoW on this broadcast.
Go check it out. Go, you can try it out in the shop. Do
Matt's not watching, but I know Matt's like, would be itching as well. Another good shot from Exodial. All right, there we go. Heating up now on the hit scan as MCD falls.
Naga's waiting. perfect barrage placement.
Yeah, you're gonna take yourself with this barrage though if you aim it that close. It looks like Bliss is kind of sneaking up. They've got to be aware that Naga's gonna have barrage at this point, so everybody playing a little bit more cautiously as they enter this corner. Orb deployed again. Naga sights on him currently. There's a very defensive use of the orbital ray. He's gonna take care of the bomb. Twisted Mind's playing patiently, Rose. Naga.
They know that they can just get out as many ultimates as possible. All they have is the barrage.
Double kill for the barrage, that'll do. TVNT taking care of the fire, but it's too little and way too late.
I'm actually surprised that Twisted Minds wanted to invest this orbital ray here because, and they're going to invest the rally. That's crazy.
They're gonna rally. Oh, I don't know about that. Terror Surge coming in. Bliss is 1 HP. Yes, that wall is going to be good though from Yubi. Actually isolates Crispy in the front line. Same with Shred, couldn't get healed. I think Skyle had an ability to get over that wall in time. I think it already used the shift and maybe even the double jump as well. So that rally, Rose, maybe more of a bait from Twisted Minds. Exodio needs to find a headshot. It's got sights up as Piece of Cake try and get the point again.
I still think that was so risky. It ended up working out, but you still need to try to get this May Blizzard to work. You still could just get killed by Exodio on the Widow. I don't know.
MZ just hard peek in these corners. It was a miracle they didn't go down to Exodio there. Quartz now also on the Widow.
Yep.
Nice little honorable Widow duel. I like it. I like it. Wearing the Mayhem skin, the old school one. Love to see that.
You can go buy that right now.
You can do indeed, yeah. If you want to look like a Macca's. Whoa! Quartz taking a lot of damage, so you have to grapple away. I mean, best thing about the Pharah too, well, okay, Trent just walks at Quartz, instantly kills him. Best thing about the Pharah as well, if you spam those small angles, Rose, it's sometimes quite tough for the Widow to peek. Send a rocket every now and then to where the Widowmaker is going to be playing. Maybe land a direct, a little bit of splash damage is going to really tip the Widow duel in your Widow's favor.
But it also forced Quartz to actually use the grapple hook to get away, and by that point, Trent's like, you can't actually get away from me. I'm just gonna walk at you and kill you. It's a team effort, and so Piece of Cake are really playing around that well, knowing how to actually neuter the damage output of Twisted Minds.
TVNT's isolated himself from the rest of the team. He's actually in the backline right now as the Blizzard and the Orbital Ray have been deployed. TVNT's still not in this fight. And Naga, Exodio, they're going to pick up these kills. Eventually, Twisted Minds and TVNT are going to make a way back to the spawn. Oh, that was lucky. Almost got de-suited there. 45 seconds to go. Twisted Minds handily capping that second point, but the third point has been a struggle.
Well, the Diva is going to be very helpful versus this Pharah barrage. You've got the defense matrix. You also just have this big body to like try to block a lot of the barrage. The Naga has another one of those, and it's gonna be
sent straight to Quartz. Knew exactly who he wanted to kill.
Actually,
20 seconds to go. Forced TVNT to try and save the Widow, but save he did not. Rally in the corner, as well as that UB May is going to hound down Naga for the time being. Crispy just swing, bash, swing, bash, swing, bash. Try and get as much healing out as humanly possible. Twisted Minds now in OT, with only one person left on the point in that brig. OT has been triggered, but look at the way Piece of Cake are playing. No chance for a touch. And that's where the payload will end.
Just locking everything down with those sightlines. Gosh, Exodio showed up and came to play. Like that Widowmaker on the third point put full stop on the momentum that Twisted Minds had for that second point capture. Like as soon as he switched over to the Widowmaker, it was game over. It felt like not even Quartz switching over to the Widowmaker was enough to actually contend with all of those headshots. It was so good.
A little bit of Widowmaker. See if he runs out with it again. Probably not on first. You just want to run a Cash, you want to run an Ash. But it's very possible. That was a good switch up as well from Naga too. It is tough. I mean, assaulting that point when you're against the Pharah Widow as like a Widowmaker is hard because you have to watch out for Widow, the Pharah splash damage like we discussed. But also like kind of getting around that corner. It is crazy. Right. And I definitely said this before when Pharah got changed with the thrusters. it's funny to see Pharah back in the meta and without like a Mercy pocket. Just Pharah's splash damage is still crazy, and it did force TVNT to also switch to D.Va to try and eat some of those rockets that were incoming and, you know, save people from barrages, etc., which is very good for Tread. So kind of the dominoes were tumbling there as Naga switched, it forced TVNT to switch, which made Tread's life easier. And yeah, Piece of Cake managed to hold on. See what they run around out with. Exodio on the Hanzo, okay. Kind of a new pick we've been seeing over the last couple of days.
Well, if it can't be a Widowmaker, it could be a Hanzo that has a little bit more point presence and can still also headshot, one-shot things again.
Yeah, I mean, Quartz knows it. Quartz jumped out from the high ground as he was getting spammed out.
Like, absolutely not.
And then Tread's gonna have a nice little duel against TVNT as well. The point presence here for Tread's gonna be quite mighty compared to TVNT, who excels in obviously getting to high ground and jumping up and down, but Tread's point presence is something to be feared. See where the rotation ends up taking them though. It looks like high ground right now for the tank. Instantly booped off though.
Oh, Bliss is dead. From where? That was like all the way behind point.
Yeah, I think they actually ended up... Oh, good headshot from Exodio. All right, point over. That's point cap. I think there was a small flank there from Naga through Hotel. And Bliss and MCD kind of split off. Normally you're fine with that, right? I mean, MCD is pretty quick, pretty mobile on the Juno. Bliss can kind of save himself, but if you do just get run at like that, it can be very tough for the Brig if you've run out of packs, you run out of whip shot, etc.
Yeah, well, like, Bliss had actually used Shield Bash to get away because they were already half HP. So I think Naga did use that opportunity to just go finish up the job, but still... that is just point over. That's going to be second point unlocked here for Piece of Cake. That is an early Blizzard by Yubi, though.
Really nice Blizzard there, yeah. Spotting Tread, like, pushing all the way out like that. A nice little Shield Bash from Blizz. I mean, just booting the tank out of LOS.
Well, Naga's packing one of his own, though. And also just 4 other ultimates here for Piece of Cake. Tread, Annihilation's trailing behind just a little bit. But otherwise, I mean, Piece of Cake have way more to use here. They're gonna need this firepower to get through the second point.
Nice wall. Middle column has been broken as they drag into down the mid. Oh, look at that damage on TVNT. Luckily, though, crossing his arms takes negative damage pretty much as the ram. Thankfully. But they still get a lot of space. Yeah, break open that choke point. Headshot on to Yubi. Naga still just being such a pain. And there it is. Both rays have been thrown out here as Naga ends up moving forward with his extra damage here. Not enough for Yubi to survive. Can't get away. Their own one kind of ran away from them. And this is the big thing with the rays. You do mirror rays like this, Rose. If your team pushes forward, like, you're just going to run over, like, or if your team pulls back, you're just going to get absolutely destroyed. And that's the big thing about the Mei as well. It forces that tug of war because the wall is just so powerful at doing that, forcing a retreat or like isolating someone so they can get picked off. A very fast push here from Piece of Cake, but Twisted Minds aren't done yet. They are going to try and engage this point once again, but because Naga ended up saving that Blizzard, an easy kill onto TVNT should result in this payload being capped. And yeah, Bliss isn't even there for the retouch, so despite Yubi and Quartz coming up with kills, that point is still being capped.
Yeah, you said it wasn't over just yet for Twisted Minds, but then the Nog Blizzard, I think it's something to say about that one. And they still have Tread's Annihilation to use. All the while, Piece of Cake have been holding onto ultimates for this final couple meters of the map, and Twisted Minds have had to throw 1 or 2 at each of these fights for nothing. So you have the Annihilation here, you've got Quartz panic swapping over to the Widowmaker to see if this is going to be enough of a difference maker, and Exodial's just killed him! That's it! That is it.
Pick. TVNT in a lot of trouble as well. Annihilation available. Same with the Dragons coming up in just a moment. It's Tread. Pops it. TVNT's already dead. Look at them carrying in the spawn right now. It's 4 meters to go. Twisted Minds aren't even going to get a chance to touch. Piece of Cake get their dessert and then some. A 3-1 victory over Twisted Minds locks them in that first place spot in Group D.
Wow. I think if you were to look at these two rosters just a couple of months ago, then I think it would have been Twisted Minds coming up with the win all day, every day. But these pieces from Gaming Gladiators that have now become this piece of cake roster, Danny, how impressive has this team looked to you?
Yeah, I mean, well, going in, I think the community poll results, they were right. And I honestly, going into it, you know, I did think that was going to be Twisted Minds, but dude, I mean, piece of cake. They were. I do feel like starting off the match, I think it was a lot more closer. But then as the series sort of progressed, we saw what piece of cake was capable of, and they really just like, you know, started to like really get into the groove, popped off, got the win, 3-1 victory for piece of cake. Yeah, that was amazing stuff.
Danny, following the fan vote yet again, collects another dub.
Woo!
Classic Danny move, but he always gets it right. When you like some of the prediction leaders last year as well, like you kind of dominate predictions.
Danny crushed.
Hey, it's
kind of the goat in
it's always 50-50 chance, you know.
Exactly,
so
so
the
true.
London Spitfire votes that Danny always threw out there when the rest of the desk was going for their opponent, and Danny would get it right.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, Danny. W for the Preds every day of the week.
Thanks, guys.
This was an insane map as well, by the way. Twisted Minds like coming back after 18 meter deficit is absurd on push. Like that is some incredible mental fortitude, and losing that as well for the other side of things, piece of cake. It seemed like it was just, you know, water off a duck's back. It was chilling. Like they were more than happy. Okay, fine, we lost that, whatever, we'll go next. And it speaks to the veterancy of that team as well. I mean, if you look at the piece of cake roster, there's a lot of vets. Naga, especially being one of them, has been around for a long time. I cast that guy back in like Contenders in 2018. The guy's been around for an age at this point. Exodio, pretty new face on the block, right? Upcoming DPS star from Spain, has really impressed, I think, throughout the stages of EU. And maybe Naga's veteran presence is definitely helping out the squad, but everybody seems to be very just playing their own game. We're gonna shrug this one off. It was a devastating loss on push, but whatever. We're just gonna go next, and we're just gonna pop off like this.
Yeah, I was definitely. I think I was really exciting. It was really exciting to see both Naga and Exodio. It was the DPS duo for a piece of cake that really caught my eye. Like it was just Exodio and that Cassidy, like whatever hero that he was playing, he was, you know, he always got the crucial picks. And Naga as well, like you mentioned, is a fantastic player. And of course, Naga is going to be our player of the match for this one.
Oh, Naga has just been such a showstopper for so many of these matches so far, and I feel like finally getting to showcase why he can contend with a lot of the best DPS in the EMEA region. Jaws, I know you had a lot of accolades to throw out for Naga, but I think the fact that he was able to show up on the Tracer, the Genji, being able to play the Mei also, this guy just has such a deep hero pool when it comes down to what he's able to bring to a roster, and he's on a roster right now that fully trusts him to do his job.
Yeah, 100%. Like, not only has he played the game for an absolute age, like, yeah, he's a real veteran presence and cool, calm, and collected too. Like, I spoke to him a while ago. I did a little, like, sit-down talk with him, and, like, his attitude towards the game, and honestly just towards life as well, he's a very, very positive human being, and you can see how that would influence a team in the way it does, and like you suffer a loss like that, but it doesn't matter. Like he's gonna be like, it's whatever, like who cares? We're just gonna go next, like it's all good, like we're just gonna forget that even happened and then move on. A 3-1 victory over Twisted Minds, a team that we're expecting doing incredibly well going into the meta. Damn, they could go out here.
There is a chance. I mean, piece of cake, we're definitely the better team. Let's move on to our post-match interview. We have the player of the match. We were talking about him right now. Let's hear it from the man himself. It's Naga from Piece of Cake. Naga, big congratulations on getting the win. I mean, amazing stuff as
showing
always.
up in the shirt as well. Look at that.
You're looking good.
Dressed to impress.
Thank you.
All right. I mean, yeah, this was a great victory for you guys, Naga. Like, how did you guys prepare for this match against Twisted Minds? Was there anything special that you guys did?
We thought about all the scenarios, what compositions we would play, and then the maps we thought they would pick, and the ones we would. Like, actually, we had insane preparation, so I don't know if it was specific for this one. I mean, we do the same preparation every time, so.
I did want two small ones. Just after Runasapi, how are you guys feeling? Because that's an insane like comeback lead from Twisted Minds, like a ridiculous push. You had like 118. Like, what was the comms like at the very end of that one?
I mean, we were sad about it, obviously, but I feel like, I mean, at least for me, I felt like, I mean, we all felt like we were just like by far the better team, right? And we just threw it, so we were not really stressed too much about it because we knew it was our own fault, right? And we should have won that like really convincingly. So we knew immediately like, okay, we just throw that behind us and we go next. And if we just play like remotely like we used to and how we normally do, we're just gonna win easy, right? So obviously we were sad, but yeah, it's whatever.
And the other small question I had was like, obviously with the transition between Gaming Gladiators now and obviously splitting off and making Piece of Cake, how do you guys see yourselves versus the top dogs right now, like VP and Space Station? How are you guys feeling?
I think we can definitely compete. We are very good right now, and we're very confident in ourselves. Obviously, we haven't been a team as long as they have, but I think besides that, we have like picked up the pace a lot. So we will kind of have to see how it plays out in official. It's always about the officials, right? Nothing else really matters, but we feel quite confident to at least put up like a very good fight against the top teams.
Well, I mean, this is just the first step in that journey to be able to make it to the main event, and now you have a lot of experience in the OWCS season playing with both Tread and Exodial. So how was it when you guys formed this new roster to have to incorporate two basically new support players for you guys, Skyle and Crispy?
It was relatively easy. They're both very experienced and very good players, right? So they just like fit right in, and there's also like no barriers between like people feeling like they can't say their opinion, right? It actually feels like it's just like we're meant to be like that, so it wasn't really hard at all.
All right, now I'm going to wrap up the interview here. Thank you so much for your time. And again, big congratulations, and hope to hear from you soon. Again, thank you.
My pleasure. Have a good one. Thank you.
Thank you. Great guy. Great guy.
Yeah.
Great player. Great guy. Yeah. I remember talking to him at
super
EWC as well. We did like a little losers interview, but like Jack, like you said, having like the great mentality towards like towards Overwatch, the game he plays, and also having these skills as well. You know, he's a great player for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a beast.
All right, with that match, let's take a look at the updated EMEA brackets for Group D. Of course, it is going to be a Piece of Cake getting that first place for Group D. Twisted Minds waiting for the decider match against Mental Attitude or Team Gambit.
I still think they're gonna make it out of the group stage. Like I do think that Twisted Minds have a good chance over either of these teams. But I do wonder if it is Negative Mental Attitude at the end of the day that beats Team Gambit and faces them again. Like, is it still a 3-2? Does it actually go to Negative Mental Attitude? Does Twisted Minds get it together and actually win more convincingly?
Just go to Runasapi. Everything will be decided.
Just go to Runasapi.
Everything is answered with a Runasapi smackdown.
Just play 5 maps of Runasapi. Easy.
Imagine if that was possible. You could just go to the same map
Runasapi.
over and over.
It'd be so boring, bro. Can you imagine?
I don't think that we
even like 5 maps of Kings would be like, okay, dude, I'm just come on, it's the same thing.
Thank God we don't have to do that, right? I mean,
thank God Danny's not in charge of the form.
Yeah. Thank God, yeah, I'm just here, just reading words. Hey, talking about words, talking about words, you know, we still got a lot of matches to be played for OWCS, but we also got Season 3 of Face It League to look forward to. Want to search your path to the top? Join Face It League by next Wednesday and compete against teams of your skill level to rise through Balanced Division to the top. Face It League.
It's good.
Be there.
It's a good time. Trust me, it's a good time. Unless you play with Scott in your games, but yeah, it's a good time.
Maybe next time I'll join Face It League. You know, show off my Rhine skills.
Join Overwatch, Danny. Please come. We need a tank player. Although we got Emog.
No,
so
you guys,
maybe
you guys don't want. You guys don't want me. All right, we're gonna go to a quick break. When we come back, it's gonna be match number 2: Vendetta versus Wasp. Oh no, stay tuned.
K Widow.
Leave me point. Go to picture.
I'm taking top left,
Wait,
He's on the window, he's on the window.
Widow.
Just fight point with Ramold. Fight point with Ramold, I think.
Bring on you.
Bring on you. Bring headshot, bro. One, I swear.
I'm stopping point, I'm stopping point.
Kill me.
I'm swinging on Ram, I'm swinging on Ram, swinging on Ram. Kill Ram, Ram one.
Nice.
JJ's.
Jada!
One more time.
Welcome back, everybody. We're on to our second match of EMEA and our first elimination match. Loser goes home. This is a very important one for both of these teams. Vendetta versus Wasp. Oh no, I feel like this is going to be an interesting one. Let's take a look at the Group A bracket, of course. ENCE is waiting at the top. The winner of this match is going to be facing off against Quick Esports. Loser, unfortunately, goes home.
I do miss the rivalry of Oh Yeah versus Oh No. That was truly a legendary match. Yeah, that would have been good if they made it. But yeah, Wasp Oh No, kind of a classic team. Obviously, we'll talk about them in a minute. But Vendetta and China Cookie Hybrid, ANJ and Kronos, kind of an exceptional squad. Like China, especially on the Tracer, has been a standout player, I think, for in EMEA for quite some time. They ended up coming in through Swiss. They did end up finishing 12th, so really sneaking in. And they did end up losing their first game as well. So they've got a lot to prove here. But I mean, this is the match you really want to do it against. But can you combat the silly?
Gurk?
I don't know. The Gurk.
Yeah, I mean, you guys aren't, your eyes are not deceiving you. These portraits actually do line up quite a bit with the heroes that you should expect these players to play. Ostrix is a Wrecking Ball OTP, the Gurkmeister is a Junkrat OTP, and Hev does like to flex between Mei and Tracer. KDM, Chaba, the most flexible players on this team, could probably play literally any support, but you kind of know what you're getting yourself into when you know that you've got Wasp Oh No up on the docket as one of the teams you're gonna have to face.
I mean, we were talking about this really quickly. I mean, before we talk about this, taking a look at the predictions, you know, Wasp 64%, Ven 36%. Rose, you say you're backing up Vendetta. You think Vendetta is going to take the win, and Jack's on the other side. He's all about the Gurkmeister.
The Gurk.
Yeah, can you guys quickly explain why you're backing up those teams?
Sure. I mean, I guess for me, it's not that like. I just think that maybe I wonder whether or not the surprise factor of Wasp Oh No is going to be there. Obviously, Junkrat can still do Junkrat things, and Wrecking Ball can absolutely help initiate a lot of those fights and enable a lot of those big plays. But I do feel like Vendetta, maybe they've been able to work out some of the kinks that they had, and they are prepared to have to play against something like that.
They got Gurkmeister and Ostrix. We're good. We're chill.
Easy enough.
The
All right,
audience
let's find out who gets to win then. Let's jump right into the match, guys. Take it away.
Yeah, everybody's ready and raring to go. Everybody's in the lobby. We're about to load in. Nepal is our first map chosen by Wasp. It's their chance to knock out Vendetta here, or vice versa. It's Vendetta's chance to knock out Wasp. The winner will face against Quick Esports, which Wasp actually lost to in their first round match, a 3-1 affair against Quick. They did end up taking the single map, and that was the control map, and it was Lijiang Tower. So we are going to something different here for Wasp.
Well, Nepal feels like potentially a good map for them. You do have a couple of really good Wrecking Ball points. I think you can make that work a little bit better on Shrine and Village, as we've seen Wasp Oh No do in the OWCS Stage 3. But I really think that, like, Vendetta, they should be able to play together as a team. And I think that that's one of the downsides of knowing that you are playing this Wrecking Ball comp. It takes a bit for it to get set up. And if you're going to be playing, like, a Brig that can shield bash, you've got the Hinder Grenades from the Cassidy, or even just the Slow from the Cryo Freeze on the Mei, it might be a little bit more difficult for this Wrecking Ball to actually be a part of the equation.
Well, let's have a little look. The crowd favorite in Wasp. Running out
I
with
love
Ball.
them too. I really do love them too, but...
And Chaba running out with the Alari. Oh yes, this is a team I've come to know and love over the last few stages. I mean, to be fair, I do believe Gurkmeister was rank, I'll have to check, as of like today, but previously was rank 1 and 2 on the DPS ladder in EU, using obviously only Junkrat. So, you know, W for the Junkrat players out there. Oh, goodbye, Ostrix. Goodbye. Hey, okay, that's unfortunate. Common A and JW.
See, I really am a fan of the Wasp Oh No roster. I think seeing Junkrat play, high-level Junkrat play specifically, is just such a treat. But you've got Vendetta that's playing such a meta composition. It's very hard right now knowing that like May is Juno so mandatory, it feels like. To think that like the Wrecking Ball could get the better of this team. But I don't know, Junkrat can still do Junkrat things. And Hybrid's also by himself.
Yeah, Hybrid's immortal though, it's all good. Arissa went golden. And ANJ's there obviously with the backup. Nice spam coming in from Gurk. Does mean Hev ends up picking up a kill. Hybrid just kind of inting into the backline, gets naded and instantly dealt with as Vendetta do lose control.
Oh.
All good. We're chilling.
It's almost not. But there you go. Now that Wasp actually have control of the point, this is where the Wrecking Ball can be stronger. You get a lot more time to actually set up. You can go on the pincer with some of these Junkrat mines.
Oh, here comes the mines. Got the Christmas lights on him too. The Christmas present for somebody. He's looking to give it to him. Oh, that wall is doing a lot of heavy lifting. Oh, only a little bit of damage there, but the ball rolled through. Actually didn't end up netting any kills either. Ostrix with the ball tech there, just rolling off of the wall to maybe get a slam down. Spear comes through for Hybrid. Here comes the slam, mines, nano, everything thrown in. A slam kill onto China. And a deployed orbital ray from Kronos. NJ's going to do a lot of damage, both in the looks department and in the brig flailing. Wasp, oh no, with 50% and counting. Gurk has found ANJ lacking on the side. That is a nice little flare kill onto the Gurk, as ANJ now battling with Ostrix. But Vendetta, they're slowly but surely taking over this point, as Wasp now gonna lose the fight.
Oh, they actually have to go get the... Whoa, that's an orbital ray coming out from Chaba.
Wow, what a perfectly timed shield there from Ostrix. You saw the skull being built up there, but Cookie hit the shield at exactly the right time in order to absorb all that damage. Cookie ends up missing that nade, but it doesn't matter. Okay, well, one tap to the head, one tap to the body, and Hev ends up going down. Still in control of Wasp knows. Taking Vendetta a long time to get Wasp off this point. Finally, they get it done. But that's all thanks to Ostrix. I mean, the staying power of the ball is pretty crazy.
It is very crazy. That's why it's always a much better power position to play from when you already have control of the point, because you're able to extend that lead so much. So 80% on the board here for Wasp No as Vendetta do get that point capture back. But yeah, you can kind of see how like the Wrecking Ball might struggle a little bit. You still have a lot of time to actually get yourself back on the point, and with a minefield again to be able to do that. But
nice little mindset. Oh, Hybrid's sleeping.
Oh my god, the sleep.
Nice nades coming in through from Gurk there. Little spear spin. Hybrid using basically everything in this fight, but Ostrix has already killed everybody. Already killed everybody. Just a small little 4K there for the ball. No problem. Wasp ends up team killing, and they get the first. They get this cap, and this might be the final fight here for Vendetta. Wasp doing a little bit of scouting now. Ostrix even.
He's back.
No.
With another tire.
Yeah. It's going to be painful. The last couple of minutes too, when you need someone to touch. Gurk is going to be looking for something. Hopefully ANJ here is going to be the kill. He's found the Cassidy. He doesn't end up getting the kill. But Hev does kill China. A quick touch for ANJ now. As he moves on through with the rest of his team. Using that orbital ray deployed by Kronos on the points. KDM with a nice little angle off to the side. Iris Cookie ends up going down. Nice little spear there from Hybrid from downtown, but he's just getting bullied on the point. ANJ does hit the bash on Hybrid. Doesn't move him one bit as he was Terror Surgeon, and ANJ ends up going down. Ostrix takes care of Hybrid as Wasp, oh no, just their comp is so annoying to deal with on the point. They end up holding on to it and end up capping as well, and that is going to be point on the board for Wasp. It's just dealing with that comp. You got to feel for ANJ and Kronos in the backline. They are trying their darndest. I mean, ANJ on the brig can be pretty susceptible to Ostrix. You know, you can flail, you can bash the Wrecking Ball away, but Ostrix playing around that perfectly, and it's been a rough time for the Vendetta support line.
It really has. I mean, it's just tough because, like, you want to play the Brig and the Juno, but you also have a lot of things that can dive your backline. Notably, the Wrecking Ball, I think, would be the biggest hindrance to this backline actually being able to stay alive. But it's like, okay, well, then if ANJ is actually there to try to keep Kronos up, then Kronos can't heal the team, or if you're too busy dealing with the ball, then you're also not worried about your front line. I think it can cause a lot of problems, but we're switching things up quite a bit here as we head over to Village. Not for Waspo, no, but we are for Vendetta. That's going to be China on the far this time around.
Ooh, KDM's already dead. Nice heals coming through from ANJ and Kronos there. The KDM dead as well. I mean, Wasp, their comp, like, what, Hev and Ostrix, they don't need support a lot of the time as the Tracer, like solo operators, especially the Wrecking Ball, so it wouldn't be the biggest loss in the world. Like, it's tough without the Ana, of course, but it's not lost. But saying that, they did lose the point, so, you know, kind of point proven. Or hit the aerial.
Oh my god, please.
Oh, almost. He got somebody with the mine. It did hit somebody, but...
Oh, if Gurk had hit that shot, like, game over. Honestly, like, I would have switched. I'll switch off the far. The Junkrat just killed you.
Oh, good nade in the backline. See that 3-man anti on Cookie's trying to earn hybrids. Good spear, though. He's going to stop Ostrix in his tracks. I mean, this is the big thing here as well. Like, the Arista is just so good against the ball. Veteran just going to continue to hold.
And then you've got the Pharah that's actually set up here to get the spam too. What was that? Where was that spear?
I think it was in choke on the top right.
I was like, that felt like it was across the
top
map,
left, sorry.
though.
Yeah, I think it was. KDM not having the best time right now. NJ and Cronus building up towards those support ultimates. It's tough for Wasp to set up, and like you mentioned, Rose, it's takes them a little time.
Yeah, like depending on how fast they actually move in here, this could be final fight.
Yeah, see, Ostrix can't move. Nice little spear as well. Also unconnected. Gurk taking down China. You can imagine that was probably a mid-air kill. Let's be real ourselves here. Nano on the Wrecking Ball, but Kronos and A&J popping their ultimates as well. It's going to be an easy target for A&J just to wail on Ostrix. There's no chance for their Wrecking Ball to do anything, even with the Nano. Cookie is playing on his own too, but there's just so many tools to deal with the Wrecking Ball. It's kind of a joke. It's like Ostrix loaded into the lobby and was like, okay, I'm just playing against every counter imaginable, but you know, good Wrecking Balls will still get it popping, but unfortunately for Ostrix, in this round at the very least. Gurk's dead. What? Okay, I think Gurk was trying to style on China a little bit, hit the mid-air, but he got booped. That is... He had the little detonator in his hand too, so he could, you know...
Yeah.
He clearly used it so he couldn't get himself back up onto the high ground. Well, Gurk's gonna tire from spawn. I've seen crazier things on this map, I'm gonna be honest, but China taking down KDM and Hybrid absorbing all of that damage. That gold on the Orisa, just too powerful compared to the tire. Hev dead as well. Slow bleed out here from Wasp. Oh no, it's Ostrix. One final tap will do it, and A&J taking down Chava. All right, there we go. Vendetta tying that one up. Ostrix, yeah, not doing too much that round on the Wrecking Ball, but there's so many counters, who can blame?
Gurkmeister going off the map, even if it was a fair boop, reminds me of the first map that they played. I was watching the replays of the Wasp No game and the Quick Esports game. Very first round of Li Shang. Gurk is off the map. Like, they have not even, like, been 3 seconds out of spawn, and I see Gurk just fall into the drink. Oh, you know, he does get booped.
Yeah.
Oh, it's unlucky.
Unfortunate.
So funny. It's okay. You go for the next round.
All good. We go next. All right, Ostrix back on the ball. Gurk on the, of course, on the Junkrat. No chance they end up so whopping. See if Cookies can kind of survive this incoming spam damage. It's kind of annoying playing on that little off angle there because it's just an easy lineup for the Junkrat. But Gurk does need help. Someone save my Gurk. KDM is dead. Okay, I would just kind of runs down. It's going to be the big problem here, I think, for the Wasp No backline. I think not playing the Brig is a little bit of a mistake. I think with how easy it is for Hybrid just kind of run down KDM. Like, Chaba can, like, deploy Lamp, hits the shift, right? You can nade yourself, of course, but you don't ideally want to use all those cooldowns just to save the Ana.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised we haven't seen the Brigitte at all. I mean, like, when we've taken a look at what KDM and Chaba actually wanted to play in their match versus Quick Esports, they played Brig only a couple times towards the end of that series, and it didn't feel like there was really Ana Brig was kind of like the two heroes that they liked to play in tandem the most. Really not a fan of the Juno. But I don't know if Ana Bap is it either.
Oh yeah, I mean, KDM's already dead. Yeah, and same with Chaba, okay. I mean, that's fight over with, unless Goatmeister goes crazy? No, it's not happening, unfortunately. That's a little whip shot there from ANJ. Okay, and now you don't use any ults. And now Wasp is stuck in a situation where they've swapped Sakiriko to try and survive, like the dive and the spam and everything else, and now they got no ults to play with, and they're running into 4 from Vendetta.
Well, they have the Amp Matrix here, so Chaba can use that to help the team create some space, but Chaba's also kind of going off on an own little selfish angle on the high ground.
And that's a direct. Oh, and that's another one too. Oh, there come the mines. All right, Goatmeister descends from heaven and kills Shiner. I think that was a nice little double statue over the high ground. Tire coming in. Spear's already been used. Good chance to get the tire in. Over the top of the high ground, people are searching, looking for it. ANJ, maybe the target. Nope, he explodes onto Hybrid, who instantly hits that gold. Terror Surge available too, so he's got another lifeline if he wants to use it. Use it, he does. Slams it back down, no damage. But meets Ostrix. I mean, this damage amplification coming through from the orbital ray. I think this might just be round over. And map over as well. Vendetta, back-to-back maps, getting 100-0 over Wasp. Oh no.
Oh no.
Yeah. Good place to put it.
Yeah, that's it.
There's the Amp Matrix. it's spawned. Yeah, that was.
I didn't get a chance to use it.
Pretty tough game when you have infinite counters being thrown at you, but chilling.
Yeah, I mean, like, I truly love this Wasp No team. I think they're so much fun to like watch the Junkrat, watch the tires, watch the Wrecking Ball spin around, and just all of the pieces actually come together. But I think that you still have this issue if you're Wasp No, where every other team knows what you're gonna play, and they also know sort of how the team is gonna function now with the Wrecking Ball and the Junkrat constantly being picked. That it gives you a little bit better way to actually prepare for the matchup. And I do think that Vendetta, especially looking at the second and third round, like they have prepped specifically to deal with this team.
Yeah, I mean, and it's like, if you are the backline for Vendetta, you have ANJ who's just break maxing, and then okay, I just bash you, I whip shot you, and then I hit ult, and then you get stunned, and then it's like, well, I can't do anything. Oh, and I have flashbang. Oh, and then we got spear, and then we got spear spin, and we got terror. So it's like, it's not fun for Ostrix. See that whip shot? Ooh, so that was like, I was surprised. Goatmeister went over the edge there into the pit. But yeah, ANJ doing a good job, like kind of protecting the back line and also just keeping himself alive. Yeah, there's the double mind skills from Ostrix too. As we move on to the maps as well, I mean, Wasp luckily can choose where they want to go. Oh my god, look at Kirkmeister just donking on China the very. Was this the kill? Oh yeah, so he was actually going for it. Just gets boofed. Okay, it was worth the attempt. I think
it was.
China was a little bit too far away for the mines to be consistent, but hey, it would have looked cool if it happened.
But you get a little bit of revenge there with the concussive mine for the Pharah. So you are eventually able to get that kill, but it is going to be a little bit tough, I think, for this Wrecking Ball. It does fare better when you are actually going to be on a more linear type of map. So the fact that Wasp and No actually get a chance to pick this next one is a very, very good benefit for them.
Yes, indeed. Some map stats for you there. 2 KDA versus the 0.5 of Wasp. Okay, well, where do they want to go? Where is the best map for Wasp to play Junk? And the ball is the question. I don't know, to be honest. Yeah, I wonder if Clash is probably not actually thinking about it. Clash is probably not that good for the ball because you need like solid point presence like a lot of the time, and like Rush feels way stronger in that game type, but you never know. Honestly, with Wasp or No, you don't know what's going to come out from the team. So we'll have to wait and see where they pick. They pick Junkertown. Okay.
I was gonna say when they were able to do their very first map pick versus Quick Esports, they decided to go to Junkertown. So here we are again.
We are, and that was a Wasp's pick there. That was not Vendetta's pick. Obviously, Vendetta won. Let's have a look. It's going to be ball, obviously. I want to see what the backline are going to play. I think that's going to be the big difference maker.
It is
No
so
Widowmaker,
interesting.
which
It's
kinda
so
sucks.
interesting to see what KDM and Chaba actually play. Because they really have sort of left the script behind of needing to pick Juno and needing to pick like Brig or Ana to deal with that. And I think that being able to bring out something like a double flex or just being able to pick something else that they feel like has more utility in that particular matchup is really cool. Like, I could see them sticking to this Zen Ana backline to come out of the gates on attack.
Zenana wouldn't be too bad, especially on the how long range it is. Makes hybrid Zypher a little bit more painful. Let's have a look. If I'm like not surprised Cookies is playing the Cassidy. I thought maybe you play something like a Widow or an Ashe, but it's very easy to kind of descend on that one person because they have Hev on Tracer and Ostrix obviously on the ball. Oh, what a slam! Slam right click from KDM. Okay, good start for Wasp though. That's one pain point down.
Couple more to go here, but a very, very good start. I love how much airtime the Gurk nades are also getting. He's getting maximum reach across the map, and I think that's so funny. Especially if you know that you can sort of control where Vendetta are going to be defending from, where you are going to be in the windows or something. Like, Gurkmeister just killed Cronus. From I don't know where.
Gurk's gotten his too. Yeah, Hybrid is going to get melted with that Discord orb. You see how much damage he took trying to look at Shabba. Alright, China's the only one really left. ANJ, oh, ANJ doesn't hit the jump. Might just die for it too, yeah, he does. Didn't hit the jump off the little cog there, sadly, so it doesn't get away.
That is it. I do not think that that's going to be a contest. Hybrid is a little too far away to be able to make it there. There's just going to be a close hold. Very, very quick point A capture. And this is why the Zenyatta and Ana is so good in a composition like this, because you are just trying to explode the enemy team. Orb of Discord, the antis from the Ana, just all of the slam and spam damage all adds up together to make these picks really fast. So it's working out great for them so far. They just got to keep it up, and they've got 5 ults here, Jack. Like, they...
Oh, speaking... Oh, there's one. Does he get the tire as well? No.
I know.
Gurkmeister down, though. That's a good stick from China. Caught Gurk lacking a little bit there. Well, there's one ult there. I mean, sure. Trade 1 for 1. Mine's coming in maybe for Ostrix. Bomb thrown out from Hev. Didn't get anything. They're actually just chasing down the Wrecking Ball right now. But Ostrix is all good. There's the Transcendence also being used. Gurk's full HP. Oh, use that Terror Surge. Grabs 2 people, but it's actually Hev. Applying that Discord orb, yeah, pretty deadly. I mean, if KDM stays alive in these fights, like getting that Discord on Hybrid just forces so much. It's actually gonna force Hybrid to switch as well.
Yeah, like, it isn't about the sustain for these 2 supports. It's all about that explosive damage. And yeah, we are going to see that switch as Hybrid's definitely had enough of this. Diva time, and already antied walking out of spawn, already demacked.
Yeah, that might just be the point, to be honest. Although still, anything can happen when you're in that orbital ray, that is for sure, even with that bunny blaster. Helps you build up the ult quicker as well. Though 3 meters to go, and Ostrix still alive. They might be in a good spot. Rally deployed from A&J, gets the stun onto the Wrecking Ball, but that's really about it. Kronos is in the middle of the team, and that will be the point. Or we'll almost call it 5 minutes, 4:50 on the board for Wasp. They go into 3rd point. An unorthodox comp, no like real long-range hit scan to be had.
Nope.
Just all Gurk, all Ostrix. 5.
Oh my goodness.
That's out.
KDM is the damage dealer, actually. I would love to see the stats for this team. But I feel like KDM has come up with the final blows on so many of these heroes, which is just funny. I miss those days. Jack, I'm sure you also miss those days of Zenyatta being...
I miss playing Zen.
Oh, such a good hero. It's one of my
just
favorites.
sucks right now, sadly. Juno's just too good, but it's all
I don't
good.
know about
Wasp
KDM is proving everybody wrong, actually.
And making it work. Nice little boot there onto Kronos, although with how mobile Juno is, it's really easy for A&J to land a pack and not have to worry too much about your counterpart. All right, a lot of ults for Wasp, oh no. Stick from China, misses. Still hits the Transcendence, though does KDM to try and survive the incoming damage. China pretty low. He's got recall, but wants to go for the bigger health back so he can continue the aggression. And with these mines deployed onto high ground, A&J with nowhere to run ends up just falling over to Hev as Wasp oh no just keeping the payload going. and staggering the D.Va a little bit too. Early around in this final corner, Vendetta have got this self-destruct and the orbital ray coming up, but they've got one final chance to make something happen.
And Zenyatta might have a nice group of orbs for your face. I'm not sure. China is already very low. Already very
China,
good.
oh, Chaba kills 2 with an 8. Okay, well that'll do it. That should be it. That orbital ray has been deployed. It's on the point to use, but we got a nano Gurk on the field, and KDM taking the most aggressive position possible on the Zen. Hybrid down to the Gurk, and that should be it. Gurkmeister and KDM walking into the spawn doors as Wasp no get the team kill, and 2-minute 50-second time bank as well. Thanks,
I love Zenyatta. I love Zenyatta. I love this team.
Yeah, it's truly a thing to behold. Perhaps the 8th wonder of the world, perhaps?
Oh my god. That is so much time, too. That was like a speed run of Junkertown. It has been so long since we've actually seen people finish Junkertown with this many minutes in the bank.
Speedrun. Control fraudulent game mode continues to be so.
That's true.
Just see what Vendetta do on their attack. See if they can match that time bank. But yes, it's looking pretty tough. Is KDM still going to play the Zen? I mean, yeah, it worked out before. Especially if Hybrid's on the Orisa. Little Discord orb, couple of mines, couple of bits of damage thrown in from Hev. It's tough to play the Orisa into this. It's pretty easy for Hybrid to swap, so I wouldn't be surprised if he swaps D.Va pretty quick.
Yeah, but I think D.Va, you're still getting hurt. Like yes, the defense matrix helps, and you have a little bit more mobility, but you're still gonna get blasted by this orb of discord and then the anti, and it only takes a couple of seconds for you to get demeched.
Yeah, good support for the backline though, but yeah, there are definitely pros and cons of it. We'll see if Hybrid ends up sticking. Oh, you love to see that. A little recon arrow kill. Kirk is down. Gurkmeister bites the dust. Good shot from Cookie. Mike.
Damn.
Yeah, people maybe not. Oh yeah, Hanzo's the thing. Oh, he can one-shot again. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Gurk will be back though. Double satellite spawn. We're good. We're chilling.
Ooh, he immediately sniffs out Ostrix though, and also Hev. This is a lot of space that Vendetta's already taken though. Like the fact that you got rid of Gurk so early just means that you're pushed back all of this defense from Oh No, and you don't see them get set up pretty quickly here.
Oh, good long range. Spam damage coming through from KDM. All of Discord applied to Hybrid over and over and over. Even got out with the China Mei too to try and wall off the Wrecking Ball, but it's going to be a very tall order to do so. Even Cookie taking a lot of damage. So much spam coming in from Wasp on his comp. Eventually, they will find a kill, being Vendetta, but they do trade Hybrid for it. As long as Ostrix stays alive, oh, not quite, no. Not as much cover as you'd like on that coast side.
Hev and KDM are holding down the fort here on the defense really well. They're gonna have the three ultimates here, like not just the Zenyatta and the Tracer, but you also have Gurkmeister's Tire. Ooh, a lot of stuff to just keep this defense up here for Oh No.
Orbital Ray available from Kronos too. It's gonna be pretty easy to walk with this one. They do have an out though in KDM's Transcendence. Oh, is that a boop off the map? I think it was. Yeah, goodbye, Cookie. Okay.
Well, now they don't need ults.
Now they don't need anything, yeah. Just apply the Discord to Hybrid and focus down the Orisa, and just like that, instantly blown up.
Oh, China was already used the fort. Oh, China had used the Icebox to get away. It gets boofed off the map. It's 1 minute and 40 seconds left for Vendetta to actually crack through this defense. And Wasp no have done this without using anything. They've got 5 ultimates now. Screw the 3 that they had in the bank. It's all 5. That might not even need him either if they just keep getting these first picks like this. I'm just gonna get
Ostrix just grapple stalling on that little silo up there. Yeah, 5 ults in the bank versus almost 5 for Vendetta. Someone's going to have to press Q at some point. Mine's deployed first. Chaba is going to get isolated onto the side. No way near KDM, so not able to Transcendence could save you there. A&J, though, traded out as the tire has been ripped from Gurkmeister. Oh, it's found targets. China tried to hide behind that little blue barrel and ends up going down. There's only a minute to go. And Wasp no, the masters of Junkertown, using that buff from Junkrat, you know, the 10% damage buff from Junkertown.
Yeah, exactly. It's the home field advantage.
It's honestly looking like it, I'm going to be honest.
That's not actually a patch note thing.
An absurd comp.
Not disclose that.
We're not legally obligated.
No, but look, this is great. This is great for Vendetta. They've got 5 ultimates
silly.
now after getting 3 out of Wasp's pocket. Surely that's enough. Surely 5 to 3. That's enough, right? But there's a nano Junkrat in your face.
No, nano Junkrat gets speared, Blizzard, and that orbital ray used to deal with Gurkmeister. A whole army used basically there to bring down the Junkrats, and Hybrid hunting and searching for the Ana in the backline again. Spears him straight into the mega health pack. A sleep isn't going to affect the gold. Narissa finally takes him down. Payload's still moving, but they are in OT, and Ostrix is still alive. Could be a stall coming out from Wasp, oh no.
They can definitely come in with another contest here, especially because they've got the Wrecking Ball. Even if it gets booped away, you can come back in.
Long range high noon though, so going to be pretty tough. Yeah, head try for the touch. Couple of meters to go. No more retouch there. No, Ostrix didn't want to mess with that. So it was a nicely placed high noon from Cookie. That far away as well, like you're not really fearing anything. Even the sleep there, it would be tough to kind of land.
We got China on the Pharah now. So, giving up the Mei, maybe not feeling like it had found enough purchase in a lot of these fights. I do feel like China more often than not had been forced to use Ice Block really early, and then the walls weren't actually getting any of the isolations that you would have wanted to. So maybe the Pharah are gonna fare a little bit better. More difficult to hit there. Gurkmeister and KDM might have a little bit more trouble.
No, not for Gurkmeister, surely.
No. You're right.
Still doing a fair amount of damage, look at that. Discord will apply to China and they're still getting kind of rolled. Here comes the tire though. Where's it going? On the backside of Junkertown right now. Straight over the top. Where is Gurk looking? Well, he's found the rest of the team. Uh-oh. Oh, still ends up not getting a kill. Wow, that was quite the journey that tire went on. Found Junkertown in about 2 days. Mine's available from Ostrix. Pulse bomb from Hev ends up missing, so Wasp DTS ultimate's now out of the game. But Ostrix does the heavy lifting with those mines.
He kicked in! He got kicked in!
Kicked straight to the face. They truly are the masters of Junkertown.
This KDM Zenyatta has been sick. I'm here for it. I love the Junkrat, but give me more KDM Zenyatta. This has been such a treat. Oh, another Transcendence here for
Highest
KDM.
quality of gameplay. Yeah, I mean, that was support ultimate with 40 seconds to go. Gross has got the way, but Ostrix... It's making it out alive, too. No flashbang for Hev. Slowly backing up, regrouping, regaining health. And now they're going to send Nano Junk again. Nano Gurkmeister into the back line, just... one mine, one left click. That's one dead Ana, one dead Brig, one dead anything pretty much. Here comes the orbital ray from Kronos, and there's Junkmeister. He got it again. The nano boost into Cookie, instant kill onto the Cassidy. They're not trading though for Chaba, so a 4-on-4 rally deployed on the point. A&J holding down the 4, giving everybody that over health now. China rejoins the rest of the team as KDM finally pays for his sins. We're playing Zenyatta. But with Vendetta in overtime, still a good look for Wasp, oh no.
And Gurkmeister's still alive. So there is a... No, never mind. I was gonna say maybe there's a possibility for a bit of a spam kill there, but in overtime, Vendetta are finally able to get this payload into the 3rd point. But they don't have a whole lot of time to actually do this in now. Minute and a half, already ticking down. Hybrid does have the Viva Bomb. There is something to be used there, I guess, to at least be able to get back into mech. I'm gonna maybe play a little bit more aggressive in that case. But you gotta watch out for your backline if you're Hybrid, because you know Hev is gonna be coming after them with this pulse bomb. Oh my god.
That was spam damage too, I think.
Spam and then the concussive.
Yeah. Like me some of that. ANJ dead too. Unfortunate. All right, reset. Vendetta definitely not finishing with time here, that's for sure. 45 seconds to go, and they got to deal with the tire, the mines, everything, pretty much. And Ostrix is playing in the rafters.
Oh, I don't think they're gonna finish the map. I don't think this is gonna happen. This is Wasp's map.
No one knows where Ostrix is, by the way. Oh, they finally spot Ostrix. Okay. I think China was like right next to him, just didn't see the ball, just grappling onto the roof like that. All right, mines deployed, buying even more time, so overtime, thanks to those mines. Cookie almost gets his face ripped off by those orbs, and Cronus is dead to go, Meister. Here comes the tire. The fight's breaking down, chaos ensues, and straight from the high ground, Gert kills another. 2 kills for the Junkrats, and overtime is here, but Cookie comes up big with a double pulse. Could this be the turnaround they're looking for? Ostrix is still alive, as well as Hev. Hev quickly dealt with after ANJ falls. But Vendetta, they haven't got much in the bank. They need these support ultimates to finish this map at the very least.
Oh, but this Transcendence from KDM is going to help neutralize a lot of that orbital ray damage output that you could see here. I know it's not able to out-heal everything, but it's still going to be a lot to make sure that this orbital ray doesn't just run them over. And the fact that there's this China barrage, China's going to have to look out in the rafters. I think Gurkmeister is going to find that a very, very easy target to take down here. So it comes off the back of this Nano and this Transcendence for a Wasp. Oh no.
Oh no, that orbit a little bit too late there to try and save Cookie. China's got this barrage available. Nano deployed, goes onto Ostrix before he met a rather fateful death. China does end up going down to KDM. But they are slowly losing members, although Ostrix just being alive is what's important. Can just stall for a long time. There isn't too much damage. I mean, the focus fire is nice for Vendetta, but their DPS aren't here. Eventually, Cookie makes his way back to the fight as Ostrix is stalling until the ends of the earth almost. And now here comes Wasp. Oh no, reinforcements.
Have the mines though, and they also do have this pulse bomb, so Hev can keep this on.
Good stick. ANJ down, barrage comes in, China falls, but does take one with him. Support's missing now for Wasp. Oh no, still the mines available from Ostrix, but Cookie still just dominating on the Tracer. Has come alive in the last portion of this map. A mine kill on to, no, they don't, there's no way. Wasp end up taking the map. There was Kronos next to the point, and they get off. I had to get off from my chair there real fast. I did not expect that. I think they thought someone was on it. I don't know. There was a concussive mine that killed the Baby Diva, so surely I think the Baby Diva was definitely on the point trying to get the remake.
But why did everybody walk away when there was a Diva bomb that was there to protect you? That was like the last gift from Hybrid to secure the map finish. And when I said they weren't going to finish the map, that is not what I meant.
Well, there it is. A final point defense for Wasp. They're tying the series up. One apiece now as Vendetta. They had 2 people left and Cookie was alive. Just got off. It was like a meter to go.
The Diva bomb should have protected you. I don't...
Yeah, I think Gurk, though, when you were remaking, I think Gurk was just throwing bombs at the general direction. And yeah, the concussion mine did end up landing. Boom, insta-kill. Yeah, that was a nail-biter finish, because Cookie had that in the bag almost there. There was like 2 people alive, Gurk and Ostrix, so it's about highlights from that map. Good stick as well. Tire getting deleted.
We'll just chalk it up to the Junkrat home field advantage.
Yeah. I mean, where do we go now? I mean, you don't want to pick a map good for the Wrecking Ball. See if... Well, they went to Wasp went to Junkertown against Quick Esports and ended up losing it. Vendetta played Ents in their first round, a game that you're definitely going to lose against Ents, the best team in the region, or could be said to be the best team at the moment.
They could pick Midtown.
Yeah. Midtown wouldn't be too bad as a hybrid of choice.
You give it Midtown, hybrid can play Orisa. It's a little bit more difficult, I think, for the Wrecking Ball to actually get past that first point, and even on third especially, is just not so easy to have to play on. So I think that Midtown could be a potential pick here.
Look at this. Here we go. A little slam. So
man.
Hybrid gets demeched, and look at the mines coming in, bang, and then Cookie is right on the point as well. It looked like Cookie had a touch. I'm pretty sure he thought so as well. But yeah, no finish of the map. I mean, the spawns were coming in for Wasp, no, but it still looks pretty promising for Vendetta. Here are the stats on your screen. 53 deaths. That is a lot of deaths. To be fair, a lot of deaths on the other side as well. Just a very chaotic game so far.
A lot of those deaths were by the hands of that KDM Zenyatta.
Yeah, that's very fair to say, I think.
It was
Where are we going to go?
Fun.
I want to know.
I still think Midtown is pretty
good map for it, I think. I think even King's Road, to be fair, wouldn't be too bad.
Yeah.
A lot of the hybrid maps. Here is the map pool, of course. Blizzard World. Maybe Blizzard World a little bit less so. Midtown, King's Row, maybe. Go to Escort, we've already done, of course. So we've got Push, Clash, / Flashpoint, or Hybrid.
I actually could see them picking Clash. I could see them picking a Clash map.
Yeah?
Yeah, because they happen so fast. It's kind of not like they happen so fast, and they happen almost a bit more predictably than Flashpoint, because you know which side of the map it's going to move towards in terms of which lettered pointer we're gonna go to next. But it's gonna be Midtown. I was right the first time.
There we go. Yeah, Midtown for Hybrid. Vendetta's pick. Okay. A little less, a little bit more restrictive for the Wrecking Ball. And then, well, you could have, yeah, King's Row, I think, would have been another viable choice. I think Midtown was another map that Quick Esports took off of Wasp. No, it was only the Control. They ended up winning in the 3-1. Would be nice to see that rematch again. I think that's the best thing about these group stages sometimes, is when you're in this elimination match, you do get a chance to maybe face one of your rival in a way from the opening matches. And elimination means one of these teams will be going home after this series, but Midtown is the pick. No substitutions either side either, so we're going to see Gergmeister on the junk and Ostrix on the ball as we load in.
But you're absolutely right, where this particular map can limit a lot of the ability for the Wrecking Ball to actually maneuver behind the team. I think even Gergmeister with the Junkrat might have a little bit more difficulty. There's a lot of cover to play around, so the Junkrat spam is not necessarily going to be as easy to hit its target as in some of these other maps. Even on Junkertown, you see all the open space that you're playing around with. There are very limited amounts of actual cover, so you've got a little bit better angles to actually get that nade spam down on. And it was not a bad pick for what we ended up seeing Quick Esports do to them by picking that Midtown too, when you know they're going to be also coming out with something like an Orisa, like a Ramatra. So I think this works out well for Hybrid. Even if it's the Diva too, I think either way, it feels good to know that it's more about limiting the Wrecking Ball rather than it is just bolstering up your own teams.
Very defensive backline too from Wasp. I mean, sorry, not defensive, very aggressive. The complete opposite direction. With the Alari too. They want to go fast though, do Vendetta running A&J on the Lucio of all things. Trying to get to the point ASAP. A&J slammed, needs some desperate help. Just instantly taken out. Wow, focused down. Ostrix hates my man's A&J. Honestly, one of the more ideal targets to slam, to be fair. Fight on second point of all things for Vendetta right now. It's really not where you want to be, especially against a comp that is very good at kind of soloing people. If you can't get caught out, you need to move as a squad. Because a Ball, Tracer, and Junk, they all have the capabilities of winning these 1v1s, winning these weird fights. Here comes the re-engage though.
Yeah, but the more you pressure down Ostrix, the more that they have to go back to actually get that healing. And Hybrid also taking this opportunity while Ostrix is out of the way to go try to jump this backline.
Yeah, A&J dead again. Same with China. Vendetta's attack push right now just kind of getting owned. I mean, KDM falls, sure, but Hybrid's not going to be able to get a tick. There's no way, because Ostrix is still alive, and Ostrix is just rolling around this lamppost.
Holy cow, he's so fast!
It is a little silly, a little wild with it. Hybrid is still in the fight, but like, they're just pulse one on the floor. They're just losing players on the rotate. Like A&J is just going down over and over again to the slam of Ostrix, and they're just slowly losing this game. I mean, 2 minutes to go, and they've not really had a clean fight. They've
not at all
half rotated to the point, and then Ostrix bowls through people, and then Goatmeister's there with a bomb. So,
well, they're finally regrouping as a full team of 5. So Vendetta can actually put a good effort towards this next attack push. Don't really have a whole lot to their name right now. Yeah, Hybrid's actually going to switch off the Diva and go to the Orisa. So maybe actually trying to lean into what we were hoping they would for this actual map, but you still don't have really much of anything except for the Orbital Ray, and you were going to have the Barrage, except you don't anymore.
Yeah, not anymore. Damn. Gurk's ability to take down the Pharah is pretty crazy. Every single time we see a kill when China's dead, it's always Gurkmeister. On the junk rat with the satchel. Alright, minutes to go. There's a sound barrier coming through. KDM is dead, and they're just going to be able to move on forward with this Orbital Ray. They've lost 1 but killed 2. Support's down for Wasp, oh no. Ev's forced to recall, so hasn't got a lifeline to use anymore. And with Hybrid on the Orisa, a bit more of a hardy target to take down as China finally gets some revenge on Gurkmeister. Minute to go. Ostrix alive always means there's going to be a recontest available to the ball. And yeah, it looks like Hev's going to make his way back onto the point too. There's the nano boost, A&J in the sights of Ostrix. And I think they should be good for a full regroup of 5. Although saying that, Tava has fallen to Hybrid. Ostrix doing a nice roundabout impression there. Just going around in a circle, and they're going to eventually cap the point. They're going to have to go Ostrix. They are fighting picks. So it is just Wasp who's trying to burn as much time off the time bank as humanly possible. And there it is, 2 minutes and 50 in the time bank for Vendetta.
Jeez. Oh, I felt like this was never going to happen, though, because of how well of a grip Waspo No had on this defense. Gonna see a couple of changes, though. I mean, okay, Chaba on the Juno now if we're gonna take stock of all the changes here. Cookie on the Ash. So those are sort of the big ones as we move into this next point. I guess A&J also switching off the Lucio to the Brig. I think the Brig is way better to pair up with the Juno, especially when you know that you're still going to have this Wrecking Ball that's putting that pressure on the back line. That was a great... Oh, watch out wherever he might be, Big
I don't
Meister.
think... That wasn't... Like, what? You just randomly fell into a trap?
I was so ready for there to be, like, just
mines being thrown towards them, yeah.
Yeah.
That's always the fear, I think. Your human instinct, your panic mode is like, oh my god, I stood into a trap, I'm so dead. There's the Terror Surge KO onto Goatmeister. No longer will he haunt the dreams of China. At least for the moment, anyway. Give him about 10 more seconds and he'll be back in the fight.
Ooh, Chaba's back at Alari?
Okay, yeah, I mean, this is a pretty long sideline on this point, to be fair. Good spear kill from Hybrid. Just doing his best big DPS impression, just kind of running at people. Goatmeister's tire is already half HP. Perfectly timed spear from Hybrid, just pinging that one from around the corner almost. And here comes the Orbital Ray. So yeah, I mean, slowly but surely, Vendetta are making this work. Wasp, oh no, they got the nano boost. They can send Gurk in with it if they want to, or they can just send Ostrix to keep him up. Oh, the nano, he was looking for the Wrecking Ball. They didn't quite find it. Goatmeister with 1, but already KDM has fallen to that barrage, and Goatmeister forced off that point. And there's got to be a cap. Yeah, 0.12 meters, absolutely no chance. And Vendetta, they're getting it done. 230 apparently is all that they need.
Sorry, they're fed up. They're done. They've had enough. I even saw like the nano melee onto China while he was barraging. That cracked me up, honestly.
Hey, it's extra damage.
Just a little bit. But yeah, Vendetta finally cracked the code. They're gonna be moving into this 3rd point. This rally, very good to have here. Another switch up for the backline of Wasp, oh no, as we take a look at KDM back on the Zenyatta and Chaba back on the Ana. They're actually switching roles here because KDM was on the Ana just a little bit ago.
NJ's got the rally for Vendetta, however. Oh, good stick from Av. Probably doesn't get a kill. It was on the Orisa. Cookie is pretty low. Hybrid's just taking control of this high ground. Normally you see the tank on the corner on the low ground, but nope, Hybrid's on high. Because he's scared of Ostrix just slamming on the rest of his team. And now he's in the back line. Nice spear too. I mean, Hybrid is just playing DPS. What's a ex-DPS player, by the way? That's 3 kills for Hybrid, sure. Just keep doing it. Ex-DPS player for the London Spitfire. Kind of holding it down, holding his own on the tank role, has been for a little bit. Still looking for more too. The rest of the team can handle themselves, surely.
Isn't Orisa and D.Va just basically fat DPS at the end of the day? I feel like
big Tracer for sure.
Yeah, exactly. And
I've been making Orisa look like that as well, honestly. Four-legged Tracer, I suppose. All right, there comes the ball. Might as well deployed on the point, but look at that. Yeah, just so much damage. Ira was just just coated in the orbital ray, was chilling, just lasering everybody. A minute to go. Hev gets skewered. And there it is, a 38-second time bank for Vendetta on Midtown.
That spear was so crazy. Oh my gosh. It's happened a lot though, where Hybrid is very predictive when it comes down to using the spear, especially on squishy targets like that. The spear hits, instantly killed. Great way to finish off the map here for Vendetta. After they struggled so much on that first point, they were not going in together. And when they finally were like, okay, hang on, let's hold hands, let's do this. They did actually have a breakthrough and get to the finish line.
Hey. Sometimes the ball and the junk they give and they take. Still kind of happy with the defense. I mean, you got them down to 38 seconds, but yeah, not the result they were after. Considering it was quite a dominant first hold.
Yeah.
A majority of that map to start off with.
A lot of switches though between KDM and Chaba on the defense. This is something that's always really fun to watch for the Wasp Ono backline, is that they do switch things up depending on what they feel like fits the moment. And so it was even interesting to see KDM was on the Ana and then they swapped roles where Chaba took the Ana and KDM took the Zen. After Chaba had also swapped between Juno and Alari. Very fun to watch. But it's gonna be the Ana and the Juno for them as they head out of the spawn doors on the attacking side.
Yeah, so look what they can do. See how Ostrich sets up. Already in the little cafe, the little bedroom or whatever that is, on the high ground. Hybrid knows it too. Hev surely doesn't go down here. Nice spear. Yeah, Hybrid is just playing DPS right now. That is all Hybrid is doing. A lot of mines though thrown in his direction. He's got that mini to use if he wants to, but no, just suffices with the heals from his supports.
Hyper Ring is nice too though to make those quick rotations.
Yeah, it's really nice with the Orisa actually. Really nice. Not really worried about using it on yourself nor your brig. Just helping our Hybrid kind of transition from one point to the other. And there it is. China and Hybrid make a quick dive, quick clean one as well, killing KDM. Ostrix is setting up in the back line again in the small little apartment there. Just watching as the rest of his team struggle to make it through this choke point. Yeah, Hev is dead too.
That's the one thing about the Wrecking Ball that can make it really difficult is how do you actually help your team get past the choke? Unlike the other tank heroes, you don't have a shield, even though you also give your friendly shields over when you slam down now. It is really not enough to actually keep your team alive, to actually make it through this oncoming onslaught of damage. And even if you go behind the team, they're not turning your attention to you. You saw that A and J was looking in that direction and going, what are you gonna do to me? You know, I'm just gonna let Hybrid in the front line kill the rest of your team.
Hybrid's just running at the enemy team.
Right?
My guys just ran it down. Yeah, that orbital ray, I mean that nano, sorry, onto Gurkmeister finally kills Hybrid. They've still got 2 minutes to go. Hybrid's gonna be able to get back. As long as Vendetta don't lose anybody else, they should be good. Although Cookie's in a lot of trouble. You can see Hev just chasing after the Ash. Actually gets just sniped by Cookie to overstay this welcome.
Ooh, I don't know if KDM's gonna make it. Yeah, not at all. Well, after that big headshot from Cookie, you saw China be able to go finish that off. And even though they lost Hybrid so early, the rest of the team was able to get the job done.
I think Gurkmeister is just trying to kill China in midair with these
well, why would you?
Over-the-top mines.
Wouldn't you do the same?
Pretty successful with it thus far, yeah.
Yeah, it's the biggest badge of honor as a Junkrat player is being able to get the aerial kill with your nades.
Gurkmeister! It's good. There's the tire. No more Christmas skin. This is so sad. Lines deployed. Cookie's dead. Yeah, Cronus' inevitable demise there. Stared death straight in the face. Return to the soil. As the rally has been deployed by A&J. Good defensive countermeasures there from Hybrid. A&J takes that mega health back all the way back out. Whoa, look at him go. My word, he was almost breaking the sound barrier then. Ostrix holding on to the point, or trying to get progress on it even. There's a Hybrid locking this one down from the room. Good little spear there, gets the stun on the wrecking ball. China down, however. Hybrid losing a lot of his teammates, now decides to look at the back line. Oh, and just kills KDM like that, okay. And still got the Terror Surge too, mind you, and the Fortify. Good heads-up play from Ostrix, taking away the health back, but Hybrid is still alive, surviving. And Terror Surges, Goatmeister down to the low ground, still taking names and numbers? Not quite. Goatmeister survives to live another day.
But there's still not a tick of progress until now for Wasp No, so there was a potential here for Vendetta to come back in and actually get a recontest. Despite that, I think they're going to be very happy with the fact that they basically got Wasp No to have to cap this in almost overtime. Vendetta can go ahead and get this high ground set up here for the defense on second point and see if they can continue this reign of terror.
Did him out at the same time though, to be fair.
Yeah. Yeah, you're very happy with that if you're Vendetta. Even if it wasn't the full cap, the full hold. Oh.
I mean, again, Goatmeister should try for the aerial.
I think he was asking for that one.
Hunting for clips, but you know, hey, if you get him, it looks cool. You don't have to post every time you get the death. You just only post the ones that you land the connection.
Exactly.
Hybrid, unfortunately, now can no longer really play big DPS. Just kind of has to chill behind this car for the time being, so she can get pushed away. Here comes the ultimate, though, from both Junos. Both orbital rays deployed. Mind slam onto Cookie, an easy kill. Crota's going a little bit too aggressive there. Yeah, dashing over this high ground can be a death sentence a lot of the time, even if you are very quick and hard to hit. The Juno hitbox, rather forgiving for the Juno player. Rather slim hitbox, and you're very quick.
Juno can be very, very vulnerable at times, and so it can be very risky to actually peek your head out behind cover, and you are certainly punished for that one on the Vendetta side of things. But not too bad. You're still going to keep this time bank very respectable here for Wasp No, as you get a chance to get yet another recontest before this payload does make this second checkpoint. And lots of ultimates here for Vendetta to work with.
Kaya, looking for somebody. Oh, hunting for Hybrid, yeah, damage, and then a couple of shots from KDM. Oh, yeah, that'll be it, okay. We've got a game on our hands here, 2 minutes to go. Wasp basically mirroring Vendetta's attack, pretty much.
This is where it gets really tricky, though, because usually we don't see teams actually finish off Midtown. It can be very difficult to break past and finish out this third point, and it's just because of how close those respawns can be. And with Vendetta's composition, if they're able to get a pick here, it should be enough to at least stall the payload for a little while. Yeah, Hybrid is up on the high ground.
Yeah, returning to the high ground. Just trying to control it so Ostrix doesn't get a free like angle to slam, but it's Hybrid staying up there. It was almost inevitable that he'd fall down. AJ with the rally too. Pulse bomb lands. Seb now benefiting from this orbital ray, looking at China's direction, but getting taken out. Thought maybe he managed to land the kill onto the Farah, but it wasn't to be. It was actually KDN that followed it up with a couple of bullets. Or a couple of little ray gun bursts, I suppose. A minute and 15 seconds to go, but Vendetta, they've got ults. They can win this. They just can't go down to the mines.
The mines are going to be difficult to get past for a lot of the players.
Yeah, look at that, all over pretty much. As soon as you blinked there, as KDM heals China, but they've just ult-upped pretty much in that fight. You use the rally from A&J, the barrage, and you are chilling. Even Hybrid trying to help the rest of his team build up to some more ults.
Good strategy. Cronus is going to have the orbital ray, which is very important, knowing that KDM does not have it themselves. And with only 40 seconds to go, Wasp No have no choice except to walk into this orbital ray. There's no way around it. Very few flank routes to actually get through this final part of the point.
Yeah, Kokemeister with the tie though. Anything can happen. He's got to land a big double kill here, although he's getting hounded right now by Hybrid, who's once again is just inting into the back line. A beautiful Terror Surge grabs everybody in. Lab's going to keep everybody alive though, as Wasp no deal with the Orissa's aggression. Those mines going straight through the window, end Cookie's life, but his Kronos just filling the kill feed full of orange as Vendetta just try and hunt down the last few members of Wasp. Oh no, Ostrix is alive. There's a touch potential. A good spear does make sure he's hindered a little bit. But with OT and a tie coming from Spawn, Waspo knows this is their last chance to try and make this push in. Oh, the tie doesn't get anything either.
Little too short there.
Yeah, Ostrix dead too. Only a matter of time here before Vendetta was able to hold on to this point. And you can see Chavez skating around the Lucio as the ball spawn in the hands of Hep. And China is dead, but they still got to deal with that Bastion. They cancel the pulse spawn at the very end, and that is it. Vendetta hold on to that final point. And what was a wacky and wild game of Overwatch there on Midtown. That's match point as well.
What else do you expect? It's Waspo no in the server with the Junkrat and the Wrecking Ball. I don't know what else you really expect out of any of the maps that we're going to see in this series, except pure chaos.
They're about to get knocked out as well. Wasp, oh no, the fan favorite. More often than not, match point for Vendetta. They won't get their chance, at least not right now, to get revenge on Ents, who knocked him down into this position. Their opponents will be Quick Esports, who are waiting in that decider match for the winner of this one.
Oh, and it's going to be really tough when we take a look at the rest of what is available in this map pool. We've got Clash or Flashpoint, and we have Push as the two opportunities here for Wasp to come back in. And I think both of those game modes, Jack, they're going to be very difficult for the Wrecking Ball to have the same type of success.
Yeah, not half wrong. Let's look at some of the highlights from that one. Yeah, I mean, you don't expect anything less, really. A little bit of wild wackiness. The fights aren't as like tempoed as some other games that we'd see like mirrors or, you know, kind of more meta style comps, especially with Hybrid as well. Just knowing that the backline is a little bit more vulnerable because you're playing against a ball and a Junkrat, so you can just kind of run it down. So he's very much playing to that style.
Oh boy. It has some really good highlights here. I forgot that Cookie came out on the Bastion at the very end of things because I was so focused on the fact that we still had the just the DPS Hybrid in the front lines and all of this ridiculous amounts of damage. I kind of forgot that there was a Bastion somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good pick on the final, like, OT. You come out on the Bastion, you hit one form, you get, like, one kill, or even just pressure down Ostrix enough. It's not a bad pick in the final few moments of things. Maybe the stats on that.
Holy cow.
So you can tell how chaotic it is. Again, 51 deaths for Wasp, 34 on the side of Vendetta.
63,000 damage.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot of damage. So similar healing numbers on either side as well. Don't expect anything less. Yeah, Quick Esports are going to be a bit of a mean opponent for Vendetta, but should be a fairly close one. Obviously, Wasp ended up losing to them, and that's how they landed themselves in the elimination match. Vendetta, one more map away. They're about to knock down Wasp, or knock out, Wasp. Oh no. After this break, we'll find out who the victor of this potential final map is after this.
I think I'm ready to go pro in Overwatch 2. Join 250 teams in Face It League Season 3. Compete in weekly officials organised around your schedule. Anyone can start their journey, rising through skill-balanced divisions and climbing to the top of the Face It League for cash and fame. Don't miss Season 3, register before October 2nd. Let's do this, guys.
Let's do this, guys. All right, we're back. Runasapi is the pick there for Wasp. Oh no. Vendetta about to knock them out of Group D.
Runasapi is so interesting. It makes a lot of sense if this is going to be the
Group
one
A,
that you
sorry.
want to grab. I don't know. I just don't think you really want to put yourself in a position where you have to play like Clash or Flashpoint, because it just happens so fast. Doesn't allow enough time for the Wrecking Ball to actually get set up. But I think on Runasapi, it's one of those push maps that is a little bit more variability when it comes down to what you can actually play on it.
Yeah, Vendetta coming out with 2 maps. They didn't win any maps against ENCE. Group A has been pretty tough so far. It is ENCE. That is very true. That is very true. I'm not disagreeing. Winner here faces Quick Esports. Group A, pretty tough one. That is for sure. Of course, Ostrix and Gurkmeister, they're going to be playing the same thing. We'll get the graphics swapped around as well. So, Vendetta, there we go. On the left-hand side, with Hybrid on the Orisa still. I mean, honestly, if you were Vendetta right now, you just keep running the same thing. Because all Hybrid is doing is just running, beelining for the backline. And Wasp no, not really wanting to play Brig, it seems. They've been playing a little Alari, Ana, like Juno. Like, they are flipping the coin right now, what they want to play. Not much Brig, not much Lucio either.
I mean, the Baptiste makes a really good target for the Orisa again anyway. Like, you called this out, I think, a couple maps ago, where you can use the Immortality Field if you really want to, but you're still going to have the same problem. It's just a huge commitment to have to take in order to keep yourself alive versus an Orisa, of all things.
Jeez, I mean, Hybrid is kind of destroying Wasp-Ono right now, just solely on the Orisa.
Like, that is a very quick team fight. Oh no, is gonna have to go back.
Go, oh no.
Oh no.
Alright, there's some contesting on the point at the very least. Hybrid just kind of AFK there for the time being, just getting as much push as possible. Gives a slam, Hybrid shrugs it off, Hev is dead again. Second time in a row there, he's been killed first. And these dives coming through from Wasp, I mean, it's a good map for dive, to be fair. You can play a little bit Winston, a little bit D.Va kind of thing, but you do need that backup. You do need Hev to be alive so Ostrix can kind of help you get these kills. Is that checkpoint? Not quite. But they will be able to get it rather soon, and it is now, yeah, especially with Ostrix dead.
The Winston and the D.Va dives are really good on this map, but the Wrecking Ball dive just plays so differently. Even just the Tracer is not necessarily enough for you to be able to get these big picks. Because you're kind of waiting for there to be enough damage from the Junkrat to align with the fact that you're going to get this big slam down there from the Wrecking Ball, and it's finally coming through.
Wait,
It's
did that? I think Cronus' ult just got cancelled there. Unless it was on the other side of the map. We saw one of those the other day. It's a very small window. It's like the Kitsune Rush window where you can cancel Kitsune Rush. Unless I missed it and it went off like towards the edge of the map, towards coast. But regardless, I mean,
didn't see the big
I ended up using it anyway, and they didn't find anything. So Wasp will try and push the bot here to try and take the lead. Ostrix just perma-grappling on this high ground. Wow, getting a bit of info too, just peeking his little form over the high ground. Good little spear though, stops the momentum. Here comes the tire. Oh my god, just playing on the top of the skybox. Are they going to see it? They should, surely. Nope. Cookies goes down. Barrage heads are coming in to try and take down Ostrix, but he gets out of there. As fast as Lightning McQueen, that. And here comes another Ray. ADM unleashing that on the point. Ostrix getting booped up there, able to keep himself in the sky to help take down China on the Thafara. Wasp, no, this will be checkpoint 2. A&J and Cookie are the only ones up, so no touches hit.
Well, there you go. All that was really the big difference maker between the Wrecking Ball and the Winston Die was just having very powerful ultimates. Layered the amplification matrix on top of the orbital ray. The fact that Cronus had used it that team fight ago meant that KDM was always going to have that orbital ray advantage. But you now get a chance to actually set up mines from Ostrix right as Vendetta walk into this recontest.
Yeah, nice little lamp there as well to make sure Ostrix doesn't go down. Lead taken by Wasp. Here comes the high noon. Oh, still catches KDM despite being bowled back. NJ does fall though, so 1 for 1. There's a Cookie in a decent spot here. Can use that bot for cover if he wants to. But the action is on the other side of the map by the looks of it. A box bomb connects with Hybrid and that takes him out. Now Cookie in trouble. Wasp kind of handily winning that fight. Creating a bunch of chaos, getting booped around. Cookie can't really play around Hybrid for protection. Can't really play around A&J for protection because the amount of times Ostrix is just getting boops. It's tough to do so.
Really difficult now that you're also approaching the end of this map. Vendetta do have the double support ultimate, so this should be a backup moment here for Wasp. No, tracking the fact that they have both of those things, you don't want to be able to fight the rally. That's going to be difficult. But look at this. Where's the Hybrid going? They're just going to allow this push to happen from Cookie, and Hybrid's looking for a flank.
Hybrid is, I feel like he's in his own little world right now. Fair enough. We'll see if we can get anything done. It's easier with this orbital ray, of course. Everybody glowing. Do like that new glow effect, looks pretty good. Nice little spear. Oh, connects too. Wow, nice. Decent projectile usage from Hybrid so far. He's been pretty decent in terms of aim. And here comes the return ray. China dead in the sky again. Count the amount of times Gurkmeister on Junk has killed China on Bara. Someone, mods, revolt.
There are more. There's absolutely a higher score for Gurkmeister than the other way around.
Yep, 100%. China has not killed Gurkmeister that many times on the Farah, and Gurkmeister has kind of been dominating the skies.
And China is off the Farah.
Yep.
Going over to the Tracer.
You're gonna get one-tapped by Gurkmeister, watch this. They've got tire too, they've got the mines, they've got poles, every explosive element in the game, pretty much. Gurk's like, please. Someone come through the door. I have a present for you. It's a bomb.
Tire right behind the sign.
Here comes the Orisa.
Terra Surge is big.
Straight over the top. Big slam down there. Yes, nice stuff. Lamb deployed. Lamb pretty ineffective against the Terra Surge, even to the best of the times. There it is. Okay, Vendetta finally clean the fight up. 4 minutes to go too. It's been basically one continuous fight for the last 6 minutes. Maybe 1 minute downtime.
It's very back and forth too, though. Like, this isn't a huge lead that Wasp have accumulated here, and so Vendetta, even just off the back of another team fight win, might be able to snag the league away from them. Ahead with this Pulse Bomb, though, you still got the Wombo-Bombo combo with the Pulse Bomb and the Tire. So Wasp might be able to get this if they can land like a nice big pick onto somebody.
Alright, Pulse Bomb in the hands of Hev. Still looking for an entrance here, but scared of Cookie's flashbang. Now they're starting to move. They're gonna rock that satellite vector, but that window's gonna come out super far away. Pulsar on the floor, detonated too. Nice stuff from China there. Didn't even get into connection. That was all Kirk and Taba just kind of straying a little bit too close to it. That lab was destroyed, and so were they. Bits and pieces, Viscera just splattered across the cement. There's 2 minutes and 50 seconds to go. And they're narrowing in on that lead, that golden line of victory there. It's going to get contested before they do it, though.
Oh, this tire from Kirkmeister has got to be big.
Ooh, they force recall onto Hev already. Where's that tire going? Yeah, Hybrid just peeks his head around the corner. Just no fear of the Junkrat tire whatsoever. And Hev is dead. This could be lead taken here from Vendetta. A&J has still got the rally. I mean, yeah, you deploy this right now as soon as this ult comes out from the Juno. As long as you don't get naded, you should be good. Holding shield, swinging away as much as possible. A nice little 2-tap there from Cookie, takes down KDM. And the entirety of Wasp backline quickly dealt with by the Cowboy. As Ostrix tries to stall for as long as possible, but without support, you're not long for the world if you stay in the fight. A 10-player kill streak for Hybrid, and the lead has been gained by Vendetta.
Lead with less than 2 minutes to go as well, as Ostrix is going to come back to get another recontest, allow the rest of the team to come back in. And you can see the Gurkmeister spam already coming out of spawn, but KDM already down for this next fight. This could be a full map completion.
Chaba's isolated too onto this sideline. You can see Hybrid just... Jeez. I mean, Hybrid hates supports. He hates backliners. This guy's not protecting his team. He's all about killing. Hybrid's already picked up too. 114 meters to 103. Vendetta in the lead. Only a minute and 20 seconds. Wasp have to be close to perfect here to try and get that lead again. And try and take us to a map 5, in fact, too.
Yeah, that's true. It still gets really tough because we're going to either Flashpoint or Clash, but right, it does have to continue here for their journey in this competition. 1 minute remaining, though, means that we're really going to see like one solid 5v5 team fight at best. And then it's going to all be overtime from here.
Yeah, these fights, to be fair, have lasted a long time, so expect this to be the overtime fight right now. Well, there's the mines. Mines slam. No one even got booped up by those. Just space created. Pulse one goes in. That's 2 ults already gone from Ospo now. They got one more explosive ult to use, and it's going to be Gurks. Where's this tire going? Cookie's still in the ult, although it does end up getting slept by the looks of it. Gurks tire. It's looking for somebody. It's looking for somebody. And China can quite get away. God, he really hates China as well, apparently. Gurkmeister is, I don't know if he into one of his ranked games or something, but my word. Enemy number 1. Cookie takes down 2. There's Vendetta using the orbital ray. There was just no chance, I don't think, for Wasp to come back into this one. They've got a nano, and they're like 5% away as well from their own ray, but we're in OT. They got a long way to climb. They have to get the bot all the way back onto their side of the map as well, and it's going to be a swift disengage from Vendetta.
No, nothing much here outside of the orbital ray, which is already gone, and we're going to see Clapback with this rally here from Vendetta to close out the series.
I mean, the Terror Surge with A&J rallying too. The Goat Brig of EU comes up big once again. Vendetta are going to end that map just as it started, in a chaotic fashion. Vendetta take the win, knock Wasp out, and advance to face Quick Esports in that decider match.
Oh, it's too bad, because Wasp really is such a fun team, but I think we should have expected to see Vendetta be able to just stick to their roots, stick to the meta, stick to the game plan, and not let any of the silly business actually get the better of them. Danny, I'm going to miss the Gurkmeister, though.
That team, Wasp 0 was very entertaining. I'm going to say, I think this was probably one of the most entertaining matches that I've seen in OWCS in a while. And yeah, but unfortunately, you know, the better team wins, and definitely was Vendetta. Like you guys said, it was the team synergy. Not only that, the meta as well. You know, it really sort of worked in Vendetta's favor. So huge congratulations to Vendetta getting the win and staying alive, right?
Yeah, big W, honestly. And now they have to face against Quick Esports. Could be a pretty close game, in all honesty. I'm not sure Hybrid's going to continue to play the way he does, although it is quite fun, just him inting into the back line as the Orisa. I don't think that's going to happen. But,
what was it?
Yeah, like you said, pretty entertaining.
Rose said was the beefy DPS Orisa, right?
Yeah, he's just he's a big DPS.
I mean, yeah, and he got it done, right? He was just going for those supports. He was just like, I don't care. I'm gonna go in, get the kills, and then I'll worry about my team later.
It's such like a solo queue mentality, but at the same time, you kind of have to play that way because like Wasp are playing an extremely unconventional comp, right? Everybody on their like main heroes, the OCP heroes. So you're like, okay, well, I can just walk in for free because they don't have another tank that's going to be looking at me 24/7. And I can just get kills because I just trusted myself. This was one of the funniest ones though.
Yeah, that
moved off.
Bye-bye.
And Gurk, yeah, without another satchel to kind of get himself back on the playing field. Unlucky.
Yeah,
unlucky.
I mean, also, I kind of just want to give a shout out to Wasp as well. I mean, they are an OTP team, but you know, they made it super close to Vendetta, and the fact that they were, you know, it's like I feel like you need a lot of, it's like it's a bold move. I mean, at the same time, you kind of do have to play your heroes because, you know, that's the best you could do, and it's an elimination match. But, you know, I feel like it's going to be difficult, you know, just because your opponents sort of know what you're going to run with, right? And you still have to play it, and to make it this close,
right?
It's, you know, hats off.
Yeah, I mean, because there is definitely a reason why they got here in the first place. And they actually ended up having a very good record in the Swiss stages to get them into the groups. One of the best out of the teams that we actually do have competing in the group stage here. But you're absolutely right, Danny. Like, you have so much experience on each of these heroes individually, and even just playing together as a team, knowing how long we actually saw Waspo know together, you know how to play with each other and actually get the Junkrat and the Wrecking Ball to actually jive, and maybe a lot of instances where you might not.
Yeah.
The team is entertaining, like straight up. And I think that's why a lot of people like watching them as well. Like, you don't see Ball every day. You also definitely don't see Junkrat every day, and seeing good Junkrat players as well, and seeing the amount of times Meister was killing China on the far, like it is pretty sick. Like, it can't be understated. And I mentioned before too, I mean, dude was like rank 1, rank 2 at one point, like holding 2 accounts up there, so it was pretty awesome. But it'll be Hybrid getting a player of the match. It very impressive KDA and a lot of damage dealt. Wasn't playing Zarya though, was playing Orisa just running into the backline. So yeah, I'm not too surprised to see him player of the match there. It could have gone to a lot of people, but I think Hybrid deserved that one.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely deserved. Like we were talking about right after the match was over, you know, he was going for that backline, which he
hates supports players, man. He's got something against him.
That's what you have to do, and that Orisa, like he made that work. Got the kills, got the win.
Got the kills. And that's it, right? Like, when you are playing against these comps, it's like, okay. Like, if I can just get kills in the Orisa, because I can run towards you, because you're playing Zen Ana.
Yeah.
Like, you're gonna die. Like, you sleep, I just go gold and run at you and spear spin and then just spear you until one you're dead. Like, who's gonna peel for you? Your other support? Probably not. You know, the ball? Probably not, right? Because Ostrix is also trying to do their own thing, and yeah, I mean, it looked good from Hybrid. I'm curious how their playstyle is gonna get adapted to the quick esports match. That should be a really fun one, actually.
Yeah, looking forward. What do you guys think Vendetta should do going up against quick esports? Do you guys feel like it's gonna be a close one?
Play the same way. Yeah? I don't think you can play the same way because it's gonna be probably like rush into rush, right?
Yeah.
A Hybrid, I would imagine, stays on the Orisa's. Orisa's pretty damn good, but just stick with kind of the meta backline as well. Have Brig, have Juno, and then just let Cookies go crazy.
I think it's going to be more difficult than that, though, because, you know, you've got Quick Esports that has Hitori, who can play a really good Orisa or a D.Va, and so I think there's a really good path to victory for Quick Esports with the D.Va, maybe a couple of different pieces around that. We did see Loren play a lot of Pharah and Mei. So it might come down to that aerial duel, too. Pharah versus Pharah, a little bit.
Okay. I feel like, do you guys feel like, I mean, for that matchup, Vendetta, I mean, are you guys expecting to see sort of the same, like similar comps that we've seen before for Quick Esports and Vendetta? Or do you guys feel like it's going to be like map dependent?
I don't think, Danny, I know you want it, but I don't think we're going to see stuff like Junkrat again. I don't think.
What was that? Sorry.
I don't think we're going to see Junkrat again. I don't think.
No?
Sorry, Danny.
No?
I don't think so, no. I'm sorry. I know every time like the silly heroes pop up on the screen, I know you're like pumping your fist.
Yeah.
Silly heroes, but yeah.
All right, well, I got the call that we're doing a post-match interview. It is going to be with Anj, A&J from Vendetta. So let's head into the interview. Angie.
Hello.
How are you doing? Can you guys hear us?
Hi. I am doing great. Yes, I can hear you perfectly.
Yeah? Amazing.
Yes.
Hey, that was an exciting match. So I wanna hear from you guys because we all know that Wasp, they play those unconventional sort of compositions. What was your mentality going into this match?
Basically, we already we knew what we're playing against, and we knew that they were playing certain heroes. Like we were guaranteed they were gonna play ball, and basically we just talked with the team beforehand, and we said like, okay, we're gonna play these heroes, we're gonna play this playstyle, and yes, it's gonna be a bit unconventional, it's gonna be different than what we're used to, but if we just keep the mindset correct, then we will just win.
How do you rate your chance against Quick Esports then? Because they're not playing unconventional stuff. They're gonna play stock standard or close to.
That's true. I think it will be a dogfight. I'm very sure it's going to be a dogfight, but I'm really looking forward to it because we've been practicing for this for a while, and honestly, it's going to be like we've practiced the normal meta composition a lot more, so it's going to be like I feel like it's going to be a lot more in our comfort zone as well.
What do you feel like is the big make or break for a lot of these meta compositions going at each other? Does it come down to like the Juno ults or Orisa ults? What do you feel like is sort of the big swing factor in some of these team fights?
I think the most important thing with this composition is the speed ring usage and the timing with the speed ring, because if you compare it to example for like any brawl composition with Lucio, you have an amp and it's just you go in and you cannot really go out anymore, right? But with the ring, it's like versatility. You can use it to go in, but the ring stays for such a long time that you can also use it to disengage. So let's say you go in with the ring, you use your cooldowns, you don't get value, you can still get out of the fight together as a team. And that's why Juno, right now I think Juno, that's the reason why it's such a strong hero to be played.
One final question from me, Anj. Do you feel like Juno is gonna be in the meta for foreseeable future for quite a long time?
I do definitely think so, and that's just because of what I said before with the speed ring usage. And also Juno, the hero, the way it works is like you have a lot of cooldowns that can give up your survivability a lot more. Like you have a lot of survivability on the hero. And compared to like other support heroes, that's not the case,
Yeah. All right, Anj, we're gonna wrap up the interview here. Thank you so much, and again, big congratulations on getting the win today.
I want to get one more W Anj from everyone in the chat, please, if that's possible. W Anj. I know it's bad. I know it's bad in the Twitch chat right now, but give me some W Anjes, please. I need them.
Chat, give it to him. Come on, support Anj. We're gonna send you. We're gonna wrap up the interview. Anj, thank you so much.
So funny.
I'm banned from the chat. What the hell?
Yeah.
Anj in the chat right now. He needs the support, bro. He got Quick Esports to take down.
Yeah,
can't do that solo.
I feel like that's definitely going to be a match that you guys don't want to miss out. And talking about that, let's take a quick look at the updated EMEA Group A brackets. And waiting at the top, it's gonna be a decider match. Quick Esports, Vendetta. I feel like this is gonna be a close one.
Dogfight. That's what
Dogfight is what Anj said.
I believe him. The prophecy will come true. I'm ready for the dogfight. It's so funny, like a lot of the EU games do turn into dogfights. They are very fun because this is like constant fighting. Like it's going to be a good game. Yeah. Group A is going to be tough with Ents, but the second place is a tough one to vie for. I think both teams are very, very capable of making that.
Dogfight. I am going to be definitely be watching that dogfight for those two teams. All right, we're going to go into a quick break. When we come back, we're going to come into our final match of EMEA. It's going to be Meta Boys versus Team Peps. Stay tuned.
Therefore, Juno, we can...
This is Bull trolling.
Juno,
Can we live?
Yes, fighting. Yes.
Help me.
Yes.
Yeah, we speed with my ult. You guys ready? 3, 2, 1. Speed. Go. I'm gonna ult. Anna, look. Anna.
Like that.
Both one. Look point now. Tracer.
Yeah.
Tracer speeds. Oh my god.
Why? Because I am here!
Damn, these skins are so good.
They go crazy.
Oh, the Uraraka Juno is so good. Like, that perfect chef's kiss.
It is the perfect combination of heroes.
Even
for sure.
All Might Reinhardt's pretty good too.
Yeah. He just got, it's crazy because he got the Transformer skin, the Lich King skin, and now he's got it. But he's kind of the perfect character to
Stay winning.
Every day, business as usual. All right, welcome back, everybody. We're on to our final match of EMEA and also second elimination match. It's going to be Meta Boys, sorry about that, versus
Meta Boys.
Peps. Yep.
You have to really pronounce the Z, Danny.
Z?
Boys.
Oh, Meta Boys. Sure, okay. I think I said that. Did I not say that? Meta Boys.
No, you did, but I'm just taking the piss.
There you go. Let's take a look at the starting lineup for Meta Boys. What do you guys got?
All right, well, Meta Boys, I think you're looking at the DPS lineup that really makes this roster stand out as one of the top teams in EMEA finding themselves in this group stage. Fake Jake, ICAV, both been able to have these big hero performances for this team, but is it going to be enough for them to actually have these individual pop-off moments when we know that a lot of the team play is centered around being able to play together? And so, Jack, I think that's why I look at this Team Peps roster. I think that they actually have the team synergy down.
Yeah, I mean, this is a retooled Peps after Gaming Gladiators. Saw Crocs play a little bit Hog the other day. I mean, FD, God, Zerion, a lot of like known quantities for Team Peps. I have to wait and see if they can kind of rekindle the kind of full French squad as well. It's exciting to see another like full nationality squad, which is always nice, but can they actually take it to Meta Boys? Meta Boys did come in through the Swiss, of course, but Team Peps came in at a third place.
Yeah.
And I think the audience kind of agree with us.
Yep.
Peps, 78% to 22, like favoring the French team.
Do you guys also agree with the viewer predictions? Do you guys feel like it's going to be Peps?
Yeah. It should be. I'd probably give Meta Boys a map here, maybe 2. I mean, depends how it goes, but you'd imagine Peps win here. Like, just put like value betters betting on the 22%. I don't know about that. Value prediction not great, but you know, if you're in single digits, then it's perfect.
Yeah, I mean, we'll find out soon enough. We'll jump right into the match. Rose and Jack, take it away.
Thanks, Danny.
He's the best. There we go. Legion Tower was our first map. Peps and Meta Boys in an elimination game to try and make it through their Group B. Of course, Virtus.pro have already made it. It is one-man army waiting for either one of these squads. A one-man army, nothing to scoff at. They are absolute beasts at the video game, although it was a very close affair against Team Peps. Again, it is. I like the GSL group bracket stage because it does give a chance for a little bit of revenge. One-man army denying that reverse sweep against Peps. Going all the way to Watchpoint Gibraltar. Did end up watching that series, and we saw FD got on Lifeweaver of all picks, which rather unconventional in this current meta. But we'll see if Team Peps have got anything sneaky they're going to pull out in this series because their life is on the line.
Oh, I definitely didn't like that Lifeweaver. If it's not Rack Attack, I don't want it. I'm not gonna lie. It's Rack Attack or bust on the Lifeweaver.
He's kind of the beast. Peps are on the left-hand side, Meta Boys on the right-hand side. We'll get those flipped over for you in just a moment. So we see some TPs out of the spawn as we see Crocs.
Crocs is on Hog.
He's on the Hog again.
Crocs is so fun to watch as a tank player because I feel like you never know what you're gonna get. It's a box of chocolates, but is it gonna be the Roadhog or is it gonna be something like the Diva or the Orisa? Crocs can basically play everything, and it's the Roadhog that's always been really interesting.
So drag hook there onto central path. Points unlocked. Crocs taking no damage. Looking like an Orisa out there, in all honesty. Back with a nice kill onto an Orisa. Speaking of which, Team Peps cap.
Yeah, Peps are gonna get the cap here, and another one for Crocs in the strong right hook that we're gonna see here is Meta Boys. Ooh, see, you got the Mei, you've got the Ashe, like just this kind of stock standard meta composition, but how do you deal with this Roadhog who has the ability to hook you off into oblivion? You've also got Stelios that's on the Echo, and I think that adds another layer of difficulty for this Meta Boys roster.
Yeah, Echo, still such a ridiculous pick in all honesty. Oh, yeah, oh my word. Nice CC there, coming out from the Orisa. Blizzard used straight on top of that orbital ray, but the orbital ray is going to swiftly leave the point, and the rest of Meta Boys are going to follow it. Down barrier comes in for FD God. As Team Peps trying to keep this fight going. Even a duplication too, they're holding on to this one. FD God does end up going down, but Fake Jake falling. A lot less point presence now for Meta Boys. Even a Terror Surge coming through. Bit of an overextension there, I think, from Zerion using that ult at the very end, but Team Peps still in control. Oh,
and with Crocs on the Doomfist. Hell yeah. I mean, it's a very fast rollout. He's back very quickly.
Yeah.
This is great. No, Rissa, Ramattra, that's meta? Who cares? I'm gonna play the Doomfist.
You're gonna die. Yeah, you are dead. I think the Doomfist gets maybe half a point of damage in with a punch. Could hit an Ajax though on JCB. Or GCB even. Samurai comes in, speaking of which. Well, from ICAV as well, available in just a moment. Sets Crocs ablaze for a time being. But yep, needs to probably turn around a little bit quicker than that. Doomfist getting a lot more done than I thought he initially would, to be fair, but can't count out Crocs just yet. Does end up getting destroyed, however, by that javelin from the Orisa, as Meta Boys find that flip at 99. Team Peps, though, still willing to fight this one, as with Central Japan going down, it's a bit easier to control this point, especially with the Blizzard. Pack can just kind of step up without fear of anything, really, to be honest with you. And there it is, the ice block straight into the Blizzard. It's Fake Jake with a nice wall to get out of there, but will it be enough?
Well, you got Central Japan coming back here on the Diva, so it's going to be a pretty even fight until Crocs. Out of nowhere.
GCB punched off the map. I heard the Lucio voice line there. BG strike coming in for Crocs. Slams back down to Earth, spotting the Ash. Gets back to the point, needs some desperate healing, and receives it. Bob deployed and instantly killed as the Blizzard comes in from Fake Jake, but quickly dealt with by Stelios. Been really good on the Echo so far, just continues the streak. And with a duplication coming up in just a moment, Team Peps' sustained power is almost at 100%, but it's unfortunate FD God ends up going down with that ultimate available to him.
But now you have the orbital ray to go back in this big open area, so it should be a really easy team fight for Team Peps to get back in and just be able to make good value out of that orbital ray. Oh, it's gonna be the duplicate first too, though.
And the dupe, but Zerion actually ends up going down. A quick D-suit there onto the copy Diva. Looks like there's size return to Cav. Crocs does end up finishing the kill as the remake comes in on the dupe. Crocs, though, frozen in place almost there, slowed down to a halt by the left clicks of Fake Jake. And this is going to be a reset here from Team Peps. Both the dupe and the orbital ray rose getting nada.
And now we're going to see some pretty big switch-ups here as Team Peps are looking at the final fight of this first round. Crocs going over to the Orisa and then Stelios over to the Tracer. But Fake Jake just punches him in the face. Yeah. There's no touch here from that Tracer now.
Yeah, they can wall over and go for the jump, but they're just going to get boots. FD God is back, though. He's actually in the back line right now, a little secret agent kind of guy. Oh, ooh, FD God. Oh, I didn't think he had an extra jump there, but it's all good. ICAV puts him to rest pretty quickly. Didn't even get the mega pack, I don't think. Sound barrier comes in too. ICAV with a second. Meta Boys turning this one around. Team Peps had 99% on the board, but Meta Boys prevail in the face of the RNG tank pick from Crocs as Team Peps end up going down in the first round.
Alright, maybe Doomfist wasn't it.
I mean, it got good work done. They just couldn't get a cohesive fight going.
I know. I think that was the issue, is like the Doomfist, yes, it was able to get those big eliminations, get a couple of picks here and there. At the end of the day, it didn't necessarily have the same team oriented mindset that you play around than something like the Orisa or even the Roadhog, honestly. So we're gonna actually see the Orisa potentially get hovered here for this next round going to market. I like this a lot better. I also think Crocs is also very good at Orisa. So while the Roadhog is very fun, really funny, I think the Orisa makes a lot more sense here for Team Peps to sort of buckle down and get a little serious when it comes down to this elimination match.
Exactly. Who needs seriousness, though, when you can play Hog?
That is true.
Yeah. Thoughts on that? All right, Crocs. Show us what you got. There you go. There's the spear. And there's the insta-kill onto ICAV. ICAV not rotating as quick as he'd like there, as Meta Boys lose their Ash player. Now Croc's going super aggro on the point. That's what you need to do in the Orisa matchup, to be fair. Just get really aggro, get up in their face, force these CDs. Good little spear there again, and boop off the map. Doesn't matter if you're fortified, I'm still gonna boop you off. All right, no more messing around for Crocs. He's here, and he means business. Oh, what a spear too. Okay, Crocs. Okay.
Okay. All right, bring out the Orisa or the Roadhog any day. We're here for it.
No.
Already gonna have No Roadhog.
Stick on the Orisa. Stick on the Orisa.
All right, stick on the Orisa. I mean, Croc's got Terra Surge already.
Exactly.
That is just how much work he's put into this first fight already. It's gonna be the first ultimate online in this round. That's crazy.
Oh, and he's found another target.
Oh, bye-bye.
Classic Orisa gameplay at the moment. He's just running the back line until you get a kill. He's super low though, yeah. Punished finally. Punished for playing Orisa and punished for his sins of running down ICAV in that previous fight. All right, MetaBoys make a quick rotation to the point. No real worry here about Crocs pinning it down. Although Fake Jake doesn't end up falling to Zerion's Kunais. Centralapan is trying to kind of imitate Crocs as both those beams are going to be used on point, as well as that rush coming through from Team Peps. They lose both their supports, and ICAV just dominating on the Ashe.
Oh, I didn't like that. Like, I know that Stelios is able to even it up a little bit, but you still don't have Crocs. And so that was such a big commit there with the Kitsune Rush, and maybe the Orbital Ray makes sense. You saw Texel also use it. FD God gets a chance to respond to that in kind, but the Kitsune Rush would have been such a great engagement tool. And now Team Peps are in a similar scenario as what you found themselves in that round number 1, where MetaBoys have control, and they've got this Mei set up really well on this defense. Team Peps are going to have to try to find a way to actually break through this, and it's much better on the defense than it is on the attack.
GCB's got this ult to this sound barrier, but they're not going to need it. Little dynamite on top of that Terror Surge, and jobs are good in. All right, okay. Very quick team fight there from MetaBoys.
And where's Team Peps? Imagine how different that looks if you do have the rush, right? I know. Moving on to the next thing, they still have to contend with the sound barrier here from GCB, but where is this Terror Surge gonna go? Crocs has held on to this for 2 team fights now.
All right, Stelios just on the side there, tickling the Orisa to death, or trying to. Bob comes in, plants itself in the courtyard. You're gonna have to get out of there if you're Crocs right now, even with the Cynoon. Cynoon does take care of the Bob, but that's about it. Didn't really create too much space. Sound barrier available for GCB still. Post one going wide for Stelios there. That sound barrier to save MetaBoys. They're going to put themselves on the point now, nearing OT. Texel does end up falling to Stelios eventually. Eventually killed. ICAV. Keep himself alive for a time, but they're just burning as much as they possibly can from Team Peps. Although Team Peps with 2 support ultimates, and with the control of the point and only 90 on the board for MetaBoys. Okay, their old bank looking a little bit slim now.
It's just going to be the Orbital Ray. Might not be enough damage amp to actually help MetaBoys get any other ultimates online unless ICAV and Fake Jake put on a great DPS carry performances. We know that they can. But Team Peps now have the Orbital Ray, at least to make sure that they've got even playing field with that, but it's going to be this Kitsune Rush. It'll feel really good to have as just an extra insurance policy.
All right, double Ray coming out, as well as that rush used from Team Peps. A whole lot of fire rate, a whole lot of damage, but it's still Zerion that goes down. Same with Stelios. Once again, Team Peps invest 2 support ultimates on top of each other and can't get the kills. A quick rotation for MetaBoys on the point. Now they're just waiting. Just waiting for Peps to try and touch. Good luck. Zerion and FD got to come back in just a moment, Rose, but that's about it. I mean, you got nothing in the tank. Maybe Stelios gets a pulse, maybe they get a high noon, but it's looking pretty bad for Team Peps right now. High noon available. Terror Surge comes out, grabs a couple of people, but a quick cleanse from Zerion is going to stop them from getting grabbed initially. Nice little Terror Surge there on the point. Okay, Zerion coming up with kills. Same with Pac. They eventually managed to stall this out long enough to get the important ults and get the important kills. Zerion with a twofer as well. As that Team Peps, they get control of that point, and now a team kill comes in. And despite the small fumble of the double support ultimate, Peps still on top. They come the point and the round.
Oh, but that doesn't bode well. If you are going to be using double support ultimates and it doesn't end up being a win for you, I think that that's something that you need to look at and think upon. It's like, what actually went wrong there? Because that should have been a team fight win for Team Peps. But like the positioning of it was really awkward. The fact that they layered both of them on top of each other and then Meta Boys just made that quick rotation meant that they couldn't really find value from either of those ultimates. Would have almost rather seen them use the orbital ray down that one door and then on an angle use rush or something like that. You know? Or just wait on point and let them come to you.
Yeah, the rush is incredibly valuable on the point.
Right? I don't know. I didn't like that positioning. It's strange.
A small change here from Team Peps. Okay.
We have a Reinhardt.
Going Ryan rush, no Juno.
Oh, it's the throw. It's just to show off the Transformer skin. Honestly,
So
not
true.
a bad call.
The mythic weapon sin, so true.
Yeah.
As well. All right, FT God's found one already. Fake Jake down on the Venture of all things too. Pretty surprising first pick for Team Peps. But you'll take that any day of the week. FT God looking like he wanted to chase ICAV there too.
Alright, so Venture Genji. No Mauga. It's like the kind of like the good old like all-in Mauga days, but it's gonna be the Orisa instead in that tank position. GCB was on the Lucio, but gonna think better. Thought about the Ana. Gonna think better of it and go back to the Lucio. But yeah, still pretty all-in strategy with Orisa.
Probably. Yeah, nice little hypering usage as well. Oh my god. Texel almost got dominated there, 11 HP. Nice little spear onto Stellos for the time being. They're looking for a wall onto somebody. These fire strikes are hitting though for Crocs. Look at that, 92%. That's one fire strike away from getting an ult. Here comes the first ultimate though from Meta Boys. Can use that ray coming through that window. Not going to be able to use that, unfortunately, anymore. Zerion as FD God falls prey to the Genji. And despite that shatter, Team Peps' support line is already dead. Well, that was supports, especially in this comp. There's no chance for you as ICAV cleans on up.
That's still 40% here for Team Peps. Zerion's going to switch over to the Moira, which is a very unique pick to have, I think. Right now, I think the FD God is way too close to actually being able to get the sound barrier that you don't want to give up the Lucio just yet. But maybe we do see FD God actually switch over to the Juno and take up that role once you end up coming back into things. But very brawly as this Reinhardt hits the Earth Shatter.
Hits the Earth Shatter on the solo Orisa there. Sound barrier comes out from FD God. There's a wall too. So a lot of ultimates invested just to make sure Fake Jake doesn't get value with his. FD God does manage to lay the smackdown there on ICAV. Same with Fake Jake. Goes down to Crocs, point in control of Team Peps. And this is the spot that you want to be in with this comp. On defending the point on this little doorway with all these little turrets placed. This is exactly where you need to be.
Turrets, a coalescence also to just span down the midway. So we're gonna see Meta Boys actually just disassociate from that. They don't want to go down that midway point unless they start to see some of these ultimates come out.
Me after broadcast, disassociating. ICAV, Texol falling over. This blizzard in the corridor, Rose. You just don't survive that at all.
Where'd the blade go? I kept Pep the blade and instantly died.
Yeah, you ain't killing anybody on this team with a blade. That is for certain. Well, I mean, maybe you eliminate Pack, but that's about it. Quick rotation here for Meta Boys. They need to make this fast. Straight through the server room.
They've got the support ults to do it, though.
This is very doable. Yeah, they're going to be able to touch as well. Here comes the Ray. Orbital Ray deployed. Team Peps with the disengage.
Wait till that expires and they get to go back in, but that's where GCP's sound barrier is going to come into play.
Now they're pushing the point. They're actually just let the point go as well, so Meta Boys in a good spot. Sound barrier comes in as well. Pack under a lot of stress and pressure. Crocs is alone on the point. In fact, the entirety of Team Peps are different sides of the map. One's on the point, one's in the spawn, one's in the bigger health pack. Finally, they are able to regroup with Stellos laying down some key shots. FD God 4% away from the sound barrier, can't go down just yet. Don't AJ, there we go. Okay, thank goodness. FD God stays alive for at least a brief moment there. It's going to be able to come back with sound barrier in just a moment as Meta Boys still control this point. Crocs now has got a bigger shield to work with. This wall deployed by Pack, holding on to this shadow as well, but it's been tough for them to actually lock any of Meta Boys down. Finally there, the kills come in, and FD God returns with a beat. Now Hammer's going to hit the floor as well, as Fake Jake tries to unearth the rest of Team Peps, who have managed to find that flip. A scrappy affair, a 4-minute fight, an absolute slobber knocker of one, as Team Peps eventually win it and claim the point and the map, as Meta Boys Now to try and deal with this Coalescence getting back. I don't think it's going to happen though, Rose. I think this is just about it. Team Peps get Lijiang Tower.
That is it. That's all she wrote. Control Center. Who would have thought? From we know it's Crocs at this point. Pulled up the Roadhog, Doomfist, Orisa, and Reinhardt. That is more variety that we've seen in this tank position than any of our matches before that. And we even had a Wrecking Ball in our last one.
Yeah, he loves the H key, does Crocs. A little bit of change up. I like that. I mean, hey, go into something that's a little bit more conventional on that point. Apart from, well, I guess conventional previously to Juno, but more like Juno play now with the Reinhardt. But hey, if you made it work with the BAP and the Moira, like, yeah, sure, why not? I mean, Mei and Sim, pretty classic for that round. And Peps get it done. They get it done in 3, and Meta boys end up going down those final few moments. If Fake Jake, if he didn't have to deal with that giant Sim wall, maybe it would have been a different story. That Venture does a lot of damage whenever he's grouped up like that. As we jump to some highlights from that rather entertaining first map of this game.
This is great. Give me more of this. I want to see more mystery heroes from Crocs. I want to see if we can get the full slate of tanks in. We actually might. For today in EMEA, we might be able to get every tank. I feel like Zarya might be the hardest one to actually see come to fruition.
Yeah. Zarya and Sigma are the only tanks that have not been picked yet, so.
Yeah.
And Circuit's not in the pool either, so I don't think we're going to see. I mean, maybe. I mean, if Croc's in the lobby, sure, he can play whatever, but the likelihood of that is pretty slim. I can't believe we saw Moira. I mean, when Juno is available too.
Wow, throwback.
Yeah.
But it made a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, I still would prefer the Juno, I'll say. It's definitely a better pick at the moment.
I thought that FD God would have switched to Juno after using something like the sound barrier. If they felt like the Juno might be a little bit better there, I think the Moira makes a lot of sense. Maybe you were worried about trying to nail down Texal or Fake Jake or even just ICAV if ICAV is going to be on the Tracer. Moira's grasp is not so bad.
Dog fight. Look at that.
This was so close.
Pretty similar stats across the board. Healing and damage done pretty similar. Deaths 43 to 47, 1 KD to 0.9. Both teams got that dog in them.
This is the closest map we've seen out of any of our maps so far in EMEA.
100%. Going through rounds, not too surprising there to see those stats being quite high, but yeah, now Meta Boys get their chance to pick. Okay, where do you think we're going? I mean, they seem to be pretty happy with running close to like what the meta we expected it to be with the Mei, and then you know, even Venture coming out from a Fake Jake, but you know, perma running Juno makes the most sense to me as well. I mean, we could do, yeah. I mean, they ended up going down. How they got here was just going down to VP, like 3-0, right? Okay, VP, and they didn't actually end up getting a point. They played Lijiang Tower, Watchpoint, Gibraltar, and New Jack City. They didn't get a single point on either of those maps. So they've got 1 point, so that's more than they've done. That's technically, I guess, an infinite increase because there's no number to start off with, but I will say 100% increase. I mean, Peps, they went to Kings Row, Esperanza, New Jack City, and Watchpoint Gibraltar in their games against one-man army. So we'll have to wait and see what they want to pick.
Whoa!
Throne of Anubis. Okay, so we're going to Clash. We've, on the main broadcast at the very least, we've only seen Hanaoka in EU so far. So we're seeing a first Throne of Anubis on the main stream.
Very exciting. All right, so we're kind of even now on Clashes picked. Because even off stream on Friday, we had 1 Throne of Anubis and 1 Hanaoka. I'm excited we get a chance to see Throne of Anubis. It's so weird to look at this map and just all you see is Temple of Anubis everywhere you look.
Temple of Anubis. Do we want Temple of Anubis back? I'm not sure.
I kind of miss that map. Am I crazy?
Yes. The only thing
I didn't like Hanamura, but I liked Temple of Anubis.
Oh, that's a hot take. I think Hanamura is the better of the 2CP maps, the assault maps.
I thought second point Hanamura was like impossible.
Oh, that's a.
It was more impossible
that is
for me than Throne of Anubis.
Spicy take, I will say. I think Hanamura was probably the best out of all those. The only Temple of Anubis did have its quirks. When Doomfist wants DPS, you could diag punch on, if you were like attacking the last point, you could diag punch across the walls, which was really cool. But Yeah, and there's also the ever so famous color hex on Torb photo from the Overwatch League when he was playing Boston Uprising. One of my favorite photos of all time from Al. Just him on Torb in the corridor, not Throne of Anubis, Temple of Anubis. Oh my god, I better not say Temple or mean Throne.
We're on Throne of Anubis.
We're on
Let's
Throne.
go.
It begins with T. Why do they do that to me? All right, we're getting back into the game. Enough about ancient history. Crocs
Joker
on
Queen.
the Queen.
Okay, we've got another one.
5th hero of the day.
Oh, just you wait. We are gonna see the Zarya or the Sigma. One of them.
He's a vibes player. Absolute vibes player. All right, ICAP dead to pack. Nice high ground control here. That's really nice, taking that away from the enemy team. If you can take that little jump pad. Good wall too. From Stelios.
No escaping.
Absolute vibes from Crocs right now. Unreal.
Well, you push so far up because you know you're going to capture this first point. You really don't have a choice if you were Meta Boys except to back up here and try your hand at this next clash point. But here we go to point D. As a reminder to people who haven't really seen Clash yet, you get a chance to capture this middle objective and then it starts to move forward towards your enemy's spawn. You end up winning that one out, so we'll go to D and then E could be 3 points. You could just see that.
Yeah, each check mark on the last point is worth each checkpoint on the last point, E or A, they are worth an extra point for yourself. Of course, Peps have one already on the board. Meta Boys almost capping. They're going to be able to touch, though. Good wall. That's actually going to stop Crocs getting a lot of healing. Luckily, though, Juno's got a lot of mobility. GCB already down. Same with Centrella Fan. It's Meta Boys. If they lose this, they are fighting for this last point. And normally the games do end up ping-ponging, right? So it's normally the case of okay, you win the mid fight, the defenders then win this one, and then it kind of ping-pongs. But we have seen a very quick Hanaoka game that we had yesterday.
It was 5-1.
It was an extremely quick cap, yeah. A lot of ticks were gained on that last point. There's 1 pixel away from
Orbital Race.
Orbital Race coming in. I mean, Pax chilling on this little speed ring too. He's gonna escort himself to the high ground. The Blizzard gets on to the point. Stelios gets out of there alive too. Doesn't even use the Blizzard. I want to throw it out though. It's going pretty low. In fact, an orbital ray being used for FT God pretty late into this fight. And that bomb's going to be really hard to deal with. A lot of healing coming through though. And a giant rampage from Crocs just sends them all to the Shadow Realm. Those Meta Boys just fall over. That was an amplified damage and healing technically ray coming through from FD God. But they are still going to lose this one.
Holy cow.
Oh,
GCP's okay. Gonna commit the sound barrier. That's crazy.
Zerion comes back. It's a headshot on Fake Jake. I have spoken too soon. Somehow, Team Peps have managed to regroup as a 5-man unit. Zerion eventually falls there to ICAB, but Crocs is still alive and well on the point. Just pure hard carry mode on the tank roll right now. He's another knife. Is that another kill? Yeah, it is. Crocs is just dominating on the Queen.
What the heck? This is the longest fight on a Clash point I have seen yet. Even watching the replays of the Hanaoka and Throne of Anubis that we didn't get a chance to see on stream, these points go fast. And that was the most ultimates I've seen committed. That was almost a full 10, I think, from both teams using everything.
Pretty much, yeah.
Wow.
Pretty much. GCB's off the Lucio now too. Onto the Ana to try and get an anti on the Queen. All right, where's Crocs going? What adventure he's on to next? Oh, killing your supports. That's where he's going. And guess what he's got? Another rampage. Oh, goodbye, Fake Jake. Blizzard available.
Oh my goodness.
This is just chaos. This is actual TDM or ground war gameplay right now. 16 versus 16. Modern Warfare 2. Ground war action. There's another checkpoint, by the way. So 3-0. Crocs is in the spawn.
He's gonna rampage the spawn.
Surely not. Blizzard use the lucky escape tunnel there under that last point. Stelios down. Surely Fake Jake survives. Maybe not. Kitsune rush as well. This is chaos. Absolute chaos. All right.
Oh,
well, unfortunately for Meta Boys, this progress is going to regress now, and Team Peps have ults. Surely this isn't a 5-0.
It might be. It might be our first 5-0 on the broadcast. Fake Jake
they got
is
two
dead.
ticks already. There's two
Orbital
orbital rays. Fake Jake down. Cinderella in the front line, just going golden and hopefully going beast mode, using the ult as much as possible. Crocs gets booped away, but that Terror Surge, Crocs is more than happy to kind of fight into it. And taking out the Orisa. It was kind of dancing with death there at the very end. The Fake Jake just gets a meat shot. Okay. When will it end?
Here you go. Point number 4. It's gonna end when this map is over. In like.
Okay. That's facts.
Seconds.
Got Socrates in the voice comms right now.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right. GCV's on Brig. Someone please deal with Crocs. If they can regroup, it takes a long time, by the way, to capture this last point. Okay, it's finally ending. Everybody take a sigh of relief, a breath of fresh air, perhaps, as we just had a 5-minute fight on point E.
Holy cow.
Team Peps are on match point, so not match point, I suppose, game point. Map point, yeah, that's
map
it.
Point? I mean, you just regroup here at this point.
What a spear! Nice spear and still is a little 180. Yeah, the little pulse bomb there. Just stick on Croc's POV perma. Just perma Croc's POV right now. Where's he going? You got a one-way ticket to Franny Town, my son. GCB gets knifed. What? 360 axe? Misses. All good though. You're chilling. Fake Jake dead. Point capping by Team Peps. Stelios also killing iCav off screen somewhere. Don't know where it was, but it was a kill. It'll do.
Oh, they are almost done with this map. I mean, Fake Jake gets to come in with the Venture ultimate, Tectonic Shock, maybe able to just get the kills it needs.
Nice spear. All right, FT God does manage to kill the Orisa.
You've got
Point's gonna get capped again. Crocs is still not dead. Crocs is still running. And now he can rock the satellite vector. On that point too, Fake Jake has got the Tectonic Shock, but it's gonna be hard to fight into Peps now. And Crocs is on another adventure. So bracing. Oh, you're dead. There's absolutely no way. Nice little axe once more. Rampage available. Little Pog spawns and back does find one kill. There's the Rampage. Here's Fake Jake. Gotta chase him down, and FD God ends up killing him. That's a crazy story right there. A crazy turn of events when Jake gets killed by FD God, that's for sure. And Crocs ends up getting 2 Gracie kills, and that might just be Team Peps winning this round and winning this in this map as well. A rally coming in from the Brig. A pack switched over to the Sombra to get the manual hack, and that'll be it. An unbelievably chaotic affair. A bit more of a fever dream than I hoped it would be for our first Throne of Anubis on the main broadcast, but you know what? I had fun. It was a good time.
I had so much fun. Thank you, Crocs, for your service to society, for all of the crazy gameplay. The Junker Queen was sick. I'm here for whatever Crocs is gonna feed us. Cook, son, please.
He's cooking.
We want everything.
But we're 2-0. We're 2-0 just like that. A 5-1. It was almost a 5-0. That would have been a pretty insane way to end that map, but they let them get one. Even though I think Crocs must have had the most ultimates in that game. It was at least the biggest impact of ultimates at the very least.
Like every other fight, there was a Rampage.
Had gold damage though as well. Like, there's no doubt this guy wasn't gold damage. This was insane too. Like, that is
Let's play the game right there.
Double damage, Rampage with the healing, and you were just not dying. Like, there's no way. Just a Crocs highlight reel now. The amount of Gracies he was hitting too, the amount of jagged blades, was kind of insane. Good job, Team Peps.
It's so difficult to actually get a kill with.
Yeah, I mean, especially against a team that's pretty mobile. Yeah, I mean, look at this. I mean, this is so stupid. Nice dodge, actually. Went straight to the right, dodged out of the sleep dart. Especially as you're sped up like that, it's kind of hard sometimes for the Arna to hit a JQ. Very slim hitbox compared to many of the other tank picks.
I feel like we are getting just a little taste of what's to come. If they win this map, I think Crocs is the player of the match.
Crocs is already my player of the match.
I think it's set in stone already. It's written in the sand.
Romani taking notes here. Or maybe Crocs took notes from Romani. Not sure. But it was a good time. It was a good time. There was thrown in Anubis, and if you only just tuned in, you were like, "Oh, I can't wait to see some Clash today." Well, it just finished. It was a rather quick one, a 5-1 for Peps. Meta Boys with another map choice. At least they got a point on the board. It was rough game versus Virtus Pro. They didn't get a single point against them, but you know, it is VP after all, an extremely dominant team and has been on the up and up since they got picked up by the org. We'll see where we're going to go. We're going to jump to a quick break. You can all take a breather. You can just chill out for just a moment. I'm going to take a peek at the tank, see what's going on with the fish, and yeah, we'll see you in a bit. Welcome back. A pretty crazy last map, that Throne of Anubis. We are going to Watch Point Gibraltar as our potential last map, as Meta Boys have picked once again. A bit more dive heavy now. We'll see what Crocs wants to play. I think that's going to be the big question mark. Lil Winston.
I think we're going to see Crocs on his 6th hero of the match, and I think you're right about it, yes. Being Winston.
It's 100%. Like, he's pretty much played everything so far. However, he could play a little bit of something else. He could play Sigma. Could play.
I don't know if I would want to see the Sigma on Gibraltar. I'm not gonna.
Could play Hog again. Could play Hog again. Could play Zarya. I wouldn't say Zarya's a good pick on this map, but it would be fun.
It would be funny. Sure would. We got a sub also, I guess it's worth calling out here. Instead of Centralapan in that tank position for Meta Boys, it is going to actually be Poro plays that's going to be taking up that tank role. So I think this is definitely part of the plan for Meta Boys. Try to see if they can actually get this dive to work to keep themselves in this match, but I think it's going to have to be off of those main tank picks.
Yeah. That's really going to determine how the pace of the map goes. As always, I mean, tanks really are the pace setters. Poro plays, yeah, Poro wins him. A little bit of dive here. It's nice to see a little bit of Gibraltar. I'm curious if we're going to see a little bit of Widow. I would hope so. But with the way Crocs was playing, what's Crocs really going to play? Honestly, the Winston, like, he used to be a pretty damn good Winston player a long time ago. Plays a Angry I was going to say Attack on Titans, Angry Titans. Certainly because I started rewatching the final series. That would be pretty cool. Hey, free. Oh, well, that would be pretty sick. Just saying.
Free ideas.
Free ideas, right here. They're not listening, but free ideas. Let's have a look at what defense is going to hold for us. Yep, Crocs on the Winston. It's kind of known for his Winston back in the day.
We got double snipe. Oh, come on, Stelios.
Close. I mean, Stelios is a good sniper player too. So.
Could you imagine double sniper double sniper dive Winston on this map?
Yeah, I mean, very doable.
So long ago. I miss it.
Yeah, Stelios playing Tracer. I feel like you almost have to have a Tracer, but it's good to see a little bit more Hanzo play too from a pack. Not sure ICAV is going to stick on the Torb, but a small teleport for fake Jake to get Texol and GCB over to the side. Over the high grounds. There it is. Okay, a little TP.
But we are not going to see the Juno from either team, and it makes a lot of sense because we are going to see the Winston, so if you want to try to play a little bit more of a dive-oriented team, the Ana and the Brig are a little bit more survivable than something like the Juno. Juno is very easily taken apart by a well-executed dive, even if you have the Brig to help save you.
It's so awkward peeking that angle there as the Widowmaker because you're so close to like falling off of that high ground, and so you have to like weirdly slow peek. Crocs is in trouble, 27 HP, and he's in the bubble too. I mean, you're not getting any support there, and it looks like Xerion and FD God were trying to get to him. ICAV, grapple shot, doesn't find anybody. Stelios does take care of fake Jake though, so okay, Widow on the point now. ICAV pushing the payload.
Boy's making a little bit of progress here, but you still have to deal with the antis onto GCB and Texol. Crocs is not going to let that go.
Yeah, you control this high ground is so important. The longer you can control this high ground as the Ana Brig, the better. Like, you're going to be in such a good spot to delay a lot of time, because if you are on the attack, like, Meta always have to clear the high ground. Like, you cannot let the Ana Brig, like, get blue box. You cannot let them just freely rotate. If you push the payload, yeah, that's great, but as soon as you do, they're going to look at you down from blue box, and they're going to just surround you pretty much. So it does take them, it will take you a long time to dislodge them. You don't get, like, a clean wipe. There is the nano boost though. Good nade coming in from Xerion, keeps FD God alive. However, a nano primal rage. Pretty tough to deal with the best of times, but a rallying Brig sometimes is all you need. FD God getting kept alive right now, but fortunately for our plays, Texol is there to help out with the damage and even the nade too onto Xerion. Good nano engage from Metaboys as they get the payload rocket.
Should be another recontest that can come through though from Team Peps, and that's going to be 3 ultimates, 4 actually, that they're going to be able to work with. This rally could be very big here for GCB if they're able to get it online in time, and you have to back up here with the dragons coming your way.
Yeah, can't peek aggressively. Oh, pulse bomb.
No way.
Straight into the health pack as well, so it was only a fraction of a second that he lost health. ICAV with good size, nice headshot to Stelios, but I mean this nano boost, not sure you're going to be around for much longer, sadly. Crocs with 2 kills on the Nano Winston, and a 3rd, the Nano wears off.
Crocs has primal rage now too for this last minute and 15 seconds. Big defensive setup here too for Team Peps as they're able to get that high ground above that point. Big J can't even get away either, so that's a huge stagger to allow Team Peps to just keep fortifying this high ground.
Yeah, Xerion and FD God are back on heights. They're gonna have to clear this again. It takes them so long to do so. And when I say clear, I mean ICAV hopefully landing a headshot. Comes the rally. Really defensive use of it too. You can see it was just for Crocs basically diving in. So Metaboy's not gonna be able to make good use of this overhealth. So as ICAV will, but what, you survived one
that
body shot, couple body shots by the hand.
Seriously, that was so bold.
30 seconds, Rose. They've lost their Tracer. I mean, Metaboys, this is all falling apart for them.
And they're gonna have, so like, the Metaboys on this attack push, as long as they don't lose anybody else, get the nano, they've got the primal. Poros plays, gonna have to pop the primal immediately. So low.
Nano boost. Oh no, I think Stelios woke up the The sleeping primal monkey. Nice little name, but Zerion's already dead. Oh, that could have cost them dearly. Stelios with those little pulse pistols woke up Horo Plays pretty quickly after he's slept by the Ana. Cross has still got the primal rage, however, as Zerion and Pack are going to spawn, so a lot of time can be delayed. However, with FD God dead, that time is going to dwindle as Croc receives no healing. And in OT, we see Metaboy's cap.
Oh, you're right. Like, an overextension there is going to cost Team Peps that defensive hold and allow Metaboys this extra chance to make it through the second objective. Sightlines here, too. Very good for ICAV.
Good kill.
Wow, Stelios from the top rope.
Stuck the shield. That would have been a sick double kill, actually, but stuck the shield in the end. Pulse bomb onto Crocs. Overstaying is welcome in the backline by the looks of it. Sight's active. Stelios knows he's been spotted. Sleep onto Poro Plays and a couple of Storm Arrow shots and a headshot too at the very end of that. Good whip shot from FD God to finish off the Winston.
Payload inching ever closer to that second point, but you still have to wait for the rest of the respawns. It's gonna be like this though, when you've got the Hanzo and the Widowmaker, you're really just hoping for one team to get a pick and initiate the rest of the fight. Widowmaker a little bit more necessary to get those headshots.
Classic point B Gibraltar. Nano Boost, they're ready for an engage, looking like they want to try for something here. Could need some serious help on Crocs right now. He's been antied. Nano Boost deployed. Oh, to FD God, but he got slept. Eventually woken up, but GCB with a nano of his own ends up cleaning on up. A double kill for the Brig. Yeah, FD God getting nanoed there. I think the sleep and the nano basically hit the same time, so not a position that Texol, sorry, that Zerion thought he'd be in.
Couple of swaps though, as we look at some of these respawns. ICAV going over to the Genji to get off of the Widowmaker, and then we're also going to see Zerion switch off of the Ana and go over to the Kiriko. So Kiriko able to at least swift step back into this fight, keep this defense, and now it's going to be 35 seconds left for Metaboys to try to capture the second objective. And they are
so far behind.
Yeah, they're staring at a lot of ults here. Not only do you have to cross all of this territory, but you also have to deal with Crocs' Primal Rage and a rally from FD God.
Fake J with the pulse. Their only real hope here of killing FD God. Stelios lands a pulse on the ground and Pack finishes off Texol, and an easy kill. Oh, FD God dies with rally though, as they're getting stuck by Fake Jake, so that was the miracle play they were hoping for, but Stelios has already claimed 2. Team Peps, the health bar is dwindling now as Poro plays pulse the Primal Rage. FD God going down there with the rally is what is going to cost them big. Crocs' Primal Rage is good enough for some stall here as FD God comes back. He's dealing with ICAV right now, but he's sent pretty low. Crocs is still able to pick up a kill onto Poro Plays though, as the Primal Rage does come to an end eventually. ICAV does find the reset killer onto Pack, and now Crocs is just trying to play around his bubble to stay alive on the point, waiting for these reinforcements to come in. Zerion quick to swift step onto the point, quickly dealt with though by Texol, who lands a kunai straight to his dome. FD God's still alive as well, providing a lot of aura healing for the rest of the team, and this is going to be where Team Peps end up holding. Only now having to deal with ICAV, eventually hacked 1% towards the blade. And Metaboys can't get that point 2 completed as Team Peps hold.
There was a lot more meterage, I think, than what Metaboys thought that they would be able to get as well. They looked like they were about to get full held on that first point. And then maybe a couple of missteps here or there by Team Peps, giving them a little bit of breathing room to actually make it closer to the second objective. Boy, scrappy nonetheless, but I think Team Peps certainly have the ability to make it to that line in the sand.
Yeah, it felt like that first point would have been held, right? I mean, that's small.
It really did.
Small mistake. It is sometimes pretty hard if a sleep comes in. You're also shooting at the Winston. Stelios waking up the sleeping Primal Rage. Might not have been the difference maker, of course. There were lots of factors still there, but that was just the one that was most apparent on our screens at the time. See what Team Peps want to do. FD God hovering the Weaver. We saw this in their game the other day against One Man Army. And they got full held. How is Hanzo eating through the mask? I do not know.
The mask is just...
it's an illusion.
Illusion, yeah, in your mind.
Okay. Is FT Gold going to stick? That's the question. I'm waiting with bated breath. I mean, maybe if it's just for the first small little bit. Boost people up onto high ground would make sense. I mean, you boost Crocs up. Yeah, there you go. Woo! Straight over the top. But does he stay?
He's staying.
Looks like he's going to, yeah. FT Gold. All right, clearly something that Peps have practiced. Still pedal platform there, getting a nice bit of high ground too, although Croc's taking most of his health as he jumped off the platform.
Well, you know, honestly, if anything, it does allow Orisa to get this verticality a little bit faster. Instead of having to walk up all of those stairs, you can just use that pedal platform to boost up the Orisa like we saw to that first overpass. But then you also are able to get the Orisa up to blue box if you really want to.
Yeah, I definitely see the vision. Whee! Look at that. Oh, didn't quite make it over to there, but it's exactly what you were saying, right? Like, just get him up onto high ground and then try and dominate from here. Yeah, good luck hitting a winner like that. That's a few nice shots, a couple of spears thrown towards the server room. And ICAV in trouble. Yeah, look at that, playing super far back, just constantly poked out by Pack. Pack launches one more arrow, even a deflect, kind of a ricocheting storm arrow will get him. Tree available in 10% as well. FT God right now just trying to body block Zerion.
Yeah, honestly, these pedal platforms have been incredibly annoying.
Yeah, FT God's going to play on it as well as that tree has been deployed in server. Nature trying to reclaim what man built. Zerion takes down a GCB, but yeah, the tree, it does this big, like, pulsating heal, but if the burst damage, which it is there realistically from, like, Poro Play and Fake Jake, the tree is not much use. On top of that, the Arno too, the anti-net is pretty nice. 2 minutes to go. FT God switching over to the Juno, keeping up on life.
Well, it's going to be Juno and also Winston. So Crocs is also going to give up the Orisa play, which means that you don't necessarily need the Life Weaver for the increased verticality. So I like the Juno just a little bit better. They got to wait out these sites, though, that ICAV has just let loose. Don't want to accidentally give over a head. That was bold. Oh. Stelios, Pack, come on now.
Yeah, Pack peeks right into that one, hoping maybe he gets a random arrow off.
Maybe the Winston bubble, though, too. Maybe you were expecting that to actually come up and protect you, so those sites aren't actually as big of a deal either.
Yeah, maybe. I wouldn't test it, though.
Bold, though.
I have with a good shot. All right, minute 30 to go. Waiting for Pack to kind of respawn it. Peps don't really want to lose anybody else, but Meta Boys are making it hard for them to be in a position where they can aggress. So yeah, ICAV getting chased out right now. Just a classic loop around as the Widowmaker. Yep, you're going to die eventually. Eventually, the monkey will find you. Minute 15 seconds to go. Server room in control of Meta Boys right now. Rally deployed. Same with that nade. A very early one from Texol, but it does keep them healthy. See the rest of them team joining them to receive some of that over health, sorry.
Oh, waiting for that Winston to jump in, though.
Now who's deployed onto Poro Plays. Pulse Bomb. Oh, it does land, too. Fake Drake weaving that one in. Caught Pack's toe there or something. FT God using those gliders to full effect, just dodging out of the way of Poro Plays. A lot of support for Team Peps as they close on in on this first point. Poro Plays unable to lock anybody down, and FT God once again slipping away as Crocs comes up with a two-piece.
There you go. 28 seconds left, but plenty of time to actually get this first point, and you're also gonna get a nice stagger onto Texol. Pack is switched over to the Sombra, so no more Hanzo here. The Sombra would be great because you are almost guaranteed to get an EMP up in this 2-minute 40 time bank, maybe even 2, if you are able to build that up quickly enough. And that just could be the fight winner that you're looking for. Meta Boys used everything in the tank in order to try to hold on to that first point defense. Yeah, and Fake Jake is dead. This is even more time here for Team Peps.
Manual hacks are really nice. You hide on high ground, right? Permit in stealth, and then as soon as someone tries to get on, you hack them, they insta-die. ICAV dead as well, so both EPS and Meta Boys dead. Short lead there from Crocs, not exactly what he wanted, but he's going to hold this door with this bubble.
And that's point. That's almost point. That's almost map and match.
Playing a little saucy right now. Yeah, let's do this pulse bomb. Someone's going to touch from Meta Boys. Good stick on the break, though. Insta-killing GCB. Zerion also ends up going down, and Stelios now on the point trying to cap. When Crocs Pack, they're pretty close to this EMP, so they can make good use of it, but they might not even need it, to be fair. Fake Jake throws out a last-ditch attempt pulse bomb, and it is all Team Peps on Watch Point Gibraltar. They finish out their series 3-0, a confidence builder for the team after they got knocked down into this situation by a one-man army. And there it is. They're going to get their chance to move on through and get a rematch too against the team.
This full French squad is in full force. Very cool to see Team Peps go back to their roots to have all of these French players. And also when it felt like their backs were against the wall with trying to figure out what to do for this OWCS stage. Danny, Crocs though, come on, you get to see your Reinhardt, you got to see your Roadhog.
Danny's
what
happy.
more could
Look
you
at that
want?
smile on his face.
I said it was Wasp was the most entertaining. I take that back. I think this was the most entertaining. I saw all of my favorite tanks being played, and also Crocs. That guy is
What a dominator, actually.
Yeah, he was dominating. Oh my god.
On the Queen on Throne of Anubis was crazy. Like the guy just didn't stop. Every time a cooldown was up, he was going, go.
I think Anubis was like the moment where Crocs was like, "Hey guys, hold my drink. Let me go."
Yeah, exactly.
I got
He's
this. I got
ready.
this. Fantastic stuff from Team Peps, and definitely well-deserved win. 3-0 victory for Peps. Very entertaining.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of insane too because now they get to face One Man Army again. They got denied. One Man Army denied them the reverse sweep in that series. They went all the way to Watch Point Gibraltar of all maps and first held them. So this One Man Army versus Peps game is going to be the one to watch for Group B. That being the last one that decide a match. It's gonna be a banger for sure. And if Crocs can turn up like he has here on the Queen, like, dude, it's gonna be
definite chance that
It's gonna be he's gonna be the difference maker for the squad for sure.
All vibes. Is that what you said?
Yeah, he's a
was
vibes
all
player.
Vibes.
Clearly a vibes player. Just picking what he wants, picking the hog. I'll just go Queen. I'll just do this. Like, I'll just play every tank. It's whatever.
But he's got the skill to back it up too. It's not just the vibes to be able to pull out some of these more off-the-cuff heroes, but it's also like the whole Throne of Anubis was a highlight reel for Crocs as Junker Queen. It was phenomenal. Like really, just the star player of that map. Like, even heading into this Gibraltar. Was like more lights out play here on the Winston.
That FD God stick, like he stuck it and then FD got pop rally, like almost the same. Like that was almost that point as well. Like FD God losing the rally, which was really the win con for that fight, but yeah, nice job there.
Bit unfortunate, I heard you guys talking about maybe Crocs is gonna pull out every single tank here.
Yeah, we didn't quite see it.
So
It was close.
Wait, which ones did we miss? It was Sigma,
Zarya.
Yeah, kind of. But hey, any guesses on player of the match? Hey, here we go.
No.
Easy for Crocs, honestly. Look at that, 3.2 KD, damage dealt, damage mitigated. Oh, that's a tank player right there. More damage than damage mitigated. Good stuff from Crocs all around. Look at that.
Oh, disgusting.
Spice. It's pure spice.
I mean, Jack, you were talking about now they're going up against a rematch against Woman Army next, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is going to be the big game, yeah.
The winning factor for Team Peps for the rematch.
I mean, as long as Crocs just keeps doing this, keeps the unbridled aggression. I think that's the main aim of the game. Like the guys permit in the backline, just like really pushing spawn. Like who does that? Crocs right there is like in the enemy spawn while the rest of his team are kind of trying to fight for position. Like this is what you need. You need the pure vibes tank player to come in and just lay down the law, seriously. Because One Man Army, I'm not too surprised they went that far. I think the Peps are a really good squad, but One Man Army are the real, like, they are biting at the heels of team, like, VP. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see. It's going to be a banger.
Yeah, definitely. I do agree. It is going to be a banger. That is coming in the near future. For now, it's time for the interview with our player of the match. Crocs is on the line for the post-match interview. There you go.
Oh, look at that.
Crocs.
The king's wearing his crown.
The king. Can you describe to us your costume? What is this? No, keep it on. Keep it on, please.
It's nothing. It's my leaf crown, god leaf crown.
My God, dude, you look fantastic, and with the shades as well, bro. Big congratulations on getting this win. I'm just gonna start off with a simple question. We've seen you flex onto different heroes, all the tanks. What is your personal favorite to play? Because you seem to dominate on all the heroes that we've seen today.
My favorite today was Queen, but in my heart, still Roadhog, best hero in the game.
Yeah.
So true, so factual for that one. Look, you're facing a one-man army again. You got denied the reverse sweep. Like, how are you guys feeling loading into that? Because this was just, it was kind of dominant. Like, you guys kind of rolled through Meta Boys, a 3-0. You yourself were just like popping off, like very well deserved, obviously, player of the match. But one-man army are going to be a complete different beast. Any kind of new approach that you're going to roll into the next match with?
Yeah, I mean, I will see it there, but like our honeymoon phase is over, so I'm kind of sad. we need to adjust a lot of things now that everybody pick up the meta that we were like rolling everybody on EU server since 2 weeks. Everybody play Orisa, so I'm a bit sad now. When they all say it will not work, but against Sauma, we're just gonna roll. Honeymoon over maybe, but new team will come out of this and easy win. Like Aoma who?
That's fair enough. Well, especially if you guys keep playing like that, Crocs, I feel like you have a really good shot to win against a one-man army. But I want to hear from you. How has it been playing with this new Peps squad that you guys have created for the OWCS Stage 4?
I mean, it's fantastic. Speaking French, be able to insult each other, but with respect, important. Insult with respect because we're French. And like, it's so funny. We're just going Napoleon War style on the enemy team, having fun, laughing. Perfect.
Yeah, okay.
Sounds like a great time.
Right, it sounds like a great time. It sounds like you guys are vibing, and it's definitely working. We saw that today. Hey, Crocs, big congratulations again on getting this win, and I'm really, really excited to see more from you and your squad.
Thank you. Thank you for the cast.
All right,
and,
thank you so much.
See you against Sauma. Maybe Og, maybe Orisa, maybe Junker Queen. Who knows?
Zarya, Sigma, no?
Junker Queen.
every single team. No?
What is this?
Thank you so much, Crocs. Guys,
Get those off tanks out of my
Crocs is gonna be my favorite player from now on. Oh my god, that guy is so
Napoleonic warfare as well in the comms, insulting each other with respect because they're French. Those comms must go crazy.
Oh my god.
So funny.
I hope we get to hear the hear the comms later on. If we do not, unfortunate. But hey, this is the updated Group B bracket. Of course, Team Peps getting the win. Now they're waiting for that rematch against One Man Army for the decider match.
Yeah, I mean, that is the spiciest matchup, I think, of the decider matches. Of course, we have Quick Esports versus Vendetta being one of the other ones. A couple of them haven't been decided yet, as we've not played 2 elimination games. But this decider match is going to be the pinnacle, right? The tip top of the group stage. It's going to be so much fun. If it goes to a map 5 again, I am here for it.
And here is our group standings for the stage 4 right now. Yeah, looking pretty good.
Yeah, we still need to play SRP check versus Hypnos, of course, and Negative Mental Attitude versus Gambit. Those are the 2 elimination games, which will be coming next week, of course. Yep. But yeah, I mean, the one-man army versus Peps is going to be sick. Like, so much fun.
Yeah. I mean, after what we saw and heard from Crocs, yeah, that's one of the matches that I'm really, really looking forward to.
He's ready, bro. As long as he doesn't play off tanks, he's good. He's John.
Off tanks, ew.
Yeah, brother. Yeah, get it out of here.
All right.
So funny.
Let's move on. So we had 3 great matches for EMEA today. It's time to look at some of the best moments from all 3 matches. Starting with the first one, that was Twisted Mind versus.
Oh yeah, my word. The Twisted Minds push against Piece of Cake. Yeah. This is an insane comeback. They were 118 meters or something versus 0, and they managed to get it. Like, on push as a mode, like, that is impossible. Almost, you never see this in pro play, like, at all. This is such a rarity.
And here is clip number 2. Ostrix getting 4K on Nepal.
Oh, geez, it was a double hit into the mines, and then Ostrix just being able to clean up shop after that. It's just so funny to watch the Wrecking Ball, and well, unfortunately, we aren't gonna see any more of the Ostrix or the Gurkmeister. We still get Crocs, which is pretty awesome.
Long live the Queen. I didn't let go of the W key. One moment in that game. It was truly One of the fastest thrones I think we've seen, Throne of Anubis we've seen, and also the most ridiculous. Like, there was just non-stop fighting. There wasn't a moment of rest, which is good for the viewers, kind of bad for my voice sometimes, but we're chilling.
Yeah. Never seen such a back and forth on even just one of those clash points is what we did, where it was such a tug of war. 10 ultimates getting thrown into that point. I don't know. I was very excited to see that. I hope we see some more closer brawls on some of those clashes.
Yeah, maybe clashes will be a little closer than that next time.
Hopefully next week we'll get some more clash and also more closer clash maps, I guess, fights as well. All right, we're going to wrap up EMEA region. Rose, Jack, any final thoughts? Any final takeaways before we end this first week of stage 4?
Just that I appreciate you, Danny. Thanks for coming in to host.
You're all right.
Yeah. W, Danny. Oh, okay, thanks, Danny.
All right, everybody. We're going to head into a break. When we come back, we're going to be back with schedule. Before we go to the break, yeah, we have schedule. Yep, that is
for next week.
Next week. Yep, a lot of matches.
Yeah.
I think interesting matches as well. So yeah, keep on the lookout.
Yeah. Shikigami have been a really fun team to watch, actually. So that elimination match, or that decider match, sorry, will be very fun. But Hypnos versus SR Peak Check, old Danny. We're playing more Ryan there, so yeah.
I love Ryan. Hey, I love all tanks. And after, I don't know.
But especially Ryan.
Especially Ryan. And I like you too. Sure.
Oh, okay. W.
Kind
W.
of. All right.
Kinda. Okay, we'll take that.
All right, it's time for a break. Rose and Jack, thank you so much. And I guess we'll see you guys next week. Thank you so much, everybody. Yeah. Quick break. When we come back, NA. We'll be right back.
Let's go.
Faire une pulse.
Moi qui win, go chase, ils sont tous low,
Push.
Un up une nade.
Allez, voilà,
Putain de connard.
Je vais pour mon ult. On peut juste d'une ult et EMP late.
Regardez mon kill, il est bulle, regardez mon kill.
Le cri l'HP.
Il est où? En bas à gauche. Le cri en bas. Le cri one.
Ok.
Merci.
Tu vas avoir mon ult soon.
GG. Tracer.
GG.
Payloads ready to move.
My power.
Incoming!
Trust more.
Fall back!
What do we have here?
Get this hunk of junk moving!
You can hide, but you cannot escape.
We need a healer.
I am happy to serve. I sense that your hardest battle is yet to come.
Group up with me! I still have a few tricks up my sleeve.
Now it's going to get interesting.
Back no more.
All shall suffer. Our spirit will triumph. We'll have to force our way through. This is not over.
Got it. Package secured. I foresee great things for you.
It is fine now. Why? Because I am here.
Diamond designation.
Nice dead on there for Kai. Sits back. Spark is going to run them over.
That is how you make a statement.
What? What did I just see?
Peps is that much more aggressive. That's a beautiful blade. Absolutely picturesque.
You just can't get enough of it.
There's the pin.
Oh, absolute filth.
They didn't see that one coming.
That is clean from Mirren.
Toronto to fight are going to be your back-to-back-to-back champions.
This is all they needed, claiming victory in EMEA.
Crazy Raccoon versus Team Falcons. Lip just throwing clips. This whole hog's pretty devastating when you're up in the corner. It is delectable.
This might just be enough.
And Crazy Raccoons have done it.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. It's time for North America, and we got our casters. Hey, we got Lemon Kiwi and Mr. X.
I just love Danny's excitement for North America in general. You watch the EU show, it's like, yeah, here's EMEA, but North America, I mean, that's a loud scream there from you, Danny Lim.
No,
yeah, you better keep that up today.
Hey, I will try. It does remind me if my energy level goes, I guess, down, Jen, and then I'll try to bring it back up.
We'll fuel that. I'm already cosplaying like an Uber right now, and I'm like feeding that energy towards wherever he is in the world.
He's probably asleep, Mitch.
I feel like it's been some time. How have you been?
Good. A lot of craziness happening over in Europe, but I'm excited to get into North America today. It's been a while, but it's getting pretty hectic on the group stage side of things.
Yep, and a lot of excitement happening for NA, definitely. Before we move on, let's talk about drops. Yes, I saw on Twitch that some people are we getting drops? Are we not getting drops? You guys are getting drops. Make sure to connect your Twitch account to Battle.net to collect them. Okay, if you don't connect them, you don't get it. Make sure to do it, and then you could claim these rewards. Did you guys do it?
Yeah,
I did
obviously.
I did my part.
Yeah, I'm always claiming drops. You know, I don't blame the viewers that we have to throw this graphic up because everybody just spams drops in just about every chat. So you can never really know whether you actually have drops or not. But no, we do. And they're here, and they're cool.
That's the answer. And of course, everybody, make sure to follow all of our wonderful co-streamers as well. They'll be following along with the action all weekend long. We have Reinforce, Kenobi, CB-chan, and Ski SD. And for today, we will be raiding Kenobi after all the matches are over. So yeah, show him some love. It's gonna be good.
We'll bring out his lightsaber if you guys are nice enough.
I was gonna say maybe he'll dance. Maybe he'll dance. I mean, that'd be cool. You know, not.
Is Kenobi a dancer?
Kenobi, but yeah, he dance. Bring it down.
It'll be cool for us.
I mean, we called him out. Kenobi, you have to do it, I guess, when we raid you guys. Well, raid you, yeah. We'll be expecting some cool dance moves from you. All right.
What's the?
What?
I was gonna ask you, Danny. What's your go-to dance move? The
My
Danny
dance
Lim
move?
dance move. Yeah.
I don't really dance. Do you dance, Matt? What is your dance move?
You know, I don't really dance either, to be honest.
Macarena?
Yeah, the Macarena.
You seem like a Macarena guy. All right,
We're gamers. I don't think we dance. So.
Let's take a look at the 2024 schedule and see how we got here. I mean, we had to go through stage 1, 2, and 3. Of course, we had DreamHack Dallas. That was a lot of fun. And now we're in stage 4. We went through Swiss, and we're in week 1 of groups. Next week is going to be week 2 of group, main event, and then the grand finale, DreamHack Stockholm. Are you guys excited?
Dun, dun. Yeah, pretty far away, but I think that's going to be the biggest event of the year easily.
Oh yeah,
I hope so.
I hope so. No, it'll be pretty awesome. I mean, the DreamHack in Dallas, that was a great time. I mean, DreamHacks in general. I mean, Jen, you've been to a bunch. Like, they're always a really good time. You're in the same venue with a bunch of other esports, right? And everybody's kind of like seeing what everybody's up to. So they have the biggest Overwatch, OWCS event of the year there, especially like in Europe. We haven't really done like a pro Overwatch event in Europe in a really long time. So pretty awesome to see.
Yeah. As you guys see on the screen on lower third, grab your DreamHack Stockholm. Sorry, guys. Tickets. Dallas was
country.
three months ago. Wrong country, wrong time. Sorry, guys. Stockholm. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Grab your tickets. Go to DreamHack.com/Stockholm. Buy your tickets. Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be a fun time. It's gonna be cold, but throw a jacket on.
Yeah.
Come on down to Stockholm. Have some fun.
Yeah,
you're not really selling it, Matt.
Matt said there's the Old Town there is pretty famous. I don't know if that's true.
Yeah, I was playing games with somebody the other day and said there was an Old Town in Stockholm. Now they could have been just completely trolling me, and because I was just like, oh yeah, cool, I'll check it out. But maybe there is, maybe there isn't. But you have to be there to find out if there is.
True. Be there with us. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Let's take a look at the OWCS standings for NA currently for group standings. See where we're at.
Yeah,
it's coming. It's I see it.
Oh,
it's happening. Oh, there you go.
Look at that.
We went through groups A, B, and C today. We're gonna be starting off the match with Group D. It's gonna be Citrus Nation versus TSM.
I may or may not be the CEO of that team. Citrus Nation.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I may not be.
Cool.
I just thought it was so funny. It's like literally a lemon and maybe a lime.
Yeah,
pretty sure
that's
see it a little bit.
Yeah, no, you should. I mean,
I'm allowed to have bias for that.
Yeah,
you should get some type of rights. Some maybe prize
copyright
potentially. Yeah, if they end up winning, but. Yesterday's biggest match, the biggest kind of upset was that Fluffy Dreamland NRG match, right? That's one where I think NRG, a lot of people thought they were going to be, heavily favored, potentially, even kind of just run through Fluffy Dreamland. But Fluffy Dreamland, I mean, they had other things in mind, right? That's a 3-1. Real big surprise there, and I think this Citrus Nation versus TSM match is going to be pretty close as well. The Group B decider and the Group D decider, the one that we have coming up, for the winner's side, those are probably the two most contested ones. So this will be a good one.
Yeah, even I think Group A for Toronto versus Shiki yesterday was also entertaining as well. I think Shikigami put up a good fight, but Toronto too strong. Anyways, yes, let's take a look at the Group D brackets, which is the bracket that we are going to be starting for today's NA matches. Yes, Citrus Nation went up, beating Team Z. TSM beating Absolution and moving up, and that is going to be the match today. Citrus Nation versus TSM.
Yeah, we're pushing one team through and eliminating one team today. So tears of joy, tears of, sadness are going to be happening. But I think these are going to be some pretty tight matches. I'm excited to talk about it.
All right, let's take a look at that. I mean, let's talk about the lineup. Citrus Nation, we got some big names here. Matt, what do you think?
Yeah, no, I was going to say Citrus Nation. I mean, they have a pretty deep roster, right? You see, Kuffa there in terms of, another tank option, right? Zeb looks like in the starting lineup here today. But I'm looking at Tap has been a really strong damage dealer when we've seen him in the lineups for Citrus Nation. So excited to see this team play. I think one where we looked at Fluffy Dreamland. We were talking about, Energy Shock, right? I know maybe they're the number 2 team in NA. Fluffy Dreamland upsets them. I think this is a Citrus Nation team that is on the cusp of getting into that, top 4 conversation.
Yeah, I'm really glad we're starting with this match because this is the rematch of the lower bracket stage 3 match where Citrus Nightmare, now known as Citrus Nation, got rid of the Nightmare power, won in game 5 over TSM to knock them out in that point. So that's why I think this is going to be a really important match also for circuit points because TSM are in 4th, Citrus Nation in 5th, and they're just within arm's reach of NTMR to possibly qualify for points, but you know, you do have to go pretty deep in this bracket.
Yeah, definitely this is an important match for both of the teams. I think we are having a bit of difficulty with the graphics for TSM roster, so we're gonna skip ahead and
they're starting a bunch of players today.
Yeah, you guys will find out.
Players will be playing.
Surprise. We'll find out soon enough. Okay, let's look at the viewer prediction. I guess Citrus Nation is sort of favored, 56%, 44%. Are you guys surprised by this result, or was something that you guys expected?
Not really. I mean, like how Jen mentioned, it was a really competitive game in stage 3. I think also Jen made a really good point in terms of like where they are in the OWCS standings, like to go deeper in the main event. Getting a number 1 seed here, I think you kind of see a large gap between the 1 and 2s in each group, right? So not saying they get a guaranteed first round win, right? But it's pretty good odds they win that first round, right? So you give yourself a pretty good opportunity. Whoever loses this is going to have to go up against like a Toronto or somebody along those lines, so it puts them in a really tough spot.
Yeah. All right. I think the players are ready, so let's jump right into the match. Guys, have fun.
Awesome. I'm excited to have fun, and we didn't get to talk too much about TSM, but this is a team where expect the unexpected. They change their heroes on the fly. They may have a set comp off the rip, but I like that they trust each other to make decisions and adapt on the fly and change to whatever.
Yeah, and I feel like with TSM, like we've had such high expectations of them like all year. I know really with this team, and obviously the roster just kind of making changes really throughout now the year. And it feels like every time we expect them to take that next step, expect them to kind of come up clutch, they really haven't, to be quite frank. So I think here, this is a huge game for them. It's like not a main event game, but it feels like it kind of is, because you lose this, you put yourself in a really difficult spot moving forward. So we do see the TSM roster, right? Lyra and Squid, the supports for this team always. I know they just have an extra damage dealer, right? So Rocket on the roster, so it'll be King and Vision here though to kick things off.
Yeah, King and Vision, I hope to see Rocket later, but Vision and King are both hyperflexes. You'd think that they're more hit scan, but no, they could quite literally play anything. So do you want to be the jack of all trades? Do you want to be the master of a couple? That's what can make TSM look great and inconsistent at times. Then they go up against Citrus Nation, who a lot of weight on the shoulders of Tap as the flashy flex DPS from Citrus that is hoping to carry them to a victory if Chronic can keep up in that matchup against TSM's very lethal DPS.
Yeah, you see how they're just slowly circumventing the wrecking ball, right? It's so difficult to kind of cross the bridge, and the balls at the start of the game just causing chaos. And now it'll be Tap moving his way onto the point, where Citrus Nation coming out playing a much slower poke comp, where you have TSM playing that ball, wants to play aggressive.
Yeah, I like this ball play from TSM, just being able to peel away the backline. Seems like that's where the focus is for Riker, finding that early pick onto neutral, which is surprising to see because with a Kiriko, you're able to teleport to someone who's playing at that off angle, and Tap is thinking he's not able to have the space and the time to poke and prod with the fire, so he goes to the Tracer.
Yeah, and the Tracer, I think, is probably a better answer against that. Pharah, I also think that there's not a lot of peel on the TSM side of things, right? So maybe you can actually, catch the Juno out. You can kind of mirror the other Tracer as well, make it a little bit easier for Chronic on the hit scan without getting pestered out by the Tracer on the other side.
And as Chronic, as on a map as small as this, gonna have the time to poke at this Pharah, but coming through White Room does allow for that amount of shelter. There is the orbital ray from Lucamino. Citrus Nation quietly get onto the point and still capped by TSM, almost at 50%, and this is just a nuisance that Vision provides, just keeps rotating in and out of the point. Decent enough barrage. Citrus were able to get away, and it's still a 1-1 trade, but Citrus don't own the real estate to get the objective back, which is going to hurt their chances of coming back, but just finally the kills come through. Vision won't be able to contest, neither will Riker, so slowly but surely, Citrus are here.
Yeah, it's going to take a little bit for them to flip, but they finally do. I think the benefits for TSM, right, is that you end up holding on to both support ultimates coming into the next fight. You have the minefield as well. They get up to almost 70% really having to use nothing, where the orbital ray had to be used there by Citrus Nation to take the point. So TSM in a good spot with some of these ultimates to potentially flip it right back.
And who's going to be proactive with the Kitsune Rush? That's really what's going to kick things off. Squid and Neutral. Neutral with the trigger pulled first, establishing Citrus back on the point. TSM hiding mostly at the white room with Vision on an off angle with the post bomb, and he gets slapped in the face by Tap. It's a one-man advantage for Citrus with the Bob involved in the fray, and Citrus, with this fight win, will be able to slowly but surely close the gap in the score. TSM will take some bodies with them, but it's mostly who expended what ults in this fight. Citrus winning this with the ults they still have left is big.
I mean, it's a massive fight win for Citrus Nation, right? Minefield, Pulse Bomb, both support ults used there by TSM, and Citrus Nation able to kind of kite those and win it. It's really huge there for them, as we'll see him may end up having to get the point back up. They do have a death a little bit early on towards the beginning of this fight, so they do have to give it up, but you're going to be able to come in behind Luke Camino's orbital right. This ultimate's so strong that you rarely see a fight lost when it's popped.
And Chronic now to the Sombra to help deal with maybe just having more backline pressure. Zeb taking so much damage is what conceded the point back to TSM's side, so maybe if they focus down Zeb more, that will help. But with the orbital ray from Luke Camino, this front line of Citrus Nation is doing pretty okay, and now Chronic can focus on the players hiding in Dojo from TSM. Still 97+% for TSM, waiting for the flip, and it seems like we're gonna go all the way to 99-99 to determine our first round.
Yeah, the Sombra's just great against the ball, right? The ball wants to be a constant deterrent on the point, just a nuisance, so the Sombra really effective, even still with all the changes that have happened to Hack and whatnot over the past, few years. Still really strong. It's a Terror Surge available here for Citrus Nation in Kitsune Rush. You're going to probably see a Minefield, though, dropped into that rush, so I'm not going to be able to follow it up.
Yeah, how is Zeb going to get back on this point and really anchor it for good? Because you want to start disengaging as soon as that armor is cracked, and there is the Terror Surge to maybe finish off some low HP kills, and King thought he was safe on the other side of the pillar. He'll be a victim to his own self. Citrus coming back from the deficit, cleaning up the fight once and for all. And we expected all the swaps to come out of TSM, but it was Chronic and Tap flip-flopping away to give themselves the round win.
Yeah, making some really nice adjustments. You see the ball. I mean, Wrecking Ball is just so annoying for every team to deal with, but just in general, right? The ball just being a little bit of a nuisance, really saying, hey, we don't really need to do kind of much anything else. Like, let's make sure we can just focus down this ball, right? Get that, the hacks constantly onto the Wrecking Ball. The virus comes in, tracer damage, very difficult to keep the Wrecking Ball up through all of that. So they do a nice job, making some changes going after that Wrecking Ball, and it may end up forcing a little bit of a change here at TSM.
The Tracer duel is going to be really important. TSM were able to get a lot of time on the point because of that, and able to get around a bunker-like defense like Citrus Nation. So I'm looking at Vision to, we'll see if he sticks to the Symmetra to just teleport them. No, he's going to go back to the Tracer, and both King and Vision can play the Tracer, but King is a star on the Pharah. We'll see how he can help his team get a good control in the middle of the map early.
Yeah, they decide to go back to the ball, so it looked like maybe playing the Diva at the start, they'll go back to the ball, and that's going to force the change right away from Citrus Nation, right? So they see what's on the other side, they see the still Wrecking Ball, they're going to go back to the Sombra, because this worked really well towards the end of our first point.
Yeah, and against a ball comp, you almost have to be really careful how you approach the perimeter of this point. You could easily be shoved off by Riker. As long as Zeb has Fortify, he can maybe try to be the frontline blocker in that case. And also, even playing on the point is dangerous. You're subject to taking damage from all sides. And now King, at the back of the point, has been a nuisance, and he has great cover playing that far deep into the objective. So it works out for TSM off the rip.
Yeah, they weren't able to punish Riker right away. They did get some hacks off, but weren't able to take him out. See, right there, he actually gets hit with a virus. Some healing, though, is going to be able to keep him alive. So we'll see now for Citrus Nation how they go about attacking the point yet again. The far damage from King into the choke is going to be really difficult to deal with.
And Citrus have to be careful how they come out of these shelter spots, because King can just be on top of a roof, and he'll let it rain on the barrage. And this could be up to the cleanse from neutral to have maybe a saving play. It's the 2-for-1, and you took care of neutral, but there's still an orbital ray, and Luke Mino is still there. He's quiet in person, but he's trying to be loud on the field, and Citrus, only with the 3 remaining, hope to get the flip going. Tap on the flank, getting after Liar, getting him low, and that is the finish from Luke Mino to dwindle TSM down, but Vision has been pretty next level on the Tracer. He's on fire for a reason. He's paired up with his backline, and TSM end up winning.
Yeah, I mean, really difficult there for Citrus Nation. You end up popping your orbital array. You know they're going to follow up directly inside of it. It doesn't have like a huge radius, and the rocket barrage just really good there for King. 2-for-1. You'll take that trade kind of every time. So, Citrus Nation has a much tougher time breaking through this now.
Tap has a pulse while TSM find their footing. Wonder how Chronic can maybe give over information, how the rotation is going, who is where. Now he's calling out that the ball is on the point, but Riker's by himself, so they're gonna pounce on this, and they get him to below half. Maybe trying to deny the usage of those mines, but Riker will easily find his way back in, bulldozing through the competition. Mines real estate bought for TSM, 94%, and Citrus haven't been able to flip or really get a leg up. They're late to the EMP. The Kitsune rushes when you're down both your DPS. It's gonna be impossible for Citrus to turn this around, especially when they don't have the supports to do it.
Man, just a blowout here in the second round for TSM. It was the Orbital Ray Kitsune Rush used here for Citrus Nation. Liar just moves on through. I mean, they have a minefield and the rally. I mean, there's no way you're going to be able to fight through that. So TSM, they battle back. They make good use of that Wrecking Ball in this second round. We can take a look here. So is this... Ooh, the stun. Then,
Oh no, that's so unlucky.
Yeah, that's... I mean, that is a little bit unlucky. Also, there's not really much anything else. I mean, I guess he could have thrown the translocator, right? But I mean, you're just being picky at that point. I mean, there's like 98% of the point.
Yeah, I think it worked well if Tap and Chronic kind of communicated while the Sombra is invisible to move on and maybe try to go for a pulse bomb play early, and just them tunneling on the Hammond, which is so hard to kill, is a tough one, but it will be an Orisa battle for Control Center.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is actually pretty good and favorable, I would say, for Citrus Nation with how TSM has played thus far with the Wrecking Ball a lot of the time. This point is not good for Wrecking Ball. Historically, even, I mean, just any time in Overwatch's history, this has not been a good point for Wrecking Ball. So it's gonna have TSM playing that Orisa, almost a little bit of a mirror. It's actually the Cassidy with a Genji for TSM.
And a great spear from Zeb. I like to see how kind of a consistent anchor he has been. He's not hearing the voices, and just charging it to the backline, trying to be a menace. He's been very measured so far, and you need to trust Tap and Chronic to get the job done.
Yeah, it's a early fight win there for Citrus Nation, as I think you get a little bit extra, so it's not like extra value. I think it's just a little bit easier to kind of make the Tracer work than the Genji. We'll see if King can kind of access that backline, though, and as you see, I mean, the distance that you can play with, as the Ashe, just pestering from the Tracer as well. Really difficult for the Genji to live.
And the Tracer can also stretch out just the score that you have when you have possession of the point to be able to contest it and be so annoying. And also just to try and be elusive in these fights. So Tap has been a fantastic Tracer, one of the best we've had in North America, and he has to be that flashy player for Citrus Nation. This is the final round for map 1, and TSM still have to get King back on his feet. He does get the reset on Tap, and TSM work together to push Citrus off the perimeter. But here's Zeb with the orbital ray behind him with the speed to pressure back TSM and to keep the point in Citrus's favor.
Yeah, they don't really have anybody else that benefits from the orbital ray, and they end up losing a few of their players as well. They're kind of like playing up on top by the mega health pack. They get pushed out there. So King does a nice job accessing that area, and they can really get nothing for that orbital ray. They kind of just throw it down. I think it's because Zeb just needs some healing just alone on the point, and maybe a little bit of extra staying power, make it scarier for TSM to kind of push on in. But King does a nice job putting pressure on to Chronic and Lucamino, forcing some of those plays.
And King has been around the scene for a very long time, and Genji was one of his best flex DPS options. We'll see can find those assassinations. Vision can get the target low enough, but right now I'm looking at King kind of almost getting drawn out by the Terra Surge. He is still living, but he needs support from his team. TSM managed to get him out. Now he's built up towards the Dragon Blade. The Bob is going to try and slow down Citrus. Now the Kitsune Rush and a whole lot of firepower, everything on the line with Citrus Nation needing to win this fight to take the map, and it's all going well. Everything connecting on all fronts. Now a blade, but maybe too little too late for someone like King, unless he could kill 5. Citrus Nation are still alive and well.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a crazy Terra Surge blade combination yesterday. That one, not gonna make the best plays of the day highlight reel. It's difficult to kind of make it work at times there. I think it's just more desperation because where we are in terms of score, and nobody able to make it back there for TSM. So it'll be Citrus Nation taking our first map.
Big congratulations to them. A good start to the series, especially with how chaotic it can be, and for Citrus to stick to their own game against a TSM that can adapt and can change heroes on the fly. But it was Citrus that stuck a lot to the Tracer Sombra, and then eventually the Tracer Ashe. But I think it was a lot about strong Orisa play from Zeb too to just establish that front line.
Yeah, I think for TSM you get a little bit unlucky in terms of the draw of the points, right? You would have loved to have that one first and then lose that and then kind of have 2 ball points back to back, right? With how you're playing on the Wrecking Ball, but no, it's random, right? That's the way it goes. Is you kind of have to mirror that Orisa play there towards the end, which is exactly what Citrus Nation would have wanted to happen. So they take map number 1. It'll be interesting to see TSM, right? Some options and what they can do in map number 2, a loser pick to be able to kind of decide where we go.
And Citrus Nation went to Lijiang Tower yesterday against Team Z, and it was an unfortunate result for them. But going all the way to round 3, there's some strengths and weaknesses to Citrus Nation, but at least revisiting a map they know well. I think for TSM, eventually getting to the Genji, but it takes a sort of tempo to play around that Genji and how you sync up with Vision getting the low HP targets, and then King just being in the right place to dash in. Now it makes you wonder, are we going to see Rocket be subbed in? Because TSM have a lot of firepower in the DPS department, and if they are worried about a Tracer matchup, they may want to recruit Rocket in.
Yeah, I mean, he's fantastic on the Tracer, right? That's the EMP we saw from Chronic that doesn't exactly work out. I think it'll be really telling what they feel like going into this next map, right? Do they want to continue to play the ball? Do they feel like, okay, even if they play Sombra Tracer, we can still make this Wrecking Ball work? It's a nice Suzu there to protect some of the damage that would have came through from the blade there, but if you're not really scared of that Sombra type of look, then you can play the Wrecking Ball. Maybe if you are, you try and find a map that you can play, some Orisa, some Diva, those types of things. So a lot of interesting decisions here potentially for TSM.
I know yesterday, Citrus Nation liked a Throne of Anubis, but it is TSM's pick, and they didn't get to pick yesterday because they kind of tore through Absolution, but they had a full hold on Gibraltar that looked good for TSM. So if they're going to stick with Vision, looking for a long-range DPS map, even something if you want to try a Widow map and really testing Chronic on that front could be fun.
Yeah, Clash is a bit of a wild card, right? Obviously, our newest mode here in Overwatch 2, it kind of splits the map pool there with Flashpoint. If you feel like maybe another team is really good in Flashpoint, you also don't know how much teams have put. A new game mode comes in, right? You scrim it maybe a little bit, but also you probably think, we'll never see this, whatnot. Maybe there's teams that have kind of practiced it a lot, feel like they kind of have an advantage potentially in Clash. Looking at some of the escort maps, right? You think Junkertown's been a pretty good Wrecking Ball map, if that's what they would have liked to continue to play. We've seen teams that want to prefer the Wrecking Ball to kind of go towards that. None of the push, really. I mean, you're looking at kind of, we've seen it from teams on Midtown, we've seen it from teams on Junkertown, and then, like you mentioned, maybe we see a wildcard, maybe we see a little bit of Clash.
Yeah, TSM, I mean, they're built of a team of a ton of people who are very, very flexible in terms of their hero picks. The big question mark is Riker and maybe finding a comfort spot for him. So I'm glad you brought up sort of the Hammond. That seems to be their niche, and also Orisa. But Riker is a longtime competitor, has been a sub on so many teams, and now he's on this starting position. And I think he really wants to have a great end to the season, wherever that is for TSM. And so I hope they pick something good for him, whether it's the Hammond comfort pick or just maybe something Orisa, and really test out Zeb, because I think Zeb could be that question mark on Citrus's side.
Yeah, I played quite well in map number 1. Did Zeb. I thought they made the right adjustments to kind of what TSM was throwing at them. I think that if you're Citrus Nation, you feel really comfortable going through the rest of the series, right? You have a really good idea of what they want to do on the other side for TSM. You know if they play the ball, what you're going to fall back on, and then you also feel like potentially your Reese's setup's a tad bit better. It was like one, I believe it was Citrus Nightmare. Okay, so we are going to see Throne of Anubis, so it is a little bit of a clash. No favoritism here for TSM early on. Citrus Nation, I believe, also, like you mentioned, picked this. So we'll get our first clash here on the broadcast in NA.
Damn. Citrus Nation went all the way, though. It was 5-4 when they faced off against Team Z yesterday, so a very close affair. Maybe something that TSM studied up on, but mostly you're picking maps based on your own strengths and where you're comfortable at. And both these teams have very similar hero pools, whether it's like the King bringing out the Genji, that's easily something Tap can do. And then you got Zeb, who can maybe pull out the Junker Queen. That's something he did on more push maps, on more flatter maps. But Zeb can have different looks, but it's how confident he is on it. So hopefully they pick something nice for Riker, who's actually going to be the one on the Junker Queen.
And Clash is a game mode that suits pretty well towards, like, you know, Rush kind of death ball type of comps, right? And kind of the nature it is. If you're new, maybe haven't played it, it's kind of like, I was gonna admit, this is how old I am, Lemon. I was gonna be like, oh, it's like Momentum from Call of Duty, but you know, I don't even know when the last time they had Momentum or War in Call of Duty, but it's probably more like 5CP from TF2. Probably more of a topical game mode that you've heard of that's like it.
It is a marathon, not a race, and we'll put our canes away and talk about the old times another time, because the time is now for a team like TSM to catch up in the series. This is their map pick, and pairing this Junker Queen beautifully with King, who just needed more support on Control Center, and now you're seeing those looks, along with Vision, who's brought out this venture before to mainly chase and pressure down a Juno player, but now King gets caught out. The cleanse from Squid not coming in time, but TSM will still get a cap.
Yeah, a really impressive job for TSM being able to keep Riker alive early on. His health was so low. Obviously, the Queen can kind of heal herself with all the bleeds and that whatnot that come down, but a lot of the time, you know, Queen gets stuck in places, doesn't have a lot of cooldowns, and not a lot of self-survivability. It's a lot on the healers, and Squid and Lai are doing a great job early on.
Oh, that pull from Riker into the King dash. This is some amazing chemistry. And the comp makes total sense for TSM. This feels very prepped, especially for Citrus. And I'm wondering, with Vision's ult charge too, didn't get to see him too much in all the craziness, but Vision is getting a lot of value so far. But here is the retake now from Citrus Nation, but not able to establish themselves too much unless the Terra Surge comes out. And this finishes off the backline of TSM, who won't have a leg to stand on.
I mean, they're quite fortunate, right? That was looking like, you know, with Clash, one of the things that early on we've seen with it, no, just in Frank play, and then here, it can get pretty snowbally. So being able to kind of fight back and win that fight for Citrus Nation is huge, right? If TSM, I thought we had like a 2-second pause there. We just got but no, it's a pause. If TSM wins that fight, right? You know, you have your Venture ult, Genji played, Kitsune Rush, Rampage towards the end of the map. I mean, that is looking like one that TSM can win rather quickly. So that's a huge fight win there for Citrus Nation.
Yeah, with the Genji Junker Queen, this is very flashy. You gotta go for very quick engagements, and you gotta be able to execute on it, because if the Genji doesn't, there is no dash, there is no escapability. At least with the Junker Queen, you have someone to go down with you, or someone who can take the brunt of that damage. But so far, really great pulls with that Junker Queen. Now with the Orisa, you can anchor space for a lot longer, and you can even keep that space between you and the Junker Queen using those spears. So Zeb still trying to find that footing, but it is a cap for Citrus Nation to tie things up 1-1.
Yeah, now we'll head back towards the middle of the map, get another fight over checkpoint C, where TSM in a good spot in terms of you know, ult. That's right. I know the you know, Venture, all of Venture's abilities, insanely strong inside of Kitsune Rush. Definitely provides a little bit more during that ultimate than Ashe. But you lose Tap really early, so you may not even need to invest that much here if you're TSM.
And Tap's not going to get as much support. Like, he doesn't not going to have that Junker Queen shout to keep him up. And now Tap's going to go to a Pharah, which concerns me on any point where you have to go through a doorway and there's any ceiling action. But Tap is going to swap to it anyway. Chronic with the Bob that's hoping to get things rolling. And speaking of rolling, Vision trying to see if he wants to deal with Zeb or wants to roll down the back, and it's just a bodyguard at the club. And TSM, this is a stride that can't be stopped, it seems.
Yeah, and he holds on to the tectonic shock for a little bit, where spacing out the shots of it, knocking a few players up on the choke, really separating everybody from Zeb. So that's their second point here as we move back to another fight over checkpoint B, where TSM, you still have this Rampage Blade. They don't have anything to deal with the Pharah, really. I know maybe like Juno can throw some shots at the Pharah, but not going to go battle the Pharah up in the sky. So that would be an advantage for Citrus Nation if they can just stay back, poke a little bit, and allow this Pharah to do some work.
Oh god, Tap couldn't get away fast enough. King is on his tail. He just gets to play follow the leader with Riker, who still has a leftover Rampage, and you got a Juno ult coming up, and this will be 3 points for TSM. With Citrus able to retake points at times with the right ults, and it's about letting TSM waste all their cooldowns and using that window of opportunity to exploit if you're Citrus, but tough one for sure, comp-wise.
I mean, you have a cleanse right for the Queen ult on the side of Citrus Nation. But if you do not get the cleanse off and it's like a good Queen ult with an orbital ray, I mean, the Queen is going to be absolutely unkillable, right? And then you get the shout, a little bit of speed. It's would be extremely difficult to deal with Riker. So, see, it looks like TSM just taking their time here. Not really in a rush, potentially just going to dart onto this point just yet.
And Citrus aren't getting the best of final blows because they just have 2 ranged DPS that are poking, and at least this can get them some space, and I guess Citrus are back on the point just due to that space creation. TSM are gonna have to heal up, and this will be a re-engage very soon.
Yeah, I think you're like almost fine just giving that up, right? You get the orbital ray out from Citrus Nation, so we'll go back and fight over D, where I think TSM, they probably feel way better now in this type of scenario, right? Double support ult, big advantage here, you know, also with the Rampage to work with too.
I want to see Tab just dive bomb this backline. Liar if you can, Squid if you spot no teleport. Tab has to convert on this barrage. Can't afford TSM to get another point. Citrus needs Zeb to get some toes on this point. There he is with the speed. He runs into a Kitsune rush from Squid as Riker waits for the right lineup for the Rampage. Citrus playing as safe as they can. Terra Surge from Zeb. His armor is popped though, and Citrus get hit by a 5-man Rampage from Riker. And that is all said and done for Citrus on this point. TSM though, they only have 2 left, and it's Chronic and his best bud holding it down for a second. Riker is just waiting out the Bob, and this will be a fight again.
Yeah, they gotta wait out for the Bob, right? There's nothing they can really do there. Now this is where TSM can move their way back onto the point. Tap gets hit, but he gets healed up actually here by Lucamino. They may be able to come back and recontest Citrus Nation with this orbital ray.
Good delay though from Chronic. Did what he could, thought the team could come back. Citrus can force another fight. Orbital Ray to guide them from Lucamino. TSM on the corner, but not able to find shelter in time. Zeb to the Junker Queen will show Riker how it's done, and with the Dragon Blade let loose, King can't get the finishing blows. Big supportive plays from Lucamino, the last one remaining. But it is Zeb, now an uncontested front line, that chops up the competition, and somehow Citrus steal away this point.
Yeah, it'll even things up at 3 points each. You can kind of see above the D on the scoreboard where it is. Liar just trying to reset himself. No way from the do so otherwise, as Chronic goes over to Cassidy. So they want to play pretty aggressive with this Queen, but then also don't want to commit to like a full-on dive mirror, right? They want to play with that Cassidy, try and help protect that back line, make it difficult to dive.
Now this will be a difference of Junker Queen playstyle. Zeb a lot more passive, less confident on the Junker Queen, but I prefer a safe one than one that ints. So, you know, there's a silver lining to everything. But right now Zeb's trying to anchor on his half. Here's a Kitsune Rush, and he immediately exits the building. So free point for TSM. Citrus will have to go through this choke point. They don't have the best of bolts to do it. Kitsune Rush right around the corner for neutral, but someone has to touch for Citrus Nation. It's gonna be Tap doing a bit of tap dancing, but it's TSM warding them away, waiting for Citrus to be at arm's reach before the ults come out. And the Rampage, Riker is at the back. TSM take care of the front. It's a paint sandwich that Citrus do not want to be part of.
Yeah, it's just everything thrown in there for TSM in that fight. So you see they'll move up to 4 points for TSM as 15 seconds here before this point unlocks. So Citrus Nation definitely going to be able to come back and fight this. As I'll take a look from Liar. Oh, actually, was he trying to just make it to the grab pad? And yeah, it doesn't actually fly up, so it doesn't actually want to be able to reset himself. Just missed. And look at this. TSM going on a little bit of a flank. They're not playing from the point.
Hey, replay ops doing Liar dirty there, but TSM trying to do something worse to Citrus Nation. On the chase is Riker, already spotting out that shout from Zeb. Now zoning away from the Deadeye. Chronic trying to see if they could sneak away a cap to send us into the final point. But TSM still contesting from multiple fronts. Zeb finding himself in the middle of it, needs this Rampage to push it through, but he never uses it. Just the amount of damage from TSM overwhelmed them. Tons of chaos for Citrus, but the team will still hold without their tank. And it's up to Riker to buy more time for TSM to strike back at them. But with Tap still remaining, Citrus got the job done. Now there's 1 point remaining.
Yeah, we go to a final point here as TSM, you're just trying to get some of those ultimates out, right? For Citrus Nation to use some of those big key ultimates as they will end up having a Kitsune Rush here. So Zeb also holds on to the Rampage. We're going to have a Rampage on both sides. We'll see if either of those can get cleansed off. I think TSM, though, you probably just play a little bit slow and wait around for this double support ult plus blade combo. That's going to be the Kitsune Rush. It's going to back them up.
A great proactive push. Already got the cleanse out, so Zeb gets the Rampage, and Riker responds immediately, and it's whose ults are more impactful, as King can't keep the crown on long enough. He's met his match against Tap. Now, we look back at the point to see what is remaining. It's Citrus with the numbers, TSM behind, and it was TSM that had such a strong lead on this map, like 3-1 points. They cannot afford this. TSM need to get back.
Yeah, the advantage here for TSM, though, is they do have that orbital array, right? So Liar dies really early in that previous fight. They'll use the ray to just kind of force Citrus Nation off of the point. They're going to have to come back here quick and re-engage.
It's a nice chess match. Citrus knowing they can give up that time. And now it's do or die with no ults on either side, depending on how long the fight goes. And killing neutral is big. King last minute swap to the fire, tries to be elusive in the air and poke and prod at all the sides until the seams come undone for Citrus Nation, who are down 2 and only 1 support still kicking. But Citrus still lurking around to contest this, to get all 5 members back up. Tap is on the Reaper. The emergency bell has been rung, but Citrus are nowhere to be found, and the map goes to TSM.
Yeah, Citrus Nation just wasn't able to get in and contest at the end. It was just back and forth. I think both teams kind of played that last point quite well in terms of just really being patient, right? Knowing when they can give up time, everybody regroup, you come back, and it's just TSM with just 1 extra big ultimate in the end. That orbital ray forces them all the way back. They're never really able to work through that choke again.
It's very fun to watch Tap and King just go at each other on the Genji. Whichever Genji is surviving the longest is really who's dictating the fight. I like that it seemed like TSM with their map pick, they came out with the set composition with the Genji, the Junker Queen. It's a very powerful combo at the early stage of the fight, and then Citrus ended up matching it. And I think Zeb looked pretty good, but also the Rampage values at the end got really chaotic.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of chaotic in general, right? I think seeing Clash, it's gonna probably favor teams who I think they're pretty good at control, right? It's the same type of flow. I think you have to figure out, right? Like, because TSM, you have an opportunity to maybe finish the game there, pushing into the other team's spawn for that, checkpoint E, I think at that point. It's like, you probably have to figure out a way to make that really worthwhile, right? But I think, though, in terms of I know how the game mode plays, how it looks at the pro level. A lot like Control, Chaos, but it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, and you have multiple angles of dives from like King's side, from TSM's side. When you have Vision who can go underground, King who can dash in with the shout from Riker, there was a lot of pressure that Citrus had to mitigate, and they did so well by just happily disengaging. You'll see this in many of the highlights, and just using their ults to get back in. I think Citrus came back from a decent enough deficit. I mean, it was 3-1 for TSM at some point until Citrus swapped up their comp, and were able to just fight for that last sliver of objective time and eventually win the fight to win the point.
Yeah, and I think if you're TSM, you show yourself that, hey, we can kind of hang with them in a rush style of mirror, right? It's not exactly like an Orisa head-to-head, but playing that Queen, they looked really strong. I know Riker got off to a fantastic start. I think right here, I mean, this is a huge opportunity where you get a nice rampage there from Zeb when the cleanse has already been used, right? So that was a window of opportunity there for Citrus Nation, just not able to capitalize in the end.
And this is an important match for TSM with everything on the line, but also revenge, which it was, we already said, Citrus Nightmare, Citrus Nation were the ones who knocked out TSM in the last bracket, and TSM haven't had a strong top 4 finish since the first stage, and this was their map pick. They came prepared, and they came out swinging.
Yeah, I mean, it's been ages. I know you were talking during the pre-show, like how far away even Stockholm still feels, and looks as, I mean, the first stage, I mean, that feels like a decade ago at this point. So yeah, like, you know, TSM, it's time to really, you know, they have an opportunity to take control of their own destiny, so to speak, right? You win this group, you get a little bit of advantage, right? We've seen them play some of the upper teams at the top of NA pretty close. Probably, you know, you make top 3, you have a really good chance potentially of making Stockholm, right? You're right there. So this is like a do or die time for them.
And this is for qualification, so, you know, if you lose here, it's not the end of the world, but there's always a little rivalry on the line when you're the one, like Citrus were the ones to knock out TSM last stage, but Citrus had a good stage 2. Both teams not as great in stage 3, so trying to get back to that stardom or that performance that both these teams know they can do better than what they did last stage.
I'll say though, you get second in this group. I don't know who you potentially play, right? I know in the number 1 seeds for the main event, but hey, if it's Toronto Defiant, it is do or die. I mean,
yeah, true.
I mean that is you were staring there on the barrel of a loser bracket run to make it to Stockholm, pretty much. No, barring Toronto just kind of crumbling, right? So. This is a really important series, like we mentioned, for both these teams. Citrus Nation will be their map pick. They will take us over to Runesapi. So Runesapi push in general pretty good for like these Orisa-based compositions. That's exactly what Citrus Nation wants to play.
These are big shoes for Chronic to fill, right? When Tap has been such a long time duo with Lethal, and Chronic came in last stage to fill those shoes. And there's a reason he's on this roster, made his name for really on the ladder, and then proved himself to be a competitive player. Now he has to stand up to someone like Vision now on the Ashe. With a map as big as this, you're gonna have time to yourself, at least ideally, with only 1 Tracer on the field, to shoot away. So you gotta be impactful if you're Vision or Chronic.
Yeah, and we'll see how the Queen does here against the Orisa. The other day we kind of saw a matchup pretty similar to this, and it's really about getting the Junker Queen in position without having the Junker Queen kind of have to use all of the cooldowns to be able to do so. And you see that's going to be really annoying as actually Zeb takes out Vision early on, but it's really that spear that kind of connects with Riker, right? Just being pushed out of position, probably going to be forced to use some of the cooldowns to get back in position.
And we saw how kind of nicely coordinated Citrus are on reacting to those spears, because it seems like a short stun, but if you have an enemy around, that kill can be finished off quite quickly, as Vision found out the hard way, which forces him to the Mei to try and, well, I didn't think that would pair as well with the Hammond. I imagined there was some Orisa, but
what in the world? Yeah, I mean, Mei, Ball, Genji, Brig Juno. This is a little bit of a kind of like a fever dream type of comp. Is that's going to be Riker falling there. But yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of Mei is actually really good playing Orisa comps. Like, you can play Mei, split off the other Orisa on the other side of things, right? And maybe that's what they're trying to do, split off Zeb from the rest of the team. But I just don't really think that the ball, synergizes with it at all. Like, I think you could play, like, even if you wanted to play King on the Genji, you could play, like, Genji, Mei, and, maybe an Orisa type of comp, right? I just don't know how the ball kind of fits in ideally.
Just hoping for a strong Blizzard ult. And then even then, you hope the Orisa doesn't have Fortify. So yeah, there's a lot of things that Orisa can counter against that Mei, including being able to eat her ult and whatnot. Vision able to use the ice block, but trucking away is Zeb, pulling everyone into the Terra Surge, and finishing off Riker is pretty big. Now TSM are left undefended, and that means free progress, which, by the way, while we're criticizing this TSM comp, there's also 90 meters for Citrus Nation.
Yeah, I mean, they're just kind of freely moving it throughout the map. So we'll see TSM now. They will make a change over to the Orisa. So I actually kind of like this comp. We see a lot of teams play the Juno Brig backline with the Orisa type of setup. We'll see if they can actually fight their way back into this one, or if they put themselves down so much. That is a rally and orbital array used at the same time there for TSM, and Zeb just gets blown up.
Yeah, the Brig pick huge to just be able to pack King so that he doesn't need a Junker Queen or any kind of thing like that. But also the rally became such a deadly ultimate in terms of that stun if you could catch someone like Tap. But for now, it's TSM that are just barely pulling through in these fights, and they have to surmount a 109-meter lead out of Citrus Nation, where this is Citrus Nation's map pick, and this is an Orisa-based map. This is Zeb's playground, and TSM finally got to the Orisa.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to be able to see them take, fights here mid-map, and we're already, 4 minutes into this one, so a lot of time already off the clock here. There'll be a Dynamite that connects there for Chronic, so it's going to put a little bit of healing pressure here on TSM as Vision takes a really big shot. They may go after this ice block.
Yeah, Zeb trying to pressure back, take that space while the ice block was happening. Great protection from Riker as you want to wait for the Fortify from Zeb to use this Blizzard from Vision. That could be the end-all, be-all, and King gets cleaned up before the blade could come out, and the Blizzard doesn't get anyone.
Yeah, they're able to make it out of the Blizzard. Zeb just kind of ends up using the Spear Spin Fortified, just makes it on out. As nice Mei wall there, actually, keeping him inside of the Terror Surge there from Riker, but still not enough to finish off the Orisa of Citrus Nation. Is that's going to be your rally used there as well for TSM. So didn't really get, I mean, this is the hardest part. You give up so much meter at the start that now you have this massive fight that kicks off, and you didn't even gain anything for it, right? I mean, you used a bunch of ultimates, not even really close. So we'll see Lyre actually go over and play Ana here. So Ana, we've seen reserve a lot of Winston-based compositions with the Nano. Potential here, obviously to Nano the Genji could be quite strong.
Be a bit desynced, but depending on if King can actually blade this fight, the setup hasn't been there for him. He's been first picked. And now that Citrus are playing that far away, he may be able to creep up through a window and be aggressive, but now that he doesn't have a Brig, he also has to be careful what kind of line of sight he has with Squid and Lyre.
Yeah, Bob opportunity here from an off angle for Chronic as well. He's gonna actually shoot straight through the window, so gonna go on a bit of a flank with that Bob.
King's like, I gotta dash out of here and do something while the Bob flies past me, and gets a whole lot of nothing done. Thought maybe when he spotted Vision and Lyre in range after the Bob was used, or the other team, Chronic, King couldn't get the assassination. And now this Genji is looking a lot more muted. And this is not working out for TSM, who have registered 0 meters in this entire map.
Yeah, I mean, we see teams, I was gonna say either a Tracer here, right, for TSM. You also see teams, go with a Mei look, right? You can play Mei Tracer, we've seen at times, or even Mei Ashe if you want to play really slow. But it will be a pulse bomb there from Tap, doesn't connect with anything, so fortunate there for TSM to kick things off.
There's just always someone from Citrus lurking. Even when TSM looked like they have a pretty even fight, there's no bot control, and this could be a full cap situation if TSM don't find the secret sauce, and this may be the comp, but is it too late? King finally showing off, swapping to the Tracer, putting Tap in his place. This was a matchup I was looking forward to seeing, but once King got shut down, this was the swap that needed to happen. But coming back by 120 meters is quite a challenge.
Oh, I mean, a lot has to go right for TSM at this time, right? I mean, 3 minutes on the clock. You're gonna need Citrus Nation to kind of give this one up a little bit, right? You know, they're gonna need to help out in terms of the TSM comeback. But right there, I mean, Chronic with a headshot on the Vision. So there goes your long range hit scan, the dynamite, the heal pressure off the table here for TSM. Also Vision at a Bob, right? Would have been pretty awesome potentially. So now the bot will go back into TSM territory, back deeper into their territory. It's going to be really tough. 3 minutes to battle back.
Yeah, definitely a tough map for Vision. Still trying to find his place on the team in terms of what hero to use. He's been hit by spears left and right from Zeb. His Vision has been a target and very accessible, but now his Bob is at the back, gets a cleanup on Tap. TSM have a number advantage. They gotta chase this down and be aggressive, but Zeb is just this unkillable anchor. And now with the Kitsune rush from neutral, it's gonna be even more difficult for TSM until they decide to use these support ultimates. Now here comes Liar with the rally, but not enough attention to someone like Vision, who takes yet another spear and a lot of damage from that front line. And it's hard to be far away enough from the fight yet still contribute. Vision will die, but at least King will take over.
Yeah, it burns like a few seconds off the clock. Finally, some progress here for TSM. But for Citrus Nation, you want to just keep taking these fights where it's going to force the ultimates out of the side of TSM, right? You get Bob, you get Rally, now you come back. You just really need potentially one fight where you just kind of stockpile some ultimates for Citrus Nation, you win it, and then you can kind of secure this map. So even though they lose that fight, I like the way they played it.
Can TSM go all the way? This is the type of momentum you want to ride. Pulse bomb from Tap, not connecting there. TSM with the orbital ray and a Terra Surge. Riker can pull someone in, maybe try to get them into that orbital ray damage. But for now, it's a lot of posturing where Citrus are okay with wasting all this time. They're the ones in this insane lead. There's the orbital ray from both sides. Citrus Nation trucking away with also the copied Bob, or at least a Chronic Bob on the field that looked copied for a second. But it's just Citrus glowing and thriving and in their lane.
Yeah, it's that orbital ray that just makes everybody look just about
like an Echo Dupe to me.
Yeah, it looks like everybody's like a metallic and invincible there, but it's where Citrus Nation, they start that fight, the orbital ray comes down. TSM is so weak going into it that even with that ultimate from Squid, it's not going to heal everybody up straight away instantly. It's going to take a little bit of time, and just didn't have that time to kind of battle on through it. So Citrus Nation, they'll actually back up away from the bot. They'll let TSM kind of get control of it, let TSM move it back here towards this middle of the map, and then you have a great opportunity to potentially use this Kitsune rush here for Citrus Nation to close it out.
Last 35 seconds. No ults for TSM, but Citrus needing to not trip over at the finish line. Not yet. All they have to do is keep Zeb alive, and he's below half and has no armor. And with all that focus going into Zeb, King gets into the back, duels Tap, and yeah, he gets the edge there, but is this gonna be enough for TSM to go from 38 meters to 120. Okay, TSM will take a fight here. All started by King, finished by King, and his Tracer is doing great, but now there's no time left. Perfection is demanded from TSM.
Yeah, I mean, it gets them moving in the right direction, and their King able to deal with a few players. Starts by taking out Tap. Tap wasn't even like looking at him. I think was probably a little bit surprised that King kind of coming on that flank as Tap gets to the bot, just kind of touching it there. 4 seconds, slowing out any type of progress here for TSM. As man, that TSM needs to be more than perfect.
King needs this pulse to be big, and hey, taking care of Zeb, even if it doesn't stick, killing Zeb is a huge win condition for TSM. There will be nothing standing in their way now, especially dealing with the supports afterwards. So TSM with back-to-back fights. Hold on, everybody.
I mean, this isn't impossible where we sit at the moment, right? TSM moving the bot deeper. You know, they get that checkpoint now. They move deeper into Citrus Nation territory. They're going to have that double support ult where you just have Luke Camino. For Citrus Nation with that orbital ray coming online here in a second. So having that extra support ultimate could be huge, especially, you know, with being a rally, right? Fighting inside the rally, really powerful there for TSM.
Oh, And the bomb! Everything thrown at Riker. Both teams realizing you gotta take care of that central pillar, and Riker falls, and that opens up the rest of TSM to all the damage and all the love from Citrus Nation, who take the map and now go to series point.
Yeah, you were probably fine losing, almost anybody else there at the start. Probably not either of the supports, but, you lose your tank, Riker there. I believe he has Terror Surge. I mean, that is a brutal way to kick things off. I think you just take some damage from the Bob, some other players as well. And then the pulse bomb, there's no way you can account for that burst damage that's coming on down from the supports, right? Probably would have seen the rally or the orbital array used if that pulse bomb doesn't come down, keep him alive. But pulse bomb there looks good, it connects, does enough damage to take out Riker, and that's where things fall apart.
Hey, TSM just looked competitive just too little too late, and I talked about how they could, all these players, mainly the DPS, can play anything.
Yeah.
And out of all the things they played, sometimes they ended up on the Mei and the Hammond and all types of stuff, so it ended up being a jack of all trades moment that finally became the masters of their best heroes, but that kind of productivity came way too late for TSM.
Well, I think TSM kind of screwed themselves a little bit, right? I mean, they kind of go with this ball composition for a little bit too long. They sort of, win some fights and make some progress when they actually went over and just played almost a little bit of a mirror, right, against Citrus Nation. I think if you switch that a little bit earlier, you probably don't fall behind as heavily, and I think you may be able to make a little bit more of a comeback.
That is the comeback TSM hope to do on their next map pick to try and force Game 5 and for the past to repeat itself, maybe, if they can go all the way, just like they did in Stage 3 lower bracket. But Citrus Nation looking like they're going to have the last laugh. And Zeb, I think, is a huge proponent to making or breaking these fights and how long he can live. And I think TSM started to figure out that maybe at times Zeb can be left unattended and he can be punished. And once Zeb is done, everything falls apart for Citrus Nation. But how could I even say that when they started off the map 120 meters? Like, it's definitely not a Citrus Nation that you have to doubt at all.
No, exactly. And with the way the meta's gone, we thought it was maybe going to go in favor of like a Ramatra style rush, but it is Orisa. Orisa has been the tank to go to here, in our final stage of the OWCS, where you kind of look around. It's like, okay, like we haven't seen Orisa in a very long time in terms of the meta. Like we see teams trying to play some Junker. We still see teams play some dive on certain maps like Gibraltar and whatnot, but it feels like at this point you're going to have to play the Orisa if you're going to be one of the top teams.
And just looking at the stats, you see way more damage out of Citrus Nation, but very similar deaths on both sides. So Citrus being able to finish off their kills. I mean, a lot of them, I know I'm not trying to flame anybody, but a lot of the first picks, first bloods from Citrus Nation were finding where Vision was on the Ashe, spearing him, killing, and just pouncing on any low HP target that Zeb would set up. So I think just a lot of these fights swung that way, causing panic and probably frustration from TSM to go to a mayhem, and like that doesn't make any sense. And this is people just throwing everything at the wall and eventually TSM composing themselves at the end and getting the right comp going. But like I said, way too late.
Yeah, it definitely felt a little bit late there for TSM. They're gonna need to figure out something, right? Because I know right after this quick break, we'll get another TSM map selection, and their group stage life on the line here. So don't go anywhere. We got that map coming up right after this. everybody? Welcome back. OWCS Stage 4 Week 1 Groups. TSM, Lemon Kiwi, they're in a lot of trouble, it feels like to me, as they lose that last map to Citrus Nation. Citrus Nation looks really good playing these Orisa, but that TSM map pick comes in. A little bit more of a dive-centered map here on Gibraltar.
This is a big one for TSM. I'm hyped up for this. I think we're going to 5 just based on the map. TSM full held Absolution on this yesterday. And you know, what kind of challenge TSM faced is a different story, but very much a comfort pick. Expect a Tracer and some kind of long range DPS to probably Vision on the Ashe or the Widow. I'm excited for this. I wanted to see if Vision was gonna be confident enough to bring out the Widow, because this is can be a hot or cold type of hero.
Yeah, this is a map where we see a lot of Widowmaker play. We see like Ashe at times when we get into the second part of the map, controlling the top of the ship. And then this is where we see most of our Winston Overwatch at the moment. So we get to see some Winston play amongst these teams as just kind of superior controlling that high ground. With the Winston, you also see the Ana in play, because so it feels like you need the Nano, as we'll get this one kicked off right away. But Juno's so strong, that ultimate's so strong, I think teams may even start trying to do this without the Ana in play.
As an Ana main, playing this on attack is so pain. Just the dive is right in front of you, and you need to play out of sight, out of mind, while also maintaining vision of your Winston. Speaking of that, Kuffa in the lineup now getting antied. Already gets back on his feet as Citrus gets some initial progress. And we mentioned Vision on the Widow, but he's going up against Chronic, who he was well known. One of his first heroes he was well known on was the Widow. So we'll see how that matchup goes too.
Yeah, great start getting a first pick, especially on the Tracer on the other side of things, right? As Riker gets really low, they're going to lose him as well. So those are like the 2 heroes that you could have sent down to the payload to kind of keep this one from moving on forward. So 2 big losses early for TSM.
Now it's a fight for the server room. Kuffa at least identifying where the supports are, and mainly that Widow, which very accessible by Kuffa. He's going to go dive Vision and push him out of the fight. Meanwhile, Riker could do the same thing, but taking initial damage, popping that armor, forces Riker to take a step back. And around the corner, he gets antied and couldn't be brought back up to full health, and Tap is on the hunt. That gives Citrus Nation the cap.
The payload just does not stop the entire time through the first part of the map here for Citrus Nation. Making it look easy here against TSM, as you lose King early on, then you lose Riker, then you lose another player straight away. When this final fight kicks off, you never have an opportunity to really contest the payload. So Citrus Nation with a lot of time here moving into the second part of the map.
Yeah, the picks were cute out of Chronic, but TSM wasted no time getting established on the top ship, and even somehow pouncing on Citrus Nation's backline, who maybe felt a sense of security, thinking they could get some initial headway. Now TSM go deeper and deeper. Vision gets a W against Chronic, and for Citrus to lose momentum on point B, this is pretty difficult to get through point B Gibraltar through these doorways.
Yeah, and also we didn't have an opportunity to highlight it, before this map, but we do have some subs, right, for Citrus Nation. So Kuffa comes in, right? The first time we've seen Kuffa here today, where gonna come in, play a lot of the dive tanks, where you have Zebin to play a lot of the Orisa. So a little bit of a change up here for Citrus Nation.
Kuffa, can he help Citrus Nation finish off the series on a good foot to get themselves qualified? And he's got the primal, but it's about how you can get your Ana into a safe position, rather up the stairs on the high ground ideally, but towards the right Megapack side, or at least pressure the backline enough if you're Citrus Nation, where the attention is going to be on protecting themselves if you're TSM and not on diving neutral. For now, Kuffa, though, went a little bit too deep, a little too close to the sun, and Citrus will have to reset.
Yeah, this is one of the harder parts of the map to end up pushing on through. They tried to make it a little bit easier, adding some of the, the side flank routes like you're seeing here, but still extremely difficult when one team can control the top of the ship. So already a little bit more than a minute off the clock than what Citrus Nation had, but they do have the Nano. Maybe you can Nano the Winston, send them up to the high round, open up some space.
Oh, the Nano break just to lock down Riker, but needed to get more initial damage before maybe the stun could get the execution, or at least set up the execution that was intended for Riker. Now this rally just gets Citrus into a healthy spot, and then King is let loose, but the card is being pushed to the end. King versus Tap will force Tap to be back, and he's used recall. Riker waits to jump to maybe go and punish this Tracer, and TSM almost gets C9, but they're okay.
Yeah, it's, they're just gonna have to wait a little bit. I don't think Lucamino has like any more packs left. Using them on the Tap and Kuffa, keeping them alive as now you can send Kuffa back up to the high ground. Is you do have to be careful, like you mentioned. The opportunity for a back cap here is definitely scary.
Tap not connecting on the pulse bomb, but his presence is felt on the card, trying to hide on the right side. King marking him perfectly and making sure that Tap has to recall and use blinks to escape. And this could be where Riker and friends chase him down. And then Chronic and Vision will have to face off once the bubbles get out of their way, and Vision needs maybe a nice spot on top of the ship, and Kuffa's done a great job to try and deny that. Now with the Primal, he's got Liar in a corner who has to rally to keep himself alive, and he barely does. Now a wasted rally, but a risk that Liar needed to take. Now Citrus may just be able to break through to point B.
Yeah, he absolutely needed to live there. Gets a little bit of help with like a bio from Squid, but still just a lot of pressure onto Liar in that corner in the top of the ship. And took a while there, but Citrus Nation able to force control over that high ground once TSM has to play from below the ship, and then it's really easy for Citrus Nation to take control of that part of the map.
And Chronic, ooh, this is some spicy Widow play. He kind of goes unnoticed, but at the end he'll get a few headshots, and if we could do that at the start of the fight, that will be even better. Now now both teams have Vision only on one team, but Citrus now has Nano onto Kuffa, going in pretty deep, and you got Squid low, great finish, and Vision accessible, won't be able to get back into spawn, just barely. Kuffa could have definitely zapped him either way. Citrus have a great start built up.
Yeah, it's still huge, just isolating these players in the back by the spawn, right, from Kuffa, as Riker's forced to use Primal because knows he's not going to be able to get any healing because these players are just pushed so far back into their spawn by Kuffa. As it's going to be Riker now getting the benefits of the Nano boost, pushing on forward. Kuffa's also going to have a Primal Rage back by the spawn.
TSM back away, pulls from Tap right at the feet of Vision, who's on Bastion of all things. The emergency has already been declared, but Kuffa takes care of it with the Primal, and Citrus were able to come back, give up the space, deal with Riker, deal with the rest, and it's a minute 38 on the clock for Citrus.
Yeah, looking really strong. I mean, making the substitution, bringing in Kuffa, but this team looks to be on maybe a little bit of a different level when it comes to a little bit more versatility, it feels like, than TSM. In terms of what they can do in terms of lineups and meta at the moment. I think you're going to probably need to see a really big Widow half here from Vision to set as good of time, if not better, because Citrus Nation, you finished this map with a minute 38. Phenomenal stuff.
Yeah, it could have been better, could have been worse. I mean, TSM had a stronghold on Gibraltar B, and it all came down to Kuffa. Kuffa's Primal inside of ship, and supports from TSM just having to avoid a Widow, run away from a Tracer, and then a Winston. So I don't blame Liar for trying to just find any sense of safety, and then unfortunately finding himself in a corner against a Primal, which that opened things up for Citrus to finally cap, and then that turned into a snowball. And honestly, it could have been even a bigger time bank if Citrus would have just came out the gates of point B swinging even more.
Well, these Widow maps, right? Once the Widowmaker comes into play, just one pick off ends up just giving up a ton of progress of the payload. So just how important the Widowmakers are, especially being able to get those first picks just about easier than anybody else. Definitely comes down to them in a lot of situations.
Another Widow map, and Chronic doing quite well when he was on the other side, where usually the defensive Widow has a lot more options of positions to sit in, and just that mystery is an element, is an advantage, is an edge against the enemy Widow. But for now, Vision has no idea where Chronic is. Could be at the back of A, could be under the underpass. So it's Vision having to be very careful, and also wanting to contribute to not just focusing down the Widow, but getting shots on everyone else too.
Yeah, and the most important thing for Citrus Nation's offense, right, is they were able to get a pick on the Tracer really early, then the Winston. Those are the two players who are going to be like contesting the payload, preventing it from moving up uncontested, where you have your Tracer alive on the defense or your Winston, you can send them back down to the cart, just keep it contested, like a little bit of a 1v1 scenario. Not able to get a lot of progress, as that'll be Kuffa taking out Vision there early on. So now you lose your big long-range damage dealer.
And Chronic is playing in a safer position all the way deep into A, and so he won't be as diveable by Riker, but he's not going to have the best of sightlines to be as impactful as he would hope, at least what Chronic did on the previous side. Now TSM meters away from capping, with Riker playing bodyguard, with King up there too, and Kuffa will have to bully his way through, and he barely has any armor to stand, and King wants to make sure he stays in his place. There is still someone contesting. Kuffa will have Primal. This has really great stall potential for Citrus. The ante will limit the time that he has, but Kuffa is also able to depend on Lucamino and this backline to anchor the front of the payload, but a pulse bomb rips them right open, and King surely has sealed the deal for TSM.
Losing Squid is going to be pretty tough though, right? You lose Squid, now you lost Liar, that's all your healing gone. So it looks like that's a nano actually on the tap there to stop that push from going on through. So TSM gets so close, just about as close as you possibly can from taking that first checkpoint. Stopped at that final moment there by Citrus Nation, and it's going to be tough for Citrus Nation to hold on right here on this first checkpoint, given where it's at and with some of the ultimates available for TSM. But still, just bleeding more clock with that extra time bank is huge.
Yeah, that should have been capped for TSM, and time is of the essence and what they're really battling against. TSM were just that close to the finish line, but then got surrounded by the defenders of Citrus Nation above and to the sides as Riker now gets slept, and he's out of the fight. And TSM don't have a frontliner, so it's King maybe versus Tap around the cart, with now the rallies coming into play, with Tracers playing dodgeball against the stuns of these rallies. But greater chemistry coming out of TSM, just needing to take care of Tap. Good delays, but eventually TSM will cap. It's about at the minute mark, which is slower than Citrus, but it's all about how they address point B.
Yeah, it's maybe a little bit of a late rally there from Lucamino, not early enough to keep Kuffa alive, and they lose Kuffa, and then you just kind of have a rallying Brig, the one on the point, to stand up to the opposing team, and just not going to be able to live through all that damage. It's going to come down from all the different directions. You absolutely need that Winston there. Nice bio on a Riker, that's going to force him back a little bit. It's going to allow Citrus Nation to get control of this high ground.
Yeah, carrying that momentum for TSM from point A to point B. That's where Citrus lost a lot of time on their attack, and where TSM can make up from that deficit. Now there's counter dives happening. We'll look and see how TSM are dealing with Kuffa, who has a primal, so he can keep playing deep, and somehow Vision is just not being pressured enough to get away with winning a duel against Chronic. Is interesting. King's Pulse, now he finds his way to the back. The support's in trouble for Citrus, but Lucamino fends for himself. That's exactly why you put him on Brig.
Yeah, it's a massive fight win there for Citrus Nation. They get control of high ground yet again. Tap takes out King in the spawn, so you're gonna have to wait for your Tracer here for just a little bit to come on back, but this allows you to get this type of position. This is going to bleed a lot of time off the clock, as TSM, you had a position there where you had some ultimates, you were on high ground already, you win a fight there, you kind of continue to move that payload, and then Citrus Nation never gets control of high ground again. Now you've given it all back up. This is a pretty good scenario for Citrus Nation.
Just a Bree should not be getting double kills either. Like, that felt like a TSM fight win, with the Widow being uncontested there from Vision, with Kuffa letting some people go. TSM, it's tough to find their footing. Now a Widow dub for Citrus. And it's the numbers that favor TSM, but they're stuck inside this tiny room with Kuffa with the primal. He hears the rally though and doesn't want that smoke. Just kidding, eats an anti, dodges asleep, and that should be the end of Squid, depending on if Kuffa can play his cards right, if he can juggle the Anas right. And it works out for Kuffa, and this defense starts to stabilize, but it's almost at the end of the road for TSM. They can just pull through, but Riker can't reconnect with Liar when Squid fell, couldn't use the nano in time, and TSM were so close, but no cigar.
Yeah, they're forced off the high ground there, Citrus Nation, but it's the nano boost on the Kuffa and then the big primal rage. It's actually a sleep that gets hit by Squid. I think he just gets woken up, Kava. I don't know exactly by who, but it gets woken up. And then that spells bad news for Squid. You do have a nano boost available here for TSM. Maybe use it on a Riker to try and take control of that high ground yet again.
That, or if King goes X Games mode, if he's in that really good position in Lucamino neutral space. But yeah, the default is Riker and Vision. Eats a pulse for breakfast. It's a 4v4, so TSM don't want to waste any time establishing themselves on ship, while Kuffa at the back looks to pounce on someone like Squid. So Squid may want to be proactive with this nano, gives it to Riker, and this ship is theirs. Can he get the finish on the neutral? There's really good supportive play from Lucamino to keep neutral going, while Riker was all up in his face. But now you don't have Kuffa. He's not able to use Primal, and TSM have 6 seconds left. There should be a cap unless Tap wants to come and touch. So he does, and he doesn't even get to recall. So surely this is the end, but you just nanoed the raid boss. It's Lucamino. He almost has rally, pops it immediately, and this is salvageable for Citrus Nation with closer spawns.
Yeah, Primal available here for Kuffa as well, but as soon as you lose the Brig, you're gonna end up holding on to it. I think they probably even could have held on to some of these ultimates, right? You go into OT, it feels like you kind of completed your mission, where there's no way TSM's gonna have a better time, right? Now all you're looking at is maybe you get a kill coming out of the spawn here for Chronic, slow things down, and you're in a great spot to get a map win here. You're gonna see a Zen, okay.
Submissive and diveable for sure for Lucamino. So he's got to play out of sight. He's got to play in another country. And TSM, he's going to be a prime dive target. But if Lucamino goes untouched, these Discord orbs could be the end of Riker. He has a primal though, but sometimes the burst can catch you off guard. For now, it's Kuffa that can play aggressive with the primal, and maybe doesn't want to use it yet. He ends up not trusting his supports, so now Kuffa has to go for a play. He gets slept and woken up. So Citrus keep on citrusing, I guess, and the defense holds on.
Well, they take out Lyra through rally, so that's quite huge there for Citrus Nation. That's actually a bio grenade that comes in from neutral, so nice job there, Citrus Nation. 20 seconds left here for TSM to make a play.
They have the ults to do it. Squid with the nano needs to be able to use this tap. You could be proactive with this pulse bomb. Could take out some of these ult options. Tap with the pulse on the Lyre. I thought it hit a shield, but that's exactly what Tap needed to deliver. And now TSM are down a man. Riker was able to primal, didn't get the nano yet, and is out of sight from Squid. Lyre will be able to teleport back with the Kiriko swap. Now the nano from Riker, he gets a second win, and he's got the access to Lucamino, who built up a transcendence within that one fight. TSM now have no other ult options and no Widow to try and get at this backline to strike through Lucamino or neutral. It's all up to Riker, and Squid is cut off by a Winston bubble, so Riker cannot be healed or sustained in the final moments of TSM's offense. So it's all up to King and how much time he can buy delaying the cart.
Yeah, now you have everybody here coming back for TSM. Riker gonna get back on that ball. So Tap gets bioed, gonna have to use the recall there. It's coming down to the absolute wire here for TSM. It'll be Infrasight available here for Chronic.
Chronic sees the ball coming, avoids it. Riker with a pile drive, but took so much burst so quickly, and the post didn't even get thrown yet. Tap at least misses that bomb. Chronic with vision knows where these supports are hiding, and it's just hide and go seek with Squid not able to touch at the end. Citrus Nation take the series.
Yes, Citrus Nation, they come up clutch in the end. Not enough for TSM on their offense. If Citrus Nation would have lost that, one of the funnier things would have been neutral actually using the nano on the transcending Zen there instead of giving it over the Winston. So that would have been quite funny to see. But Citrus Nation, no, they come in, they take care of business here against TSM, looking really strong, multiple different looks.
Yeah, I also agree, Matt. You mentioned how Citrus Nation, they seem to be more versatile. I think that really came into clutch, especially having that really good Winston at the very last map, Gibraltar. I think that was a very clutch move from Citrus Nation. It was really close and very entertaining match overall, I feel like.
Yeah, I enjoyed watching both the Widows have their shining moments, because sometimes people pick Widows and you don't see them ever on the kill feed or anywhere else, and to be able to adjust their positions based on how much fear they had of the Winstons and still how much impact they had when they were getting chased by those Winstons. So that was a fun matchup in itself.
Yeah, I think both these teams feel about even in terms of like player skill and whatnot. I think that like even TSM, right, a different meta, they're probably an opportunity to take Citrus Nation. I just think with what is currently the meta and what you kind of have to play, it feels like Citrus Nation has a better grasp or a better kind of roster in terms of like what you actually need right now to be able to do these types of things. But I feel like you could replay this match like 5 different times, and maybe it comes out like 3-2 Citrus Nation. It feels like these two teams are pretty evenly matched.
Yeah, despite TSM choosing Gibraltar, Citrus Nation had a Winston expert. They subbed in Kuffa, who I think had a better performance against Riker in terms of bubble placements. I think Squid was, especially at the end, not able to deliver those really important heals to Riker because of the bubble placements from Kuffa. But you gotta commend Riker. He's pulled out the ball, the Junker Queen, the Orisa, the Winston. He has to do it all. That's a lot of weight on Riker's shoulders. And he did what he could to be a stable leader for this team when, especially on Runasapi, this was a weird look out of TSM.
Yeah, I think this was probably the oddest moment for TSM of the series. I think just here on Runasapi, I think this map actually probably would have been way closer. Obviously you fall behind 120-0, like it's really difficult to make it close, but I think if you would have saw them move to something almost like mirror like right away, I think you would have had a better opportunity to make that one close for TSM.
Oh my god, Chronic. We're just gonna watch him shoot.
I'm down.
Getting that through.
I got popcorn.
Yeah, no, Chronic on that Widow was something else as well. It was very... Man, I think Citrus Nation is an exciting team. I think they definitely have the chance to make it, far into the tournament.
Well, you give yourself an opportunity now, right? You get a number 1 seed coming out of groups, right? Really important probably for Citrus Nation now, knowing they go up against one of the 2 seeds, which you feel like they have a big advantage over.
Yep. And we're looking at the player of the match. This one goes to Chronic. I mean, yeah, like we said, the stuff that he did on Widow, fantastic stuff. Definitely a really great head scan player.
I think Chronic stands out with how much heat that Vision took, just being thrown around by Zeb's Orisa on a few maps, forcing Vision to just change to so many different things, while Chronic, I think he paired up well. I like the Sombra swap to match with his Tracer. That helped kind of deal with the ball, but Chronic also just had a lot of freedom to sit back on the Ashe or any hit scan he wanted, and to just focus on his mechanics. And if you can give your DPS that moment of freedom, this is a team effort to make Chronic look good.
Yeah, a lot of Gibraltar comes down to the Widowmakers, and Chronic definitely played well on this map. A lot of the maps throughout the series as well, being asked to play a lot of different heroes all throughout, and some of these shots are just sick.
Jeez.
Can you do that, Matt?
Yeah. Maybe not today. If you rewind the clock a few years ago, maybe. But I don't know. You should ask me on an afternoon to be able to do that. I think I need some prep time.
Right, yeah, Matt. I'm excited to see you play Widow. I think that'll be good content. All right, let's move into our post-match interview. We got our player of the match, Chronic, on the line for a quick chat. Chronic, hello.
Hello.
Hey. You can hear us, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm just waiting until I see you on camera. You know what? Never mind. It's an interview. I'm just gonna start asking questions. I mean, for this one, I just want to ask. What was your preparation like going against TSM?
Well, we really had no idea what they were gonna play. We really thought they were gonna like Brawl Mirror. We were really shocked when they came out on ball, but we adapted well, and I think we pulled it off.
And what did you think about your personal performance going up against Vision? It seemed like y'all were dueling it out on whatever it was, like Ashe or Widow. That was fun to watch, but how did you think you did?
I think I did pretty well. I like kind of went crazy on Widow, I'm not gonna lie, like on our attack. I mean,
you did.
Yeah, no, you were popping off on the Widow. And Chronic, I gotta ask, right? Obviously, I think you guys probably feel pretty strongly about making it out of groups in general. But how important was it to get a #1 seed out of groups going into the main event to avoid some of the the other #1 seeds going into that event?
It was pretty important. I mean, we have to we're really trying to be careful with our placing because we really want to make the LAN, right? And we're so close to in points to other teams, so.
Hey, avoiding a Toronto match round 1, that's a good way to get some extra points, right? I mean...
All right, Chronic, I'm going to wrap up the interview here. Thank you so much for your time, and again, big congratulations on getting the win today.
Thank you guys so much.
All right, thank you. All right, that was Chronic from Citrus Nation. Nice guy. And he also has the skills as well. Perfect player.
He's got it all.
Pay the bills, especially on Gibraltar.
Except the webcam. Doesn't have a webcam, but he's
okay,
got
skills
it all
to not pay that bill.
The webcam.
Maybe next time with the webcam. That'll be great. Anyways, all right. Be sure to check out, everyone, the massive Overwatch League inventory sale that was going on in game right now. It's starting on October 2nd. The Overwatch League Mega Bundle will be available, which comes with All-Star Tracer, All-Star Genji, Zen Nakji Zenyara, and Good and Evil Echo. So if you missed a couple of those amazing skins, October 2nd, you could get them.
Is there a Toronto Defiant here? This would be your last chance to maybe get some skins for them if you want. But
yeah, true. You can keep repping them forever, right? I still rock a lot of my McDonald's Mayhem skins, right? Those are always
the yellow and red. Yeah, I have them too.
Rocking those. So
honestly, the best Overwatch League skin.
Yeah, but opportunity to get some of the cooler ones. I'm not saying that the yellow Mayhem ones weren't cool, but these are the
be
really
honest.
cool ones.
You can be honest with us. It's a safe space.
Yep, that is all going online on October 2nd, everybody. So yeah, grab your Overwatch League Legends Mega Bundle. That is the name. All right, coming up next, it is going to be YFB Gaming versus Tanuki Taipiri. That is our first elimination match for the NA region, coming right after the break. welcome back, everybody. Before we head into our second match of the day, Matt is briefly going to explain to us what My Hero Academia is about.
Yeah, it's a bunch of, it's a world where there's lots of superheroes. I think one of, there's somebody who's born who doesn't have superpowers, which is weird, but he goes to the school.
Whoa,
with the people.
He knows.
Right?
He's cooking.
He's recruited by like the Superman of the world, right?
Okay, Matt, I thought you wouldn't know, but you got it spot on.
Well, I mean, I literally just read the 2-line description from my monitor here to the right. But yeah, bored without powers and dreams, then you become, superhero, and there it is.
All right, well, so talking about superheroes. We got superheroes in Group A, a lot of them. Let's take a look at the NA Group A brackets. Of course, Toronto Defiant yesterday beat Shikigami, and now we're going for the loser bracket. YFP Gaming versus Tanuki Taipei. This is a lot on the line, of course. It is an elimination match. The loser is going to be knocked out and go home.
And I know especially YFP want to have a turnaround after bottoming out in Stage 3. And Tanuki, you may recognize or at least the players from the Arizona State banner who finished top 12, so not the bottom, but obviously aiming much higher than that.
They have a cool logo as well. I believe that's an elephant looking like with some type of fire haircut there. So, I mean, you have a cool logo like that. It's very difficult to lose. But, the YFP Gaming, we've seen Nimrod on the show before as well. We've seen a few of these players too, so excited to see if they can get a win here, give themselves a chance to make it to the main event.
I'm super excited for Aid. He's a young Korean import, extremely talented, mainly hit scan, Widow Ashe, and he's confident enough to swap off of other hit scans to go to Widow. You don't usually see that. It's usually the other way around. He's part of the very famous Sinprissa Gaming roster that was beating Overwatch League teams when we had Contenders versus Overwatch League, that era happening. So Aid is going to be an exciting player to watch.
Yeah, and looking at their opponents, of course, Tanuki Taipei. What do you guys have to say for this team?
I mean, like how Lemon mentioned, one of our collegiate teams, right? They come in here now trying to make it into the main event. I'm trying to see like who they played in round 1. For whatever reason, I think it may have been Toronto, but they had a rough start here. Yeah, so they actually played Shikigami. They actually lost Shikigami 3-0. So pretty tough start for them. In groups, both these teams lost that first round 3-0. But we saw how strong Shikigami was taking some maps off of Toronto the other day. So we'll see kind of whether we get a rematch, right? I know with another rematch here against Shikigami, or we get a new one. I know with YFP potentially winning.
Yeah, the winner will be facing off against Shikigami. But for now, let's take a look at the viewer prediction. A lot of fans are going for YFP over Tanuki. Do you guys also agree with that?
Well, everyone's still in school, so all the college kids can't vote for Tanuki right now. They got class, they got better things to do apparently, but...
I mean, you don't, a lot of kids, in college, right? You should be going to class, but... some of them don't. So I'm sure they're watching today. No class on the weekends. Take the weekends off, right?
Good lesson from Matt, Mr. X, our esports caster.
Yeah.
I'm gonna root for. I'm gonna
go
Tanuki.
Sometimes.
I'm gonna root for Tanuki because I like their logo. All right,
okay.
That's fair.
All right,
so that's very base, Danny.
That's very base. Thank you. All right, it's time to jump into the game. Matt and Jennifer, take it away.
Oh my God. He's my government name.
I was gonna say.
I got stunned.
Yeah, when he said Jennifer, I was like, that's an entire name right there.
I know. Thanks, Daniel.
It's reserved for like angry grandparents and stuff, right? That's like the only person who's ever called me Matthew, I think, in my lifetime. But we'll get this match underway here in just a second, kicking things off with control. But take a look at the entire map set. The clash is fun to watch. I want to see somebody pick Hanaoka. We've seen Throne of Anubis. I want to see Hanaoka though.
I want to see some good gameplay no matter what. And I'm looking at J-Man. We didn't get to talk about the players of Tanuki too much, but J-Man, I think, one of the most mechanically sound people on this team. You could trust him to solo a Pharah if he needs to in an era where there's no mercies attached to that Pharah. J-Man can handle that, can even swap to the Cassidy if he wants to have an easier reload in a skirmish. So I look towards J-Man, but Tanuki's big issue when I watch their VODs is really decision making. Mechanics is never going to be something you question with them, but rather how they disengage and how they use their ultimates, which has been questionable sometimes.
Yeah, that's a little bit scary though, right? Because if you don't have the decision making all the time and maybe you have an off day, I mean, that can result in a pretty lopsided series. So it'll be Nepal to kick things off here as we get in the game. I'm curious if we see both these teams just kind of play rush. It's been really what we've seen out of both regions thus far. We saw, I know in the Face It League towards the end in EMEA, they allowed Juno, when you got a sneak peek of kind of what Rush would look like there. Then now it's everywhere, right? So we'll see. It looks like at least early on, both teams looking like an Arisa setup.
I like this pick from Tanuki because Anhu really likes his Mei. I wonder if that's going to be a swap he goes to. He's also a Tracer player, and a very good one. If anything, he aims his Mei like a Tracer. He really stresses me out, having high sense and just being very antsy. So Anhu could be that make or break player for Tanuki. And he actually goes to the Pharah, which you don't get to see too often on Sanctum.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Chime the other day on the Mei doing some long-range damage as Aid, well, on the Widow right off the bat gets killed by Aurora. I mean, that's a huge pickoff right there. I mean, you're already risking it playing the Widow, right? Maybe you think they're going to have that Pharah with the Ashe on the other side, but still, the Widow's really risky here. And to lose the Widow early on, that allows you to push up to the door here for Tanuki.
I like how Aid's like, yeah, that was a lucky shot. I'm just not gonna go in vision of a lady with a spear in robot form, obviously. So Aid, not worried. He's gonna just depend on his team to make that space, give him a comfortable power position to snipe from, and then Anhu will be in trouble. And Anhu already is. The firing squad from YFP came out and just took the point back immediately.
Yeah, you can see Tanuki was in a lot of trouble there because a bunch of their players kind of cowered in corners, just looking for healing and nobody around to be able to do so. And YFP, they just move on in and clean them up. So good start there for Tanuki, but they give up the point right away. So this is going to be YFP taking the lead.
And having a Widow that can play defense is an edge for Aid. And where he positions, he could play hidden and really surprise this Pharah. And it's could have caught Anhu coming out of that doorway. So Anhu now has heard where this Widow is, who can fall back for mega packs whenever, but this is important space that Tanuki need to take as a result of Aid getting out of position. And then J-Man pushes him, takes a snipe to the dome. And I told you guys, you shouldn't mess with Aid.
There's almost no reason to have to push him, though. I mean, he's so far out in the spawn. I mean, no reason to have to chase Aid at that point. But let's see Luca pushing up here with the rest of YFP, gonna finish off Tanuki. So YFP, just after that first fight where he was picked off early, kind of taking control of this one. That was a Blizzard ended up using that last fight, though, for YFP, so not gonna have that available.
Now a barrage, but you have to somehow go unnoticed, and coming out of these initial doorways is what I worry about for Anhu, where Aid was repositioning the time that Anhu did that, so this could be an early pick, but right now Aid gets blocked off by Soaks. And now YFP have a Terra Surge. They're trying to take up the space, moving up, and really are stuck in a corner. Ice block used by Nevermind, and you got an orbital ray that's gonna force Aurora back. And you got a barrage that didn't really do much. A 1-for-1 trade isn't the worst. Point still for YFP at 90+%. And Tanuki have been scrapping away ever since J-Man swapped to the Tracer.
Yeah, it's gonna be YFP moving off the point here for a second, but they're gonna come right on back, and you're gonna have the Terror Surge here. It's so difficult to dislodge that Mei as Nevermind stays alive using the ice block. As I say, that gets taken out, but does a fantastic job of just kind of making this one interesting here towards the end. You now have Hinged on the point as well with a rally, so maybe you consider fighting this if you're YFP.
And they do exactly that. Rally popped. Keeps Luca, that very important anchor, trucking away and almost getting very aggressive, taking the 2v2. Terra Surge should be able to do some damage to this armor of Aurora. And YFP have angles around. Panthers trying to support at a distance and now has to direct their attention towards supporting themselves. YFP are gonna blizzard the tank and Aurora can't get any help. So domination for YFP out the gates after playing a Widow for a good half of that too.
I felt bad for Aurora there. Just like bullied in the corner with the blizzard. I had nothing you could really do to stay alive. Even the supports at a distance, nothing you could really kind of provide the Orisa to live in that type of scenario. So YFP, they come out with a Widow, which is a little bit different there on that point, but they still end up coming out on top. I think you expect them to play a little bit better if you play this Ashe, where you can play the Ashe with the Mei. It's a pretty strong combo.
And enabling Luca is the whole win condition for Nevermind. And as long as you don't yeet your Blizzard into a Javelin spin Orisa, you have a pretty solid win condition once that Blizzard does come online. Anhu's gonna stick to the Pharah. Now on a much more open map, it'll be easier for him, but it's not gonna be on the Widow this time, not the best of angles, and ended up on the Ashe anyway. See how this goes.
I feel like it's a comp advantage here, though, for YFP. Like, I think having the Ashe in play and then also having the Mei, the capability to split off the other teams. Orisa follow it up with some damage down from the Ashe, and then also put a lot of pressure onto the Pharah as well. I feel like it's a pretty nice advantage here for YFP.
J-Man has to also show up on the Tracer if he can get at Hinged and Skier and just take their attention away from Luca. Killing the Orisa, it pretty much feels like it guarantees you a fight win, and you see that focus go into Luca and Aurora. Now the cards have been dealt. Tanuki is down a tank, and now the rest of the team, it's like a domino effect as soon as you kill that Orisa.
You just can't battle that Mei in that type of scenario, as Soaks just ends up just, hey guys, just kill me eventually. You're just gonna fall in that type of scenario. But it just feels like it's going to be very difficult to break on in. So now they'll actually, they won't play Mei. They'll continue with this Pharah. Then you lose the Pharah yet again. This time just a Luca. So now you're going to have to wait for the Pharah to come off the spawn. It feels like you have just so much more point control with that Mei. Unless that Pharah does insane damage, over the point, it feels like YFP Gaming's comp is just going to be way better.
You didn't even really need to wait for Anhu because this Pharah can play out an off angle, and ideally that's what you would want. But Anhu, yeah, it's just a lot of trickle damage, but against a lot of people who have sustain with Skier and Hinge protecting themselves. You got an Ice Block from Nevermind, so a target has to be Aid, who's playing inside of the point. So he's got a ceiling, he's got cover, and he's got silence on Anhu, forcing him down to the ground. Now you got the Orbital Ray used from YFP to really kick him where it hurts as soon as that Anhu Pharah was out of the picture.
Yeah, this round's not close. As YFP, if you just completely dominated, I think it's a little bit of a comp gap like we were talking about, where now you have this Blizzard to use in the choke. Anhu actually gets hit with a Javelin there. Really a dangerous scenario. Almost got picked yet again here, where you have an opportunity to throw a Blizzard in for YFP, like Blizzard plus Bob, as you see Aurora just taking loads of damage even just coming out of the choke.
And J-Man has to go to the Ashe instead of the Tracer just because you can't even get close enough to the other team when the rest of your team are trailing behind, especially if you have these 4v5 fights for Tanuki. A Barrage gets a kill, eventually traded out. YFP now have options to spare, including a rally that can just stun anyone that gets nearby. Say goodbye to J-Man as a result, and that is a very clean Nepal map for YFP, despite this being Tanuki's pick.
Yeah, I mean, you lose your tank there, right, for YFP Gaming. I mean, you kind of have both tanks traded there towards the end. But one team ends up with like a Brig and a Pharah trying to take it back. The other team's got a Mei in rally with a Brig there as well. Like, it's almost like having another tank out there. You don't even need your Orisa to be alive, and it's really difficult to break through that, where I feel like Tanuki had an opportunity there. I just feel like that kind of maybe changed the comp up a little bit.
Yeah, and I think maybe Anhu is facing a confidence issue because in their last match against Shikigami, he played the Mei and was supporting Aurora the same way his opponents were doing that. I'm surprised Anhu didn't want to just mirror that and continued with the Fire despite facing a lot of hit scan prowess on the other side. And you know, Nepal's not a bad map for Fire, but it's who you're going up against that's really going to dictate if this is something you can pull off or not. So I would have rather seen Anhu with the Mei, but the issue, or the reason why I bring up the confidence thing, is Anhu had a tough time on the Mei against Shikigami. He had 2 blizzards eaten by a javelin spin, which, you know, I'll let that speak for itself. And just issues.
Not ideal.
Yeah, not ideal. And ult issues. That's why I brought that up for Tanuki. But that is a very easy adjustment to just simply don't throw that in it, or, you know, just cooldown mark a bit the Orisa. I'd like to see Anhu go back to the Mei, even despite that loss against Shikigami.
Yeah, maybe they pick Nepal because they figure that they maybe don't have to play as much Mei. They can kind of play off the point, just poke down with that Pharah. But we'll take a look at some of the stats. That is a bull. That man, that outside of that round 1, and really when you talk about round 1, it's like what, that first fight. I mean, that is dominant there from YFP.
And even with some early catches, like on Tanuki, when they started Sanctum, they got that first pick onto Aid. So then everyone from YFP left, 15% for Tanuki, and then that was it. And then YFP came in, stole away the real estate, evicted Tanuki immediately, which you gotta be able to maintain that presence when you're in that advantageous spot.
Yeah, so I'm curious what Tanuki will pick yet again, right? Another map selection here after losing map number 1. If they want to play more Pharah, do you play, some of the Flashpoint maps you can play some Pharah? Like, do you play something that's a little bit more open, like some of the hybrid? You play like a Blizzard World potentially. So there's some options in the pool here if you want to stay away from Mei.
And their pick, Tanuki's pick yesterday, was Junkertown against Shikigami, and that went fairly close, 3-2. And that could be easily a thing they return to if they want to keep depending on some Orisa Tracer play. But it's really about how can you make Anhu comfortable. And if you want to go towards a Mei map, there's a lot of options for that.
Yeah, you can play, like Junkertown, right, and play like some of the Widowmaker stuff if you want it. I feel like Junkertown, like it's such a, I just feel like sometimes the results are a little bit all over the place. Like even if you're a good Junkertown team, I mean, we've seen it like when we talk about like a Widow can take over a game and like a Gibraltar, like that's like amplified to 100 on.
Yeah, against Aid, no thanks.
On Junkertown, so. We'll see what they decide to end up going with. If you wanted to just mirror the Mei, right, you can play like a Runasapi, play something pretty consistent like that. So a few different options. We'll see. We have some subs actually coming in. So Jeremy, 87, come in here for Tanuki. So making a change in terms of the DPS of J-Man will go to the bench.
Which is interesting because J-Man's been their very dependable hit scan, who's been a mainstay for Tanuki, who's part of that collegiate roster. I mean, this is all the players from that Arizona State minus Soaks. So for J-Man to feel off his game, he started off on the Tracer, then went to the Ash. But when your other DPS is having a tough time, there's only so much you can do as a DPS. So Jutsu also comes in for potentially some Widow, but that's sort of AIDS thing. So we'll see what map has caused these substitutions.
Yeah, it's always curious. Okay, so it is Junkertown. So Tanuki will play Junkertown yet again. Like you mentioned, they picked it the other day. We will see it now here against YFP, where got off to a rough start there in map number 1. Need to bounce back in a big way here. In Junkertown, I mean, what's also scares me is that like a lot of times you end up with it's just slow to make any type of progress, and then all of a sudden you don't even get that first checkpoint, right? And it's one way to be down in a series and just take any type of, obviously being down in the series, you don't have a lot of momentum, but just take any opportunity, it feels like, to make a comeback out of the way.
With how good Aid's Widow was, Jutsu has some big shoes to fill, but he is also a Widow specialist. You don't get to often see teams who have 2 really good Widow players. So most of the time, you have 0 good Widow players on your team. So it's quite a choice for Tanuki to go to Junkertown. When we were talking about, yes, this was their choice yesterday against Shikigami. It was fairly close, but they also didn't go up against AID levels of Widow, or really just YFP levels of Widow.
YFP, it looks like they're going to play close up here with Luca at 8-8 on the May now, as a few shots in here on Jeremy. And he's going to have to back up as, okay, they're going to play at least to get out of the spawn. They're going to play Venture.
Just to see if he can get at these supports. The shield turns around, and at least Jeremy committed to the job. The one and done. Delete the Brig. Maybe an equation that favors Tanuki with how close their spawns are. Anhu on the May. I am rejoicing right now, but it's with a D.Va, which I even like playing on Junkertown because you just have these short little boost range areas. It's very good for the D.Va. Now, this open part of Junkertown is what I worry about for D.Va.
Yeah, D.Va also excels at dealing with the hit scan, right? So, having the D.Va in to make the Widow's life very difficult. I just wonder, how do you close this gap, right? I mean, you had no hit scan here for Tanuki, playing against a Pharah Widow combination here on Junkertown. It's gotta be really hard.
And with these changes to Junkertown, it's not as Widow friendly as it was back in my day, but Tanuki will still just play this front to back. That's what you're supposed to do with a May, and your D.Va can flex between peeling and just jumping on the Widow if she's accessible. And now that Jutsu and AID are, Aurora dives in, but AID still deals with these problems, especially if Jeremy dives in. Is not always going to have an option of escape, so AID takes over the fire role and is doing quite well, but this still will result in a cap and maybe a blizzard that wasn't necessary.
Yes, nobody able to get a touch there for YFP, so a little bit of an interesting comp here from Tanuki on Junkertown, right? A lot of people would think you're picking this to play some long-range hit scan and whatnot. They actually play Venture May D.Va, a combination that we don't see often. So they get control of high ground, they force the Widowmaker out, they double back down for the Ramatra, they're able to make a play. Probably didn't need that Blizzard, but just to secure that first point.
And that's that ult usage. I want Anhu to really think twice about when he uses this. If you watch him POV-wise, he plays like a Tracer, and AID plays like an Assassin, which just barreling in and just solo barraging Jeremy. And you'll take those 1 kills with a barrage. I know everyone wants to hit the 5K on ranked, but living is what's most important when it comes to fire barrage.
Yeah, and just stopping any type of push, right? Tanuki sets a pretty good time taking that first checkpoint relatively fast. So YFP uses that barrage, forces them back just a little bit as AID putting down lots of damage there from the high ground. Once Aurora starts flying, then that's when you got to get out of there, but we're hopefully controlling this high ground by just pumping out so much damage here from the far.
And D.Va's gonna have a hard time playing front to back against a Ramatra. She's not as good of a brawler. She's someone who doesn't want to play against the other tank, but rather dive the DPS and the supports. And if YFP keep forcing these fights into these narrow areas, Aurora and friends are gonna have time getting some headway, but it looks like YFP have allowed them to leave. Tanuki are gonna take this time to exploit this moment with the orbital ray, but Tanuki have YFP completely scattered. As you can see, the defense is behind the cart. Now the rally, to quite literally rally the troops into the position they're supposed to be in, and the damage may have been done. The Luca annihilation was nice, but Tanuki somehow ran out of gas at the later stage of this fight.
Yeah, and I'm stunned they committed some of these ultimates towards the end of this fight. Now they end up using a tectonic shock there towards the end there from Jeremy, where it felt like the fight was definitely lost. So that actually is probably because they're going to make some changes. They'll actually match a Pharah. So Pharah May D.Va here on Junkertown. Which is just
a comp of all time for sure.
Really odd. I mean, you would love a teams play like Ashe, Widow, Cassidy. This is not a May map, and like you mentioned, I mean, here's a Blizzard. You don't play May on Nepal, but then you play May on Junkertown. I mean, that doesn't really make a lot of sense.
I think a Tracer would be a nice swap for Anhu now that this Blizzard goes 0 for 2. So, yeah, it's just not something that synchronizes well, but it's something that Anhu is confident in. And I'd like to see him get to a confident position where, not confident where he's throwing ults left and right and not hitting anything, but at least where he can contribute and find impact, even with the icicles alone. But it is YFP bunkering down defensively, a massive pulse out of Jutsu now on the Tracer, and Tanuki will eventually lose hold of this.
Yeah, is not going to be able to get this one over the line just in this fight here for Tanuki. Is looks like gonna die there towards the end. So YFP, they'll actually move away from far and go over to Echo here. This is where, I mean, you would love to see, like, I know, it'd pick up like the hit scan again, right? I know, go back, play like a Nash, even a Widow here. There's not really, I mean, there's the defense matrix on the other side, but not a lot of other answers. I mean, they would be kind of free firing down this long sightline.
Yeah, I mean, Aid, I think the better choice would be like an Ashe. The sightlines for Widow are very bad here, but now that Aid can just fly short range with the Echo and get more burst going, if you can force the ice block out of Anhu, or if you can duel against Jeremy better, it's definitely not a bad pick, but Skier just sacrificed his life for the orbital raid, punished by Tanuki, who are encroaching on that finish line of point B. Fantastic barrage, converting 2 kills out of Jeremy, and this should lock things down depending on the Jutsu delay, which did not last long. So great job by Tanuki as they head to C.
Yeah, 2 minutes to complete the map, but a lot of times difficult to complete the entire map here on Junkertown. But they do end up holding on to their rally. Hinge decides to commit the rally there towards the end, maybe thinking that they can keep YP in the fight, but that is not the case. Is once that rally is used, just kind of falls right away. Is now that they see Widows on the other side, maybe we see some changes here from YP, but no, they push up really fast behind this Ramatra.
This Ramatra's running it down. I love it, paired with the Juno, but the Blizzard from Anhu is what exactly can punish this. And to use it defensively as a counter option is fantastic. Tanuki can just play that bunker reactive style if YFP are going to continue to run them down, but this is still a long road ahead for Tanuki.
Yeah, as they're going to make it around this first little bend, right? But with no ultimates, really just the rally, it's very difficult to go down this home stretch. I think if you're YFP, you probably hold on to some of these, play for like a fight with 30, 45 seconds left. Give yourself a great opportunity to hold them here.
And you want YFP to not be too aggressive. Well, now that you're duping, yeah, go ahead, but Aid may be subject to some Widow snipes depending on how good Jeremy is, which right now he's getting ran down by an Annihilation from Luca. And YFP just played aggressive off of those 2 ultimates of the dupe and the Annihilation, but Tanuki may have lost 1 or 2, but they're still fighting for that high ground. And Aid has been let loose. Jeremy got off the Widow, not having the space to operate, and hopes to get past the tank of Luca to pressure the back. But now Aid doesn't have a lot stopping him.
Yeah, for YFP, you got to play close to the door here. You don't want to allow them just re-entry out, and that is, as good as you can get here. I mean, that's a pulse bomb onto the brig on the other side of things. So now you're gonna lose Jeremy. I mean, this is good here for YFP towards the end.
Yeah, it's just great job from YFP to hold those choke points, those doorways that Tanuki came out of. There is at least a few more meters being bought by Aurora, who has the self-destruct. Soaks is gone, and you can get a second life and can't even extend the overtime. But it was YFP that won that fight from the start, starting with the Jutsu pulse bomb on one of the supports. So you love to see it.
Yes, Tanuki makes a decent run there towards the end of the map, right? They get around that corner, but some really interesting comps. I think that's like more of a story here. Some really odd comps from Tanuki here on Junkertown, playing a lot of May, not really a lot of hit scans. So a little bit of a different setup than what we usually see on this map. So we'll see if we have both teams go back to a little bit more traditional hit scan here off the rip.
Yeah, Tanuki got around to point A quicker than I thought, facing against some very scary hit scans on the YFP side, but with the changes to Junkertown, Widow isn't as oppressive and as untouchable, and Aurora managed to get their way back there with the D.Va with these short boosts, and it was more tumultuous for point B, especially at the end, really finding the right composition. And then eventually, once YFP let them have too much space, Tanuki had their backs, had YFP's backs against the wall, and it worked out for point B.
Yeah, now with Tanuki here on defense and playing this Venture May, they have to play close to the door. I mean, there's no way you kind of sit back and play this type of comp here on Junkertown. You have to play close, so we'll see. Looks like actually not even going to play close to spawn. Maybe going to play just on this first corner. So it'll be Jutsu here on the Widow coming out. Doesn't see anything. Has to have an idea now. There's going to be some shenanigans.
Aid back on the Echo, who was able to go pretty unnoticed and find these assassinations. When you land enough stiggies, get the focusing beam out. If you are isolated just like this, Jeremy avoided getting 6 feet under by just getting a little bit underground and back to safety, and YFP gets some initial progress.
Yeah, and if you can put pressure on the D.Va to not like use the defense matrix and get in Jutsu's face, like it feels like this is a comp for YFP that should kind of just roll Tanaki. I know what they're kind of coming out with. So Jeremy will have to burrow here. Everybody on the other side coming on in, and you've already lost the support.
Yeah, Aid is just a terror in the skies, already forcing Jeremy to burrow away and then getting a pick subsequently. Like, this is not enough punish from Tanuki, and it's a bit more difficult to do with a Mei to play any to cosplay as a hit scan that could duel against the Flyers. But this is where Anhu, this is his bread and butter, is the Mei and the Tracer. And I wonder if he'd swap to the Tracer to get after Jutsu, or even the Aid. We'll see.
Yeah, or at least play the Tracer, right? With a Mei here, I don't know what, especially like the walls here, like the map is so large, as puts a nice icicle into Jutsu at range there. Not enough to finish off the Widow though.
Yeah, your Cope is using this Blizzard, and now that you have the cart almost at the end, it's limited space, and you were trying to lock people down with the Mei wall, but how did everyone escape? I mean, Anhu is surprised. I'm surprised that he didn't even at least get the Brig, but she had Shield Bash, and no one else in sight. YFP will secure the objective as a result.
Yeah, and I think also it's going to be a little bit harder to play this type of style for Tanuki on defense, right? Because they're going to have to be aggressive and push into YFP, where YFP, they can put damage down with the Echo, and like you get a D.Va low or you get a Juno low, you can finish off those players quite easily. And Aurora now will switch over to the Ramatra, be a little bit sturdier here against this Echo.
It's just a brawl and bash. As Jeremy slowly but surely at the back, Tanuki really relying on Anhu to work with Aurora to isolate Luca, who drops to the low ground, is still well connected with Hinged on the Brig, who has the rally. A lot of supportive options too for YFP. They can play this dance, they'll play behind and in front of the payload, whatever it takes to get away from Tanuki, and especially that Mei Ramatra brawl.
Yeah, as now he gets things going here for Tanuki, as that'll be Anhu taking out Ski in the back line. So see, do you decide to maybe pop? I was gonna say, do you pop like Luca's Annihilation here? But now you have both support ultimates. You'll probably play for that with the Annihilation. So you're gonna hold on to that. So Tanuki gets a very important fight win.
And YFP did it without, or YFP lost without really using ults, so they could just have a better chance. They kind of were playing a lot of runaway from Tanuki, avoiding the Mei, playing around the wall, but needing to really exploit those. Once you see those cooldowns from the Mei, that is the moment to strike in the orbital ray. A great icicle from Anhu, the headshot, both supports deleted, and YFP don't stand a chance now.
Yeah, that's within his own orbital ray that comes in from Panther. So both orbital rays gets popped. Anhu gets some really big value out of it. He obviously just going both supports on the other side. So see YFP gets slowed down yet again, allowing Tanuki to come back in terms of the ultimate economy.
This is such a tough choke point to get through, especially against a Mei comp and a Mei that has Blizzard. Jutsu on the Tracer ideally wants to get on the card, draw people's attentions away, and even offer another option, another angle of offense. Annihilation proc there from the defense. YFP, you're gonna have to respect this. Maybe you have to rotate underground. Hinged is there before the rest of the team is. Luca will back it up. Does he see Annihilation stopped by the Blizzard, but the flail stops Anhu from finishing off Luca, or at least being able to do more damage. So great chemistry at the end. YFP will survive, thrive, and cap point B.
Yeah, I think this is going to be enough to get that second checkpoint across the line. It looks like YFP is going to push up with a few players here, potentially prevent them from even, attempting to come back and touch, and that's enough, right? Just putting enough pressure there. It's not going to allow them to just kind of like run up, maybe just throw bodies there at the point. So 3:15. I need 81 meters here to end up winning the map here. You see that golden box of victory. Maybe it's like 2 fights probably. No, here potentially Luca gets walled off. Ooh. Nice wall there from Anu. That's going to allow Tanuki to get control.
And this is the strongest part of the map for May. And now that you won the initial fight, the doors are going to close. And this is going to be such a pain for YFP to get through, despite the 1 minute or 2 minute advantage that they have. It's probably going to take all of that just to get through.
Yeah, change though. You're going to have Luca play the Risa here. So Risa pretty good against Ramatra, can definitely just put a lot of pressure on Ramatra at range in terms of just putting down damage, and then also dislodge him with the spear spin. So looks like they actually try and move in towards that high ground, and they do not make it.
Yeah, Anhu has been on point with these Mei walls, got one behind Hinged, and YFP had no route of escape. So YFP, if they're going to go to this Orisa, yes, the most survivable tank, but they can't sit there. They need to act, especially try to play around this Mei wall. Once she traps you in, you got to scrap for your life.
Yeah, potentially for YFP Gaming, though, you can end up using this orbital ray coming out of the spawn. You're going to see it probably on the other side, too. Like the changeover of the hit scan, though. Just put some pressure onto the opposing team's healing resources, right? Constantly being a nuisance at range.
Now you got Aid duplicating the Ramatra, 2 tanks for the price of 1. Rajutsu throwing dynamites overhead, and Tanuki trying to hold some ground and even accessing the backline. Hinged and Jutsu are assassinated by Tanuki, just ignoring the Luca Aid push and just decimating all the healing that YFP could have had, and that kills the fight.
Yes, Luca actually pushes on forward. He actually lives through some of this, as a few players now will be coming off spawn here for Tanuki. A little bit of a window of opportunity here for YFP to get some payload progress, but Tanuki's did a nice job burning some time off the clock.
Can YFP get out of this choke? They'll have to wait for the annihilation. Maybe just jumping down with the terrorist surge and catching someone. Well, the ice block is well timed. Tried the full channel of the terrorist surge to see if Anhu would pop out, and the Weasel does at the end. Tanuki overstayed their welcome, and YFP, it took all of that time. And I said they had 3 or something minutes, and that 3 minutes is pretty much gone.
Yes, Aid pushes up to the spawn, just trying to get maybe a cheap kill there with a far rocket. Doesn't exactly do so, as Anhu is over to the Tracer here. Knows that this is going to be last fight. Desperately needing to win this map is Tanuki, so it'll be Aurora going to D.Va, taking control of some of that high ground. But this rally from Hinge could be what decides it. The rally, plus also having a Bob, is huge, and there goes the Tracer.
Finally we get to see Anhu Tracer, and then he's dead immediately. And box of victory in sight, though. An extra man on the field with the Bob in play and no one to contest. The D.Va went for heals, and it was just great comp swaps from YFP at the end to bring out Aid on the far to force all these swaps. I thought the D.Va was gonna build up a bit more space, putting this far at bay, but YFP are built differently.
Yeah, you lose your Tracer, who's going to be like one of the other players that contest the point. It's really like the Tracer, Venture, and D.Va, and then you lose 2 of them, right? And the D.Va gets extremely low, has to go back around the corner for heals. Nothing that Aurora can really do at that time. And it's just YFP playing a really good offense there on Junkertown, making the adjustments over to some hit scan and far late to swing it in their favor.
And we have potentially one more map to go at Tanuki's choice coming up, and could be the last one. This is an elimination match. The season ends here. This is your last chance to qualify for DreamHack. And Well, Tanuki found their footing eventually. The ults became more precise, looking at Anhu and how Jeremy, who just got subbed in, and how he fit into this equation. It was a serious fight out of Tanuki, but it's a YFP team that has to be respected.
Yeah, and it's one of the odder, like we talked about, comp choices and like matchups we see like on Junkerton. Typically, this is like long range hit scan all the way through. Ashe, Widow, Cassidy, we even see Double Sniper still here at times. To see both teams really opt for no hit scan here, much different than we see Junkertown play. And I know some of the plays up on the high ground there, that's where Tanuki bought themselves a little bit of time back on defense.
And Aid and Jutsu have just been heating up. First, you have Aid just dive bombing on the Echo, forcing cooldowns left and right, and then Aid later on still sticking to the Echo, eventually going to the far just to suppress the spawn. Eventually, when he saw the Diva, he had to head back, and Jutsu on the Tracer showed up with some pretty important pulse bomb kills and impact all around. Here are your stats. Good damage on the side of YFP. So many deaths too from Tanuki.
Yeah, I mean, well, Tanuki just takes lots of fights, right? You're playing this kind of like aggressive death ball type of style. You need to take that many fights. They do take all those fights. They just don't all go in their favor, right? You see YFP doing a good job winning a bunch of them.
And we'll wait for Tanuki's choice in a bit, but I wonder if the substitutions are going to be changed up. We had Jutsu and Jeremy make an appearance, but it all depends on where Tanuki want to potentially end the road or extend the road.
Yeah, so I know Tanuki has another map choice, potentially their last of the season. We'll see where they decide to take the series right after this quick break.
Juno. It is nice to meet you. My new life on Earth has been so exciting. We have much to discuss. I have seen pictures, but Earth is so much more beautiful in person.
Watch and learn.
Oh, the sand here reminds me of home. It looks like it is made of gold.
Line and sinker.
There are some people I have been advised to avoid. Mother said all dogs were cute. Perhaps she was mistaken?
I will reap your soul.
I'm having trouble keeping track of everyone I meet. They keep changing their appearance. Alright. That one is Mercy. That one is Diva. I'm so bad with names. I was worried that keeping up would be hard. But it looks like I am not the only one starting from zero. Brushing up on one's skills is always a good idea.
Always more to learn.
As the Terrans say, it is party time! My adventure has just begun! Wait, what was that?
Welcome back to the OWCS NA. This is our second match of the day. Matt Mistrix, Lemon Kiwi here bringing you the action, and we got a sub. It'll be J-Man coming back in here for Tanuki to parry, as this is their last shot here. Lemon, well, not their last shot, but you gotta win this map, and then it's gonna be YFP's picks from here on out. I mean, this is your last chance picking a map that you feel comfortable on. It's gonna be King's Row.
Yeah, but every reverse sweep starts on an 0-2 spot. It's never over till it's over. Everyone cope with me.
Every 3-0 also starts off with a 2-0, so...
Okay, you're not wrong. But hey, it's about whoever bounced back from the spot that they started in. What a stacked group that Group A is. Toronto, Shikigami, Tanuki, YFP. Like you said, this is not even, this is just the beginning of the pain you're about to experience if you want to qualify out of this group.
Yeah, it's a brutal group to make it out of. YFP, they'll be on defense here. Nothing too surprising in terms of like Ash. Make good combination here. Who knows what we see from Tanuki. I mean, we've seen some interesting stuff out of them where this would be a good map to potentially play the May on, but having said that, they probably won't. No, Nepal was a really good map to play the May on. We didn't really see them play it at all, right?
If J-Man sticks to the Widow, I mean, he's probably just getting vision. I want to see Aid swap and just challenge this. This is a strong Widow map, and Aid's the kind of guy that will swap to Widow if he's feeling it. And I think he should be confident in that matchup. For now, it's going to be about enabling Luca. That was something YFP had some struggles with on Junkertown, was dealing with the Anhu Mei, so maybe trying to be proactive in choosing that Mei early. YFP will be defending for now and are respecting that space, playing around Hotel.
Yeah, I think this will be interesting how they kind of play around the Ramatra. Looks like they get a speed through the Hotel. They're going to go on a little bit of a flank here as just trying to maybe catch one of the players there from Tanuki out of the way. Ooh, they do get a roar. I mean, that is huge, right? For a second there, it looked like everyone was going to live, but then they end up losing their Arista.
Yeah, it was like this ring around the rosy action of both teams hunting for each other's support lines, and YFP staying in Hotel had more access. And the lovely part about Hotel being in that spot is you don't always see the push coming, so that caught Tanuki's backline off guard, and Anhu couldn't find YFP as a result, so that impact wasn't there.
Yes, that'll be a fight win there for YFP as look, you lose your Orisa at the start, and then you're kind of stuck there. The Ramontra with the speed just comes around the corner. I mean, there's nothing you can really do. So, see now, Tanuki just makes her way here onto the point. Those spears going to be very difficult for that Ramontra to deal with.
And the shield's already been used. Attempting to overread and see if he can pre-spear the Jutsu Ash on the top window, but the orbital ray comes out very early for Skier with all the damage they took in the initial fight. This propels them to another fight win, and beautiful Maywall from Aid to secure a few more kills.
Yeah, the Mei is so crazy right now, like, especially, I mean, in Rush in general, Mei's always been crazy, but it feels like right now, especially with the orbital ray, when that comes in, and Rally, that, like, Mei's, self-survivability, so good, and then also, with that, like, on-demand speed, it's a little bit harder to kind of get some of these players, like, around the opposite side of the Mei walls when those happen, as Juno's speed works a little bit different. Does this be an orbital ray for Tanuki just to move on to the point?
And this is contestable, but look at where Aid is. He could just come around back in Blizzard, but he's going to unite with the team. And I guess they were worried about Anhu having the barrage. Now that he is disengaged, the Blizzard is eaten by Aurora! That is a fumble! He just popped out of hotel, had no idea what was on the other side, just hoped and prayed the Blizzard would do all the talking for him. And the Bob is involved for Jutsu. It did some good damage, but then J-Man's Bob is there too. So Tanuki re-established, not having the numbers to get on the point quite yet, but this should be a second tick.
Yeah, Aid's still alive here up on the high ground. Gonna go down and use the ice block. Is that J-Man's Bob doesn't end up on the point, so wasn't actually gaining progress there.
Aid, yeah, that's a tough way to try and escape having the ice block and delay, trying to stop the second tick, but Aid's been in these deeper positions and has to be rescued by his team, and losing the Blizzard is a big win condition gone and time sacrifice. It did take a lot of time for Tanuki to get this done, but Aid feeling like the flyer battle might be better for him to really test J-Man on the other side.
Yeah, they'll make some changes here for YFP Gaming going into the second part of the map, but just everything had to be thrown in there for Tanuki to be able to take that first checkpoint. As now Anhu's over on the Mei, so this will be exciting to see. Is the one thing I do wonder for YFP is like the Ramontra here. I know Ramontra versus Orisa. Orisa feels pretty strong at the moment. You kind of probably play. I know one. You can probably play this composition for YFP with an Orisa in the mix, but Luca, at least for now, feels a little bit more confident here playing the ramp.
But the Annihilation takes up like the whole lane of King's Row, so plus the speed, you're just Giga Chad, Donk Walk at him, and hope for the best. And that's just gonna have to be the play for Luca now. Around this corner, is already at low health, and with the orbital ray, YFP take another fight, and it's an absolute bloodbath. YFP trying to paint the town red, and now the ults subsequently come out of Tanuki, Terra Surge, and their own orbital ray, and Soaks is close to a sound barrier, and this could help fight back against the rally. But Tanuki, as the dust settles, they have YFP on the run, and they can save that barrier for the point B final fight.
Yeah, we haven't really seen a lot of Lucio since Juno's come in. Juno seems to have kind of replaced some of the things that Lucio provided, where that is Jutsu getting chased down, getting some healing there from Skier, but not enough to survive an icicle to the dome.
Every stagger is really important though, because this card is continuing to progress, and Tanuki scrapping through this has built up ults, but Aid's on the flank, and the takeout J-Man is big. Tanuki can't waste time. 4v5 Soundbeer engage push towards the front. They're gonna try and ignore Aid, and if he keeps going unnoticed, that'll be a problem. At least the flail of the boops will keep Aid in his place as Tanuki barrel down the front side and will cap against the efforts of Aid here, and YFP's frontline can't sustain against that.
Yes, they cannot go toe-to-toe, where I think having the Lucio... look, you play Lucio Juno because you probably feel like you have an advantage on the front line, right? You can get the Orisa into the Ramontra's face, and you're able to win that way. That's kind of the only reason you can play both of them at the same time. Layering that speed, making it easy for the Orisa to move around. So YFP still will commit to this as we got Aid on the flank here.
J-Man is gonna write a strongly worded letter to Aid, because Aid has just been all over him, assassinating him. But that is the beauty of Echo, punishing isolated players. And now, well, Tanuki are forced to pay attention to this to get Aid back away. And now this Echo dupe is sort of wasted just to get Aid into a livable position.
Yeah, I mean, you do end up losing the dupe, but it would have been worse, like, to lose Aid in general, I think.
Yeah, sure.
You would have needed Aid's damage here and just kind of threat from the high ground on the flanks to even make this next fight competitive. Luca, I mean, there's no way he's going to live.
Okay, on who? This is why he plays Mei. It's like, who cares about the wall and the ice block? Me shoot, me hit scan, basically. And Tanuki finding his stride, that confidence that we wanted to see, and now he has a blizzard for the final fight of C, and Aid's still lurking.
He's still roaming here on the flank as just now he'll be look at that, is it Lucas frozen there inside the orbital ray, and somehow YFP able to battle on through it.
And Panther's nuke was like at the spawn room door of YFP, which unaffected them. YFP threw their orbital ray onto the cart, which completely wiped Tanuki. This was supposed to be capped by Tanuki. What happened?
Yeah, just a really bizarre fight, especially when you capture the other team's tank inside of the blizzard, like basically at the spawn door. You also had the orbital ray. So now this is where I think for YFP, like the having the rally is so much better than potentially like trying to build up towards a beat here. You can get really aggressive with this rally if you want.
And not having a blizzard though, like that's why that fight win was so important. Tanuki are not gonna have time to build up to that, but it all depends on this sustain. Soundbearer versus Rally, a Bob in the fray for Jutsu, and it's all up to YFP to at least draw this into overtime. Worst case scenario, shouldn't be a problem. They're playing behind the cart, Luca playing his life, and stays in cover, able to get healed back up, and Tanuki step away for a second, and that's done.
Yeah, you can see on the screen, like with Aurora, they don't have a tracer or anything, right? So nobody's gonna be able to get a touch, and we're just watching it happen in real time. And then they just maybe they thought they had stepped up a little bit far enough to trigger OT, and then obviously they didn't. It's pretty bad right there. I mean, that's we've seen some bad ones. That one's quite brutal. Let's take a look at it.
I wonder if Aid flew somewhere, because I saw them tweaking and looking behind them, but I don't know if it was the voices at this point. And here's Aid on the left side. Maybe he goes up to the window. Yeah, he flies above that Orisa. I saw Aurora turn around, and Aurora wanted to try and help his team because Aid has not been checked at all.
Just kind of walks away. All right. He's like, oh, let me help with the Echo. And then all of a sudden, these off the cart. And that was one where maybe you kind of can keep it going for Tanuki. Then really kind of take a look at some of the ultimates they kind of had there. I thought YFP looked much better once they switched over to the Orisa. I feel like the Orisa is definitely the better option than trying to force the Ramatra in play. So YFP on offense looks like potentially playing that Echo yet again. It's been pretty impactful throughout the series.
Still a strong push for Tanuki with their series lives on the line. It starts with some Jutsu Widow. We were a big fan of this on Junkertown, and at least when the sightlines allow it. And J-Man is probably going to play at the back window, and Soaks is profiting from these off angles, can teleport back to safety, and gets Jutsu looking the other way too.
Well, he does land a shot there on a Soaks, so just trying to find an angle here on the Widow as puts a shot on who. Trying to maybe force out an ice block there as this is the best sight line, right? If you can live from here as Jutsu, this is going to be phenomenal.
YFP, because Jutsu is such a, I was going to say in a safe spot, but somehow Anhu is trying to 1v1 the Widow. So go off, King. We'll focus on the front line. Luca going in deep, and Tanuka have nothing really to say about the tank battle. So Jutsu may have been pressured, but Anhu should have helped Aurora against Luca.
Yeah, now J-Man will make a switch over to Widow. I would think that Jutsu switches off of the Widow potentially here for the second part of the map. This is where you would definitely favor the sightlines for more of like an Ashe, but oh, that is J-Man with a nice shot as Jutsu tries to peek the corner.
Yeah, well, you're wrong, Matt. Or should I say Matthew?
I'm wrong there. Yeah. As Daniel Lim would say, Matthew.
Yes, you're gonna have to play pretty far back on that top middle side. If you're J-Man, you're still very spearable from Luca, very shootable from Jutsu, and now there's no Kiriko that's kind of running around either, so see how the Widow battle ensues. But I want to see Anhu lock in with Aurora. There is no opposing Mei. The threats are going to be from a distance and up high as Aid has the barrage. If Tanuki take this fight close, Aid's going to let it rain, and so he does. And man, this Juno is elusive, but that's a 2K for Aid.
Yeah, it can only be elusive for so long, though. That's the orbital array for both teams. The rocket barrage, though, right? When you're playing inside of that. We've seen it earlier in the day, you know, when NA and EMEA seems to be a pretty good combination when the other team decides to go with their orbital array, you pop your barrage. And now the advantage here for YFP is with that rally, right? They're playing the brig the entire time. Tanuki makes some changes here, so Soak's not even close to having the rally.
YFP, probably when Tanuki get close, can pop vision and assess if there's going to be any type of flank or just where the opposing Widow is, and that is the edge Jutsu needed. Now 5v4, nothing will be able to access him. Anhu's playing low, and Jutsu will be out of reach, so YFP is pedal to the metal, and this card will not stop. This will be a pretty huge tie bank, and the box of victory, the series end, is within sight.
Yeah, you don't even need to complete the map, right? I mean, you got to get pretty close, but still, you don't need a full map completion. Not even needed to use the rally there. No real fear, because it's that first pick that comes in from Jutsu, because he's got that infra sight, and you know, maybe J-Man, maybe it's just like a perfect timing, but J-Man peeks the corner as soon as the infra sight comes down. That's going to be another kill here for Jutsu.
Jutsu is at it again, but J-Man's about to get sight, so no. Jutsu is on a rampage, though. You're gonna have to start seeing very soon, and man, J-Man's vision went black. He is dead, and so are the rest of Tanuki, who are just barely holding back the storm. That is YFP, but YFP don't have DPS, so this may not be a fight that they want to take now that respawns are out.
No, I think they'll probably wait for a beat. You'll also have the opportunity to kind of come around that side and maybe land a big rocket barrage yet again, as it's pretty good with that ultimate throughout the series.
YFP, depending on how good they are at ult tracking, may just want to waste a lot of ults from Tanuki and take a more guaranteed fight, but YFP's execution has been next level. Jutsu's Widow is insane, so Jutsu, how is he going to be marked? Can go on this top high ground, and
that's your rally.
He's at it again. Now Aid's going into the back with a barrage, and this backline's in trouble, but didn't want to pop it yet. Waits out the blizzard, and Tanuki are huge with that blizzard and Terra Surge at the same time, and Aid was going for a big play, but he's late to the party.
Yeah, I mean, comes around on a bit of a flank here. I don't know if they have enough to be able to win this. Soak's going to end up popping the rally. Gets very scared there by the Terror Surge, but it's going to be YFP having to back up just a little bit here. Not going to be able to fight that. You do have an advantage, though, for YFP. They have the orbital array coming into this next fight, and now they decide to use it.
Yeah, Tanuki used all their ults, but so did YFP. This orbital ray could be the kiss of death as YFP do exactly that, delivering kill after kill, and Anhu's ice block was only to delay the inevitable. YFP with a sweep that eliminates Tanuki from the season.
Yeah, as YFP, they take care of business. Really having that orbital array with nothing to the other side there. Such a massive advantage towards the end of the game. You pop that ultimate, even with the Mei wall, you just go right around it. You get all the benefits, the damage, healing, whatnot, and you take quick care of business at Tanuki.
Taking care of business, I like that. They really did. 3-0 against Tanuki, looking really good. And I gotta say, I just want to start off by saying I think Jennifer, you're right.
Yes, Daniel.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, Daniel.
About Aid, you were mentioning his name at the start of the match, and I had my eyes on him. Very impressive, great player. Yeah, and you guys could call me Daniel, right, Matthew?
Yeah, sure. Go full names anyway. Yeah, no, I mean, It's something that we potentially thought, right? YFP could have a really good series. I think some of the comps from Tanuki were a little bit out at times. Like I think they could have given themselves maybe a little bit of better chance because when they kind of played something that looked a little bit more like the meta and the mirror, they actually looked pretty good, pretty competitive. I think some of their other comp choices, though, probably I would go back and look at those.
At least Tanuki went out with a bang at the end. Like, Anhu was questionable at the beginning with kind of starting an 0-2 Blizzard usage on the Mei and not really finding a stride, and having a Pharah that was present but not impactful on control, to going to Mei and becoming a sniper in itself. But Jutsu also took over the match when he got subbed in on the Widow on King's Row, especially doing his chronic impression out there, or vice versa. And Aid has been a terror no matter what. Like, the fact that Tanuki tried to ignore Aid, you can't. He's the GOAT. He was a menace in the backline on Echo.
Well, I mean, this is so odd, right? A team picks Junkertown but then doesn't want to play Hitscan. Like, it's like a really bizarre map choice in general, right? But this also sets up a YFP Shikigami match, which should be pretty awesome. I mean, both those teams feel like they have a fair shot at being able to make it out of the group, right? Feels like it should be a pretty competitive match. This fight was pretty funny because Jutsu had almost no chance winning that one, and Aid on the flank. I mean, I feel like always on the flank here on the Echo.
Didn't Aid get didn't Aid kill J-Man twice?
Yeah,
out, right?
it was mean.
He was just like waiting for J-Man to come out and he got a kill. Did it again.
Like, Spawn killing him was so rude, but Aid, like,
was smart.
Also,
it's not
you know,
rude.
he you know, the payload got capped in front of him, so Aid's like, well, at least I'm gonna be annoying. And he really was.
Like, I feel like if you get spawn killed, like, I mean, nobody really
that's on you if
deserves
you
to be spawn killed, but it's kind of on you a little bit. Yeah, it's kind of on you a little bit.
I feel like Tanuki really just had to throw everything out there, but, you know, it was YFP really having all the answers. And of course, the player of the match for this one goes to Aid, the player that we've been talking about.
Yeah, really strong.
Yeah, that, like, he's known for his hit scan. That's what he did. He was the Sojourn GOAT on SPG when he was beating Overwatch League teams like Shanghai Dragons at the time. But for him to flex to Echo and to just do the solo plays and just to rely on brig packs and really his own independence to make plays off the pitch and rely on his team to do the rest. Like, Aid was impactful at forcing cooldowns that constantly reset the other team.
Yeah, I feel like if Aid just like has this level of performance in their next match, which is going to be against Shikigami, I don't think it's going to be an easy match for YFP, but they could definitely put out a fight.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, I know some tremendous players from Shikigami, like how we saw them take the Toronto Defiant the other day to a game 5. But yeah, I mean, look, you have this type of flexibility on your team. I think for me, it's like figuring out some of the tank stuff, right? Do you continue to try and play some Ramatra? I feel like you're going to have to play the Orisa just a lot of the time. So can you see Luca play that at an entire level for, you know, a high level for an entire series? I think they have everything else, though.
Yeah, and Shikigami played really close to Tanuki in their first match, which is why Tanuki was in this 0-1 spot. Like, it went to round 3 on Lijiang Towers, 3-2 on Junkertown, it was 3-1 on Surabasa, so the Shikigami are a beatable team, especially if YFP are able to sweep Tanuki.
Yeah, I do wonder though. I feel like, you know, we're on day 2 of week 1 and day 3, I mean. I feel like we're seeing more and more of Orisa being played. Do you guys feel like this is going to be sort of become the new meta for tanks?
We're back with the horse. Yeah, I feel like Orisa kind of like is the play at the moment. Where I know we had like Diva for a lot of time, right? But Orisa is really good against Diva. Can, you know, defense matrix, just spear it, and just you know, really kind of bully. And then you see what kind of happens against the Ramatra. So I feel like Orisa is kind of going to be where everything settles down.
Yeah, I think Orisa is the tank to play right now. She's the best at holding space, most armor in the game. She has ranged abilities. She has damage mitigation. She can eat ults. She can fortify, be against movement abilities. There's nothing that Orisa can't do well. She can do it all, and it's also just the easiest to play as a tank who loves my Orisa. You know, when things go wrong, when in doubt, play Orisa.
Yeah, when in doubt, play Orisa. I think that's a great line. All right, we're gonna move on and take a look at the updated Group A and A bracket, see where we're at currently after this match.
Yeah, like you talked about before, this sets up a Shikigami versus a YFP matchup, right? So Excited to see that one next week. Some time for YFP to cook up some comms, watch some of the footage from Shikigami here on the main stream.
I feel like you're watching, probably it's going to be Aid versus Shikigami. Also has the two Korean DPS as well. So I feel like those DPS duels, I think, is going to be very fun to watch.
Sunjun and Taejong.
Yeah.
Aid versus Sunjun. Like, Sunjun was also lurking around like Seoul Dynasty and other teams that Aid has probably faced in the past. So that'll be a really fun duel.
And then after that, they have to face Toronto Defiant.
Well, no. They don't have to face Toronto Defiant. They don't have to face Toronto Defiant. They'll play in the benefits of being in Group A is that you don't have to play Toronto Defiant again after, well, in the first round. And you may play them later in the groups, but in the bracket, but you don't have to play them again.
You will have to face them one way or another, sooner or later. It's bound to happen.
Yep, when Shikigami or YFP make it to the finals, they will have to play against Toronto Defiant yet again.
Well, someone has to beat them, right? And that could be you, not you, Matt. Yeah, I know you're decent, but somebody can beat Toronto.
We had Danny's on the broadcast yesterday. Danny's were 1 and 5 in maps.
Three Danny's. Oh, we had 3 Danny's. Me,
1 and 5 in maps.
1 and 5 in maps. It's fine. Danny's will come back stronger. Danny's always do. Alright.
Is that a trait of Danny's?
I would like to believe so. All right, I think that's enough banter, everybody. We're gonna take a quick break. When we come back, we're gonna come back with NA match number 3. It is going to be Blast Off Boys versus EXN Zenith. Stay tuned.
I think I'm ready to go pro in Overwatch 2. Join 250 teams in Face It League Season 3. Compete in weekly officials organised around your schedule. Anyone can start their journey, rising through skill-balanced divisions and climbing to the top of the Face It League for cash and fame. Don't miss Season 3. Register before October 2nd. Let's do this, guys.
Let's do this, guys. Guys, sign up for Face It League. You know, show off your skills. You could be a pro player. Yeah, it's gonna be good.
So, yeah, sign-ups close soon. That's a few days, so make sure you get signed up. Compete against players of your skill level. Grab your friends, convince them to sign up. It's a fun time. Video games in general, not just Overwatch. Video games in general, better when you're playing with a group.
Matt, I think we should make I think we should join for Face It.
We're different skill tiers, Danny.
Lemon, you want to join?
Danny.
Dude, Professor X plus the Dannies, I heard that we always come back. I'm so down.
You won't have to dedicate a lot of time. The series will be 10 minutes. With me and Danny, it'll be 10-minute games.
Yeah, Citrus Nation? No, we are Citrus Village.
Citrus Village.
Yeah.
That's a good name. Hey, put it up there. Let's do it. Yeah,
just ship it.
Yeah.
Send it or ship it. All right, let's take a look at the group brackets before we head into the match. We got Group B brackets, of course. Yesterday, Fluffy Dreamland getting the win against Energy Shock. That was a surprising, I guess, result for Fluffy Dreamland. It was very entertaining to watch.
Yeah, I think this is actually like that's a combination of Group A and B there. So that's that's our new hybrid bracket system. We take the bottom half of one group, we move it to that was the top half. This is Group B. It's Fluffy Dreamland. They come out on top in this group. That they have a really good win the other day against Energy Shock. So Energy Shock is waiting in the losers decider. And then you have this next match between EXN Zenith and the Blastoff boys.
Right.
Dude, this group is so chalked. EXN and Blastoff buds are also fighting for the last spot against Energy Shock. But at least maybe that last match that you guys brought up about Fluffamers proves that Energy is beatable. But Blastoff buds may have been beat, but they are a team to watch out for.
Frothy Philly 7. That's a name right there. I mean, I'm excited for that one. I mean, that's an awesome thing. We've seen so many. The open ecosystem's been awesome, right? We've seen so many funny team names, players,
Booger
whatnot.
Snot. I literally casted Booger Snot for months.
Booger Snot.
This is nothing.
Yeah, this is awesome to see. Yeah, so we'll see how Blastoff buds go. They end up they're the team that we sacrificed to Energy Shock early on, and Passage. I mean, that is zoomed in there on the Baptiste. That is a new Baptiste picture. But EXN Zenith, that'll be the opponent today.
Yeah.
A fun time. Blastoff buds, they're a bunch of independent kings, and then EXN and Zenith haven't showed too many compositions. They really love their diva, which, comfort picks are comfort picks in Overwatch. You can get away with anything. There's a ton of one-trick teams that'll teach you that, but there is limitations to the diva, and that's the weakness to EXN.
How are you guys feeling about this match? Do you guys feel like it's gonna be a close one, or is it gonna be a blowout?
It's going to be chaos. These are two teams that are extremely deathmatchy, that love their solo duels, and have less experience than a lot of the teams that we've had on broadcast. And the chat is pretty split on this too.
So EXN Zenith, they did take a map of the Fluffy Dreamland. And we saw Fluffy Dreamland end up beating Energy Shock. So you kind of take that into account. Maybe they're the favorites, but I also don't know what that map was, what the circumstances were. Right? I know a lot of different things could happen, but. With that type of context, and then also siding with the people, right? I know the people obviously important. They're voting at home. It would be EX Zenith, probably the favorites.
All right. Well, I mean, Lemon said that it might be a chaos. It might be a very messy match, but I feel like it's going to be an interesting one. So, guys, take it away.
Awesome. our last match of North America, and I would also give the edge to EXN Zenith because one player that stood out to me on VOD reviews was Putter. Putter Tracer, amazing at zoning off supports from the fight without overcommitting, very solid at the pulse bombs, and he's very pressure focused, a solid player, and I think gave a difficult time to their opponent yesterday.
Yeah, so like how I talked about where Zenith was able to win that map off of Fluffy Dreamlands, that was a new Queen Street that they ended up winning 111 meters to 43. The other maps, not as close though. A 2-0 on Nepal, 2-1 on Kings Row, and then a 3-0 on New Junk City. So a push win there against Fluffy Dreamland, a big push win, right? I know winning by a large margin. So potentially, I know a map that we see them go to. For Blast Off Buds, their game against NRG Shock, they end up losing Kings Row 3-2, so a close game there. 3-1 on New Junk City, so potentially we are in for a close series. I would love if EX Zenith would play this at the start, but not gonna happen. So we'll get an idea of what both teams play a little bit closer, but Blast Off Buds look to be hovering over that Orisa.
And Ace loves his Pharah and brought it out yesterday and will always swap to Ashe as a backup plan. I think that would be a strong option for Lijiang Tower, at least on Gardens with how open the skies are, and he does just that. Fidel, like I said, the D.Va player that sticks to D.Va even outside of Control, but this is a very strong tank choice for Control due to how small it is.
Yeah, we'll see if you can kind of play this D.Va, go toe-to-toe against the Orisa on the other side. That'll be a huge test here for Fidel and EX Zenith as see the Orisa just get right into Fidel's base. Spear spin, just knock him right off course.
And I think Lava was the one who played yesterday for Blast Off Buds, so now they're using their other tank here of Baz, who's probably their more comfortable Orisa option. And for now, it's definitely a tone setter. Good pressure from Putter. He's full sending it on this Cassidy and pulls back right at the perfect moment before maybe any suppression comes out of Emerin. EXN Zenith didn't necessarily get kills though. It was a lot of space creation, and as they head back to the point, they turn their backs to Blast Off Buds, who do exactly that, just blast them in the back. That one kill is enough for Blast Off Buds to get the point, but how does Ace already have a barrage?
It's a barrage through the window, like through the upper part of the window. This is Redex using the orbital ray as well. So a lot committed here now for Blast Off Buds to try and hold on to the point.
There's just so much damage at the beginning of this fight with no actual kills happening, so no surprise that these Junos got the orbital rays going. But I'm still looking towards Putter to be that standout tracer. To have a masterful tracer like that on Control is very important. So Blast Off Buds did get an early surprise with the double barrage there from Baez, but for now, Blast Off have to defend.
Yeah, they still end up holding on to the point, so a nice job here for Blast Off Buds early on, as they've done a nice job also peeling for Emery on the Cassidy, so being able to keep the Cassidy alive, really important here for Blast Off Buds, been able to do so thus far, as Kitsune Rush, Panzer not able to get the Suzu off, so gonna fall straight away.
And apologies, that was Ace's barrage, but Vaiz has his own, and he just is on his perch in the window and just gets the free poke at EXN who are running in. So Blast Off Buds have been really good at taking so many angles and surrounding the perimeter of the point, poking and prodding, and eventually isolating EXN, netting in some important kills, and Baz will force a teleport out of Passenger as he heads back to the point. One last fight for Gardens.
Yeah, it's been all Blast Off Buds thus far. I think the Orisa definitely kind of plays into that. The defense matrix used there early on, and that is a conk from Ace Killer off the side. There goes Baz. Is really for EX Zenith, a lot of the positive things have definitely been from Ace Killer. You think about Ace with the barrage early on, this time getting that conk that knocks him off, that flips the point.
Baez got killed, and still waiting to see that barrage if he can approach. Now this is an advantageous position for Ace to just get them low. Any direct rockets could be dangerous, so Blast Off Buds, obviously you don't want to fight bridge with any potential of getting booped off. but it's not going to be easy for Blast Off Buds to also get into White Room. Seems like EXN were trying to suppress them already before getting there. Now Vi's getting into a barrage position, maybe at the window. No follows through behind the team. EXN aren't going to play within the point, and Vi's now it's a lot more dangerous to go into open area trying to barrage. But with the orbital rays exchange, there's a barrage moment for Vi's and Ace, both surviving, only one getting a kill, and all the bombs are being thrown from EXN's half to claw their way back to any semblance of control on this map.
Yeah, Zenith has to use just about everything here at the end, as they do end up giving the point back to Blast Off Buds. Blast Off Buds push in, end up taking the points, and don't get a lot of progress there, so still a long way to go as the Blast Off Buds will play a Ramatra here. Let's see if they actually stay on it. So it looks like they will play a Ramatra just to put even more kind of stability on the point, right? Ramatra can just get in there, use that Nemesis form, very sturdy, difficult to deal with. Also provides a little bit of some long range damage.
Yeah, dangerous to go across the bridge with a Pharaoh with Concuss. The Deadeye is going in reverse, which is not good. With the Matrix dwindling away for Fidel, it does cause some zoning. EXN disengaging at different areas. Blast Off take Dojo, or at least they're trying to fight for it. Putter gets to the back, almost lands that pulse all onto the Brigida, and EXN are happy to let Blast Off Buds walk in as EXN just hunt for their chance to get at these supports. It's a good start for Putter. You only have Narwhal as support with the orbital ray from Redex. Blast Off Buds have more than enough damage to deal with the problem.
Yeah, you end up losing your Kiri early on there for Zenith. You also end up losing your Diva there as well, so you lose both those players. Orbital Ray, very difficult to fight in general, and then now you're fighting it at a huge disadvantage. So Blast Off Buds, they take our first round in what was a very chaotic back and forth round.
Very chaotic, and it came off of Emerin and friends trying to walk down the bridge, which one lucky concussive blast from Ace, and that would have just been the end of the map. Then the Deadeye caused some zoning, Blast Off were able to get some footing, and then a big orbital ray is all said and done, but Control is quite the scrap, and we said this was going to be pretty deathmatchy, and it's delivering on that front. I believe we're on night market, so we'll see if the Symmetra sticks. This is like the one control point you would do it, but based on the teleport being posed at the beginning, not so much.
Yeah, we'll see Sim TP from both sides. Just give it a little bit of extra length here, getting closer towards the point. It's A6 a big shot there from Emerin, so it's a fall back down, able to get healed up there, and then now work their way back towards that point. It's just, can you keep this Diva alive? Diva not great at just kind of holding, serving one spot on the map. Once we kind of, flying, moving, using the abilities to kind of access backline with somebody else, just kind of sitting on the point, not ideal.
And that's why we said Orisa is so meta. She is so tanky, and she specializes in holding space, but Fidel is not going to be playing a 1v1 or in a vacuum playing front to back against the tank. Fidel is going to run around like basically a Giga Chad Tracer to get towards these DPS, and Fidel does a great job of getting that initial kill onto Emerin, and that's enough for EXN to tip the scales in their favor, maybe giving up 25% to Blast Off Buds, and you got Ace playing on the point, which is very deadly for Blast Off to be anywhere close to.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way you want to play it, right? If you are playing the Diva, you want to have the Diva go to the backline, make a play for, Emerin or support, and then double back to the point with the rest of the team, right? That's kind of how you want to play this here for Zenith, as they're getting closer towards taking the lead here. Now they get there far in a great position, right, to be able to just kind of put some damage down as everybody leaves coming out the choke, as that's going to be the barrage. It just gets one. So Narwhal also ends up using the orbital ray, and you end up falling here. So this could be a huge opportunity for Blast Off Buds.
Yeah, 3v4 in favor of Blast Off Buds. I don't mind the barrage in to just take care of Frothy. You eliminate the rally potential and less support. Orbital Ray was probably not even necessary. Saw Fidel around the corner, thought that there was more smoke than they were expecting. But for now, it's the Kitsune Rush re-engage for EXN. Now the lead about to be taken by Blast Off Buds, who activate the rally to protect themselves with a huge shield against the, well, all the poke coming out of Ace from the sides.
Yeah, so they don't even end up taking the lead here from the Blast Off Buds, so they'll still hold on to this here. in Zenith as you look at Vice just trying to put some damage down, maybe on a scared punter from coming back towards the point. Now just on a really interesting angle there towards the side. So this will be harder to move into the Ramatra and the Brig. It's going to be Emran actually using the Deadeye, pushing up quite aggressively.
Oh, that Tracer push was scary for Putter. Recalled right before the trigger was pulled, gets the last laugh against Vaiz and denies the barrage. Point taken back by EXN with Fidel back in max. So seems like the stars are aligned for EXN now to get a good push going, especially with Ace barrage overhead on this Ramatra. Wants to end it once and for all, but so tanky now that the Annihilation got popped. Vaiz pops his own barrage at range, and paired with the Annihilation, that was too much for EXN to handle.
Yeah, the Annihilation just, obviously the damage that comes down with it, but just to get more used to the Nemesis form, right? So it just keeps Buzz so top up, able to just put down enough damage. Just, I mean, it's damage it's just unavoidable, right? Can't exactly run from it. Allows Blast Off Buzz to flip the point back. An opportunity to take map number 1 right here.
A few more seconds away. Blast Off Buds holding it down. Orbital Ray at the ready for Redux and taking initiative to get past this Fidel Diva and get everyone else behind. And Baz is successful with eliminating Narwhal, but Passenger, if he's allowed to live, this Kitsune Rush could tilt the scales for EXN as Fidel wants to keep overtime wick burning. No control for EXN though. Kitsune Rush is popped by Passenger, but EXN have no space to operate, and Fidel is running his head into a wall, a brick wall. That is the Blast Off Buds defense, not allowing EXN to get any type of footing or comfortability whatsoever. And this orbital ray from Narwhal sort of helped, but then the numbers were chalked to begin with. EXN were pushing 2 against 5. So that map ends easily in the favor of Blast Off Buds.
Yes, when the Kitsune Rush comes down, the Blast Off Buds, they have the rally to be able to just kind of fight inside of that. And Fidel is so low on the Diva, can't exactly push into a rally, plus the Ramatra there. Very difficult to kind of fight that Ramatra with the Diva in that type of scenario. And the Blast Off Buds take advantage, take map number 1, I would say pretty convincingly.
Yeah, it got scrappy at the beginning, but eventually holding it down on the point was the way to go, and we saw the limitations of that Diva, decent enough at taking space until there's a Ramatra T-posing at the front door, and you quite literally can't get past him with just the less mobility pushback that tanks take. So limitations of Diva there, but at least with EXN having map choice, they can go to potentially a Diva friendlier map.
The barrage here, so like it looks like his character's almost like clipping the top of the window, like maybe even the chance to blow himself up there, but I'd help with the defense matrix there from Fidelia. Also for Eve Zenith, you're also playing without a Brig for a lot of this round 1, right? Where we've seen the rally when the Kitsune Rush come down be very difficult to deal with and play inside.
It was a lot of like I said, there's a lot of duels that happen at different locations, so it can really be about the impact of these DPS. So I'm glad you brought up sort of the fair battle between Ace and Vaiz and the timings and the choices they made around the barrages and what sacrifices they wanted to make, like trying to deal with the Ramatra here, then all of a sudden 2 ults pop right back at you, or if you int to deal with Frothy, at least you deny the rally. So it was all about sacrifices with these Pharaohs.
Yeah, the Forest just kind of like playing at range, putting down some crazy damage. I mean, also we saw a lot of like barrage kills, which we haven't seen like a ton, really like at all. It's been more like a kind of like a suicide ultimate at times. Take a look at some of the stats. Quite interesting though that EX Zenith with a pretty heavy lead in terms of damage, less deaths, but end up falling and losing the map, right?
That's why it's hard to judge stats, because it's about the impact of the kills, and are you finishing off the damage? Are you finishing off the characters that you do get low? And when EX and Zenith, I said that they're they can have these split pushes, and that can result in not a lot of different focal points within the fight, which can really harm, obviously, your way of finishing off those kills. So good chemistry so far from Blast Off Buds, off of a control map that can be really crazy.
Yeah, if you're EX Xena, then you want to play some more Diva or like dive-centric tanks in general, like you're looking at Watchpoint Gibraltar, any map that kind of has that verticality where you're forced to have a tank like that. So we'll see where they decide to go. I would assume it's something along those lines. I wouldn't exactly pick a map that's great for Rush if you want to kind of commit to be playing that Diva. So I think like a Gibraltar potentially makes sense. You could see them even play like a Junkertown if you want to play Diva. Diva's pretty good there. So
oh yeah, we
a few
saw
different
that.
options. Yeah, a few different options. It seems like we do need a little bit of a minute though to get the teams ready for map number 2. So we're gonna go to a quick break and we'll come right back with that map. Welcome back. Quick break. Like I promised, Blast Off Buds making a little bit of a change here, going into map number 2 against EX Xena. It'll be Victory in coming in for Emmerich. So Emmerich, a lot of play on the Cassian Tracer there in map number 1, changing things up here for map number 2, Lemon.
So many Canadians on this roster. You love to see it. Trying to cosplay a Toronto Defiant, I guess, or budget Toronto Defiant. I don't know however you want to look at it, but Victory, strong hit scan coming in for Blast Off Buds. They've locked in, or EXN have locked in their map choice of New Queen Street, which we wanted to talk more about their map choices because yesterday they took the fluffy aimers to King's Row and realizing, yes, King's Row is short range, but playing King's Row forces you to play front to back, which is why Brawl is so strong, and that's something that this D.Va cannot handle, and you start to see those limitations. But New Queen Street, so many different angles of attack, high and low grounds, and lots of places to flank from.
Yeah, we'll see kind of what these teams decide to play on New Queen Street. This is like one of the push maps we actually see teams don't really select. We see a lot of like Runasapi, we even see Caliseo. We do not really see a ton of New Queen Street. So
the Canadians, they're just like locking in.
Yeah, right.
Well, the one Canadian non-passenger, but
yeah, hometown buff for one player. His passenger or Canadian here forces them to play New Queen Street all the time. So they'll play D.Va here. D.Va can obviously access some of the high ground here on New Queen Street. I don't think the high ground here is like as impactful as some of the other maps though.
Just depends if you can get blast off buds like in the middle of the map, pushing the bot, and then find your way around. You have Putter on the Tracer, who's been a superstar, and Ace, though, not a lot of cover to dance around. The hockey statue is nice, but it's not as tall as you would hope, so Ace has to play a lot further back, awarding some space to blast off buds, but as a result, Baz may have just pushed his luck too much, got down so low, and you don't have as quick enough heals with just Redex and Frothy on Juno and Briggs, so blast off buds definitely bit more off than they could chew.
Yeah, this is pretty good start here for EX Zenith. So they get right over to the other side of the map, right in front of the blast off buds, and they take control with a lot of damage coming down from Ace yet again. So blast off buds will now play a D.Va of their own. They'll also swap in Victory to play an Ashe. So some long range hit scan, putting a little bit more pressure on this far.
This is why you bring a Victory in. You trust this hit scan to get blast off buds blasting off in the series in a good way, not in Team Rocket style, but EXN can't really maneuver around the map as freely, and Fidel still has to play with Passenger at the very least, while Narwhal may have to be stuck babysitting Ace, but a lot of angles of attack available for EXN, but coordinating focus fire is what we needed to see from them after the previous map, having way more damage but not as many kills. 1-for-1 barrage with Fidel barely on their feet, heading towards just their own side with some good progress from EXN so far.
The Juno can just put down so much healing, being able to kind of get Fidel back up to full HP, but it is EX Zenith forced, Narwhal specifically, forced to use that orbital ray really early, and then blast up as they back up. Now they come back in and get a good use of theirs as they're getting closer to taking the lead.
Oh my god, off the wall too. Narwhal skated away from the wall instead of maybe in the hallway, which in the heat of the moment, it's a tough decision to make. Now bomb for Fidel back into the mech. Kitsune rush as EXN continue to just run it down. Again, this is gonna be about ignoring the enemy tank. Now Baz is matching the D.Va, which is interesting. Ignoring the other tank, and for Fidel and friends to surround and conquer.
Yes, blast off buds gets very close to getting that first checkpoint, but don't exactly get it over the line. They'll lose a few players here towards the end, but if you're blast off, let's take a fight up close, right? Don't be scared in that kind of neutral, because you have that rally. I mean, the rally is going to be so strong, really difficult for Zenith to deal with.
And the best peel tank you can choose is D.Va. Of course, if you wanted just a solid anchor, Orisa works, but D.Va's a bit more mobile. So trying to keep up with her when she goes to the high ground, it's best to match fire with fire. So I don't mind the D.Va choice there from Baz, but Fidel, I don't know if I want to say one trick, but they really like their D.Va comps, so this is going to be a tough challenge.
They really like playing it. Yeah, no, then you get a D-mech here, right? So that's quite brutal. Like, Zenith not able to take the lead. Fidel now going to have to build up towards that mech, and you see nobody giving any type of way to give Fidel some extra damage to try and build up back towards that mech. They try and keep him alive. They're not able to do so. So this is pretty bad for Zenith, right? Because now you're going to lose all these players. You're going to give up checkpoint here as well. So blast off buds, they end up using their orbital ray. So I guess that's a glimmer of hope here for Zenith. So Ace will now play a Ashe of their own. So instead of playing the Pharah looks really good for EX Zenith. You're going to see them actually match that hit scan.
yeah, just far as no fun on push maps. The objective is going back and forth, and it's far as more mobile than she used to be, but the further Blast Off Buds were playing, the harder it was for Ace to be impactful, so matching that on the Ashe is big. You got 2 pulse bombs being thrown around. Putter is not even done. He's out for blood. 3K for Putter, putting the team on his back, and that single-handedly will give EXN the fight.
Yeah, I mean, well, Blast Off Bud's battling back, right? You see, I'm gonna have a self-destruct here where Baz is gonna give a mech back, and then you're also having Vice still alive, so you do have those close spawns as well with the checkpoint.
I just can't believe like Putter kills 3 and this is still a close fight. Like, what more can the guy do? And he has another Tracer to worry about, but if this D.Va from Baz sticks closer to his teammates, it's gonna be tough for Putter to do anything, because the D.Va is the most annoying character to face if you're a Tracer.
Where you lost Narwhal and you lost Putter, so you have to back up a little bit here at your Zenith, so you're going to give you more space here to Blast Off Buds. Oh, that's like, the defense matrix is there from Fidel, but just a little bit off to the side is, oh, that is really bad here for EX Zenith. Both supports go down.
Victory, it's in the name. They're heading towards that full cap territory. Lots of time left, but this victory, guys, single-handedly forced Ace off of the Pharah, and it has Putter's full attention. Can they even get into victory space, though? He just threw out a bomb. That's another obstacle in EXN's way, and EXN don't really have the ults to do anything about it. They don't have their bomb yet. Fidel uses self-destruct just to return to spawn, and this is cooked for EXN.
Yeah, this is looking a little chalked here for EX Zenith, as they're gonna have to try and maybe have Putter make it back here. You do have some players coming back off a spawn as Passenger over to the brig here, trying to fight this close quarter, and you do have a last-second Bob here.
Okay, Blast Off Buds really want that full cap, and even with the respawn advantage, Blast Off Buds do not care. The Bob from Ace was a good enough stall, but then as soon as the, it felt like the nuclear strike from Redux came down, it was chalked. You can't even stay on the card if you're EXN Zenith, but the respawns will eventually favor them in this extended duel, so EXN have a long way to go, though.
Yeah, I mean, a long way to go is an understatement, right? I mean, you gotta get checkpoint, you gotta fight up, towards high ground. Really difficult scenario here for EX Zenith, and it's gotta sting a little bit as well, because like the other team now is just kind of playing you in kind of the composition that you would have wanted to play, right, with a D.Va in the mix, and then they're still getting better. So Frothy will take out Passenger with some help of Redux over on the side, where you've been losing the supports really early on here for Zenith the last few fights in a row.
Yeah, where is Fidel in this equation? Asleep at the wheel? How is your brig Passenger in a brig duel, or actually not even a brig duel, he's in a 1v2 against Redux and Frothy. The whole point of D.Va is to just be a strong backline defender, and if you have time to push, you do, but Fidel gets lost in the sauce, and I don't blame him. D.Va's one of the most hardest tanks to play based on just how many roles and how many objectives you have to do at once, and EXN, they have to defend against a full cap potential with, well, this nuclear strike now coming down from Narwhal, and then the rally. This is pretty GG. Blast Off Buds won't be capping, but EXN still are gonna flounder away.
Yeah, it's brutal though to have to use both of your support also to make it out of your spawn door, especially when you're down by this much. You're gonna get back to like probably about mid-map, probably even a little bit less, and then now have to fight Blast Off Buds, who are actually going to match the Mei. So the only difference is Victory's still playing that hit scan, where Putter just going to continue to play that Tracer.
Long way to go. EXN need to win multiple fights, not just the one out of spawn, and it's been tough to get any speed going with Blast Off Buds matching them toe for toe, with their supports getting at Passenger and Narwhal even, and Fidel really starting to feel the pressure of his role as a tank to protect everybody, because Blast Off Buds are simply overwhelming, and Putter and Ace are getting more and more muted.
Yes, it's going to be a Bob from Victory around the corner. It's actually going to like trap a few of these players, so you're going to lose Fidel's mech, going to have to use a self-destruct to try and get back in it. Now, even with a remake here, still, it is not looking good here for EX Zenith. Now, this is the time where Blast Off Buds can put it away.
No touch. Ooh, so it's like, yeah, you're like, I don't care about this diva meching because we're literally 1 meter away, so.
Yeah, and I think also you had both support ults there from a blast off buds. It would not have been a good fight there towards the end. It would have been kind of what you saw anyway, just with a lot more death.
That was a lot of death, and that was also EXN's choice of map. And that's a tough one because they really wanted to go to a diva map. They did that, and they were not expecting to just face another diva. So here comes Baz putting them in their place.
Lucky for EX Zenith, they get to pick another diva map. But that one
absolute cinema.
Yeah, that one doesn't really work out there. As new Queen Street goes the way of the blast up. It started off pretty good here. For EX Zenith, they get off to a good start, but once there were some comp changes from Blast Off Buds, I mean, it was not close.
Yeah, first Baz gets off to Ramatra, tired of the Spara business. Victory goes to the Ashe to have a more impactful shot against Ace. I think that forces Ace off fire. I don't know. I didn't even notice the Ace Faras. More and more, the DPS from the blue side had less and less to say back. And this was a Putter Tracer I've been hyping up. There was one fight where Putter literally killed most of the team. Like 3 kills, and they still lost the fight. This is a team that doesn't come together, and they can't just rely on Putter go kill.
Yeah, no, it's a little bit of a shame, right? Because Putter did have some good moments on the Tracer, but you just weren't able to put any type of like coordinated push or anything with the rest of the team together. So that's where everything kind of falls apart. You lose, Pastor and Narwhal a few fights in a row there towards the end. Makes it very difficult. Yeah, I mean, Rally plus the Orbital Ray, I mean, that would have been a blowout there towards the end. So the stats show it to be a bit closer than what it felt like, actually. So, the Blast Off Buds, obviously, you do win the map. They kind of dominate in all the stats across the board. But it was a blowout in terms of, like, the meterage.
Yeah, Blast Off Buds were good at drawing out EXN, but also playing as far apart as they could so that Victory could just throw pot shots towards Ace as far, which eventually got him to swap. But then as soon as EXN started to approach and scrap more, they were able to access EXN's backline. Passenger and Narwhal were in trouble a lot in these early fights, and with a diva comp, you just can't afford that to happen.
Yeah, and especially like when you're trying to force the diva comp, you feel like you have to have answers while playing that comp to the different things you potentially could see. And even one of those, obviously, like a mirror matchup, right? And to not be able to, when the other team is like going to play the mirror, like that's almost when you feel like you probably should be at your best, right? Like, okay, we're trying to play this diva. We end up forcing them in a situation where they have to play it, and then you don't win. That's quite brutal. So it'll be EX Zenith picking their map here, their last map selection of the day. It'll be King's Row.
This was a tough one to watch against Fluffy Aimers yesterday when it comes to EXN, who, again, play diva everywhere, including this map, which was what surprised me, because, well, Fidel is used to playing against everyone who just hardlocks Orisa or maybe Ramatra, and they're not as mobile as diva for the most part. So then Fidel just ignores them, heads towards the back, but King's Row is a very narrow map where you're forced to respect the other tank, and Fidel got checked, and they just could not advance past point B because of this comp choice, and they won't swap off of it, or at least they haven't yet. So to go back to this, they must have a plan on how to circumvent point B, because that's been a pain point for EXN.
Right, so we'll see if they can make any adjustments. As they will keep Victory in the game here, for Blast Off Buzz, right? That's a substitution we saw after map number 1. Victory will stay in to play the hit scan, where this is a really strong hit scan map, but also like Baz can play this Orisa. The Orisa we know is really good against diva, so it's really difficult.
Maybe Putter will say hi to Frothy on the other side. But oh my god, it's a Brig, who would have guessed? That's insane. And well, Fidel on the diva, he's sticking with it, do or die, and it is series point for Blast Off Buds. A lot on the line here, elimination, end of the season, and EXN are out the gates with the usual comp. They don't show many faces, but this is their best one.
Let's see how they make it work, though, right? Try it. It's going to be a lot of Putter having to put pressure onto Victory, allowing Ace to kind of get through that choke rather easily, put down some damage onto the Ashe, and there you go. You do get that pick off on the Ashe early on.
Yeah, just expecting that Ashe is going to play at the back of the point. You could just kind of pre-shoot it and layer it with rockets for if you're Ace. And Blast Off Buds are going to hold it down in the hotel, but also contest, not allow a free take. And in a vacuum, D.Va doesn't match up well against the Orisa. Orisa has a lot more mitigation, a lot just tankier overall. Fidel, eventually that Matrix will run out, and EXN surround and conquer that tank, and it needed to be a united effort with Fidel to deal with Baz.
Yeah, I mean, getting the Ashe off the high ground there early is massive, right? That's like the long-range hit scan that's going to put a lot of pressure on Ace, and that's going to be first checkpoint here for EX Zenith. So a good start for them, and they'll actually have Baz switching over and playing a D.Va of their own. So they'll keep the Mei, and I think the Mei is pretty good here in the second part of the map, right? Really good opportunities for Ice Walls.
Now Fidel, just like in the last map, struggled between do I look at the other D.Va or do I ignore it? And Baz forces you to pay attention to him because he's just gonna match boost with boost and is gonna poke away at Fidel to get his attention. Now pushing through a choke. This is where EXN suffered yesterday. It's tough to play front to back with the D.Va. Maybe against another D.Va, it'll be a different story. EXN did face an Orisa comp yesterday, but right now they're having issues getting through the choke.
Yeah, with this Mei, you can make it really painful to try and move through the choke. Orbital Ray from both sides here. So getting very close to this Blizzard here from Vice.
So far, so good. You got Blast Off to retreat to the back corner, and as soon as Ace tried to see what was up, headshot to the dome, and Victory, big impact, and even shoots up to avoid the pulse bomb from Putter. But now they've marked where Putter is, who doesn't have the recall and barely has blinks and is found. This is staggers that EXN can't afford. Well, I guess can't afford, but it's gonna sacrifice time.
It feels like they need a map completion, right? Just to give themselves a little bit of confidence, a little bit of breathing room there going into their defensive side. But look at this Victory going on a little bit of a flank here with the Bob.
What are we cooking?
Oh,
I've never seen a dive bomb Ashe. And she gets out?
How?
He's so serious.
You can't. I mean, that's a scenario where you have to capitalize. Like, how does Victory make it out? That's crazy.
That is goofy. Blast Off Buds really honing in on the name, and now you got Viza. Oh, it actually got eaten. See, Fidel did something very important reaction, especially when Viza just came out of nowhere with a Blizzard. You deny a big win condition, you got two more, a rally and a self-destruct. Baz will have a second life. He's trying to play conservative around the cart so we can actually get back into that mech, and they stuff EXN right back to where they came from.
Yes, now Putter ends up playing a Mei as well, so trying to control a little bit more of the choke here. An opportunity for EX Zenith, but that's going to be like almost 2 minutes off the clock here. Zenith also with no ultimates really coming into this next fight. They'll have that orbital ray, really impactful, but you have an orbital ray on the other side of things, right? So you think it kind of negates itself.
All right, EXN, less than 3 minutes to go, but an orbital ray. Surely you can just blast off the blast off buttons from the choke, but they're not even gonna hold close. You can't do that as easily with the D.Va. It's definitely gonna be a disengage, re-engage type of match, and Blast Off are ready to initiate off of their own orbital ray, and EXN used theirs too, but Blast Off just looked way more coordinated on their attack.
Yeah, you're gonna have a stagger here on Fidel as well, so gonna end up losing the D.Va there towards the end. So waiting now off of the spawn as Ace is gonna play the Cassidy. So this is a comp that really wants to play close quarters. It's gonna have a little bit of advantage in terms of up close, right? With the Cassidy in the mix, but with this long sightline, you're gonna be able to land some big dynamite, some damage at range here for Victory. Continue the hot play.
Yeah, well, it's hard to isolate anyone. They can jump over it, but the Blizzard is thrown. EXN getting some freezes, at least to disable the Bob for a second, but EXN thought they could play off of that Blizzard. The Bob still lives, And Blastoff are also playing around the Bob, so a lot of targets for EXN to shoot at, and focus fire has been a problem for them. Re-engage now for Blastoff Buds with the Blizzard and the Maywall to trap EXN in a very painful spot.
Yeah, when the Blizzard comes in from Putter and EX Zenith, they just throw the Bob in, so there's really not a lot of follow-up. They also don't catch the Diva in it, and this time when Blastoff Buds, you throw your Blizzard in, there's nothing on the other side, so EX Zenith just kind of get rolled over as Fidel now finally will move away from Diva over to Reese. So now it'll be on Baz a little bit harder to stay alive. But this has been a Blastoff Buds hold here. They dwindled so much time off the clock, like just about 4 minutes.
This is a good swap for Fidel. I can't believe I was here to witness it. All he has to do is anchor. This Diva from Baz won't stand a chance. I mean, EXN literally learned this lesson yesterday facing an Orisa team when Fidel played Diva. But for now, it's the damage numbers are not where EXN needed to be. They have space but don't utilize it, so Blastoff just keep completely team wiping them.
It's the rally. The rally comes in from Blastoff Buzz. They just run them down, and there's nothing that EX Zenith can do. So they know there's a Tracer behind. They know Putter is still lurking on the flank. Haven't exactly found him just yet.
It's going to be important. A tempo engage for Putter now that his team is here. It's going to start poking at Redex. If you could deny the orbital ray, that could be a huge win condition. He doesn't have a pulse bomb, but the Maywall trapping Blastoff, but no, there's a crack in it. Blastoff Buds escape. Orbital ray from Passenger is trying to guide them to victory, but there's no supports and no chance for EXN that just get X'd out of this series. Blastoff Buds, they're so aggressive. It's a pain train. It's a bulldozer, and a last-ditch effort with a Blizzard with no one to take advantage. Man, Blastoff Buds end this at the same spot that EXN lost at yesterday. And will the past repeat itself?
Yeah, and what happens there in that final fight is Victory gets a really big dynamite just on about everybody for Zenith. And that Passenger and Narwhal both layer the support ult as they have the orbital ray and rally. They hit both of them at the same time. Blastoff Buds just takes a few steps back. They wait it out, then Redex ends up using his orbital ray, and they just come through and clean it up. I mean, nothing they could do to combat that at that point for Zenith. So feels like they're in a lot of trouble here, Lemon.
This is just not a strong push. It is at the same spot as yesterday when they faced fluffy aimers. Getting through the choke was at least one of the problems that they dealt with. It took a few rounds of ultimates, but EXN Zenith got at least halfway to B. And they tried to tempo with Putter, but there's something happening in the micro department where Viz and Victory are next level. It's a huge damage gap, I'm feeling like, when it's resulting in team wipes. It's not even like EXN are taking a few bodies with them. These are team wipes for Blastoff.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Where it feels like Blastoff Buds have had a distinct advantage in a lot of different areas here throughout the day. So see the Blastoff Buds here on offense, an opportunity to just close the series out 3-0 for solidifying a matchup with them and Shikigami, which should be a pretty good game. Actually, I believe this the winner of this, please, is it Energy Shock, I believe. This is going to be, yes, it's Energy Shock. So there'll be Victory taking Passenger out right away. I mean, that's a terrible start here for Zenith.
Which, imagine your next opponent is NRG, like that's the final boss, and this is just a side quest, it feels like.
Fluffy Greenland do it.
That's true, NRG do look beatable, but this is where your weaknesses right now are being shown. Blastoff Buds at least showing flexibility with the different tank choices they've had, but Victory on the Widow has given them a huge edge off the rip. Recontest now for Fidel, not having a lot of space to work with, and he's leaving to deal with the Pharah, so someone has to take the mantle for EXN to stay on this point. It has to be Putter, but he may be on a dive as well. No, he's trying to protect Passenger. There's no space for EXN to recontest with, so Blastoff will be capping in a second.
Yeah, no, they're going to have a decent amount of time here as Putter just trying to make this interesting. Oh, Ace is back as well, so potentially, oh no, there's nobody actually able to touch. They get quite fortunate there to Blastoff Buds that they had that much percentage on the point, because there were a few players coming back from Zenith. Could have made that really interesting.
Unleashed victory on the Widow, though. It's a bit more narrow here and a bit harder to get more creative sight lines. You see Victory going up the top left. May try to surprise some people recontesting coming out of spawn, but does get discovered, and he has to be distant away from Fidel, too.
Yeah, and it'll be Zenith making a change where the Ace over to the Echo here. In for sight for Victory. You have this ultimate, so you want to kind of continue to play the Widowmaker. The shots have been great as well. Just putting down some damage onto Fidel almost actually gets the armor off of the Diva.
Oh, but EXN not contesting the choke point. This is so much free time, free push. 4.5 minutes to get to the box of victory. Taking care of Redex, though, punishing on the orbital race cast is massive for EXN. They can maybe go back to holding the choke or even this library corner. A lot of options for EXN, but now perfection is demanded of them when they're down 0-2 in the series, and Blastoff only need one fight win to win it.
Yeah, I imagine Blastoff Buds make some changes here coming on up. Like, yeah, so you see Victory going over and playing Cassidy. So Cassidy's going to be really strong against the Echo in the Tracer. I wonder if they consider changing the tank. But it looks like Baz going to come back as Diva has a self-destruct as well. So see how they end up using that. I think what'll be huge is like if Passenger decides to use this Kitsune Rush, Zenith, if they get aggressive into it, there's going to be a rally on the other side.
Even just Fidel swapping to Orisa, who cares about self-destruct? Just sit, turn off your brain at the choke point, and just give some room for Ace to fly around on this Echo, for Putter to play on the back alleys. Playing this far back limits the routes that Putter can take, limits the amount of airspace Ace can use, so EXN, do or die on this comp, and here's Vise with the barrage. No targets in sight. Free space for Blastoff. They are getting flanked by EXN, so Blastoff are going to choose to take the front war, and Baz turns around to deal with the flankers from EXN. A lot of confusion from Blastoff Buds, and maybe a chaos moment. EXN thriving as a barrage pushes back EXN, and Vise is punished by this flanker of Passenger, who may be back there with Putter again. Blastoff Buds need less than 2 meters, and this won't be the fight they'll do it with.
No, just a chaos of a fight, right? Players on the front side of the cart, the back side as well. Baz going for ends up getting a kill there on Putter towards the end. So they'll actually have a Vice play May here. They do not, I mean, what, less than 2 meters here to take this. Is gonna see some changes coming on in. I think you were probably playing that comp for Blastoff Buds for another fight just because you had some ultimates. They come on in here trying to put some pressure onto this Diva.
Yeah, Ramatra is just going to out-brawl the Diva. So EXN cannot be scared of this. They got to find their way around Baz and kill their supports before Baz can be re-involved. Pulse at the break speed. Frothy dodges. Orbital Ray from this defense. Blastoff Buds have to respect they got the time. And they feel a bit antsy. They feel desperate for a point that they have lots of time to cap with in EXN. Now multiple fights in a row.
Yeah, putting together a pretty good defense here is how EX Zenith. It feels like, though, maybe they gave up a little bit too much cart progress because Blastoff Buds seems like they can just play around one big fight, right? You're going to have an orbital array here plus a Deadeye. You can, like, almost use that orbital array to kind of squirt that Cassie into position, get a big Deadeye, or at least just kind of force some positioning here. It'll be Passenger on a bit of an off angle here, trying to put down some damage. This is probably going to be the orbital array coming in.
You can't underestimate Passenger and his mechanics. He'll still be back there. It's full flank for EXN. But the frontline war is being won by Blastoff. The Ramatra gets to just throw left hooks and right hooks and hope to knock out this defense out cold for good. And so they have, with a last-ditch effort, a blizzard to cap things off. Blastoff Buds will sweep and move on.
Yes, they played for that one big fight there. At the end, they get that orbital array with the Deadeye like I was talking about. They just march on up. They get a kill with that. Maywall comes down, and nothing they could do really on the other side for EX Zenith, where Blastoff Buds, they knew exactly what there was going to be played on the other side. They took advantage of it.
Yeah, I agree as well. I think I was very impressed on just how closely knit of a team I think Blastoff Buds were. Like, I think it was not only their individual, I guess, mechanical skills, but also like their ability to sort of move as like a one core unit. I think that was what really handed them the victory. 3-0 victory for Blastoff Buds. Clean stuff.
Yeah, we knew that Blast Off Buds were going to be able to skirmish. There's a lot of people on this team that like their independent duels, and they all found their moments to shine. And they played with Lava yesterday, and Baz really stepped up to the plate and was able to mirror and actually even win the mirror against Fidel's best hero.
Yeah, I mean, I think Blast Off Buds knew exactly what, EX Zenith were going to play on the other side of things. And look, they wanted to play the D.Va the entire time. They knew the different types of compositions that would work against playing that D.Va. And they executed those well, right? Now it's what can you do against a team like the Shock, right? I think that'll be the big test for Blast Off Buds.
Yeah, what do you guys think? I mean, do you guys think Blast Off Buds have a good chance of winning against NRG Shock? Because that is going to be the decided match.
Hey, Danny, define good chance. Like what are the odds
40, 50%?
here? 40, 50? So you're saying, is it a toss-up? No, I don't think so. No. But look, there's a world in which it happens, right? Now, would I say it's a 50-50 game? I don't think so. I think Blast Off Buds can definitely play it competitive from what we've seen here today. I would be quite shocked though if
NRG. He said it.
Yeah, I did. If NRG Shock come out like flat, and they obviously know that the main event's on the line, right?
Yeah. It's hard to argue against the evidence we already have. I mean, in the very first match, NRG swept them. The only map that looked close was King's Row. And, well, the Blast Off Buds showed us how they were able to sort of mirror the enemy composition and do it better, and then end up back on the Ramatra, really understanding the state of the game of needing a few more meters, go to the Ramatra. And Victory is subbed in, showed us how good his hit scan can be, and maybe they don't have as strong of a tracer as Potter. I felt like Potter still had a remarkable performance, and going up against NRG's star-studded lineup, Blast Off Buds would have to absolutely peak and learn a lot from their last time matching up against NRG.
Yeah, I mean, if it was a 3-0 the last time, nothing would, lead me to believe that enough has changed where it could be a total flip of the script, right? Maybe Blast Off Buds can rely a little bit more on, playing some more Rush and different types of style. Maybe they can work on the Orisa another week. But Vice, the player of the match here for Blast Off Buds, had a really strong performance on a lot of the different hit scan.
Yeah, I think making just the Tracer battle was really important against Potter. That went really back and forth. He had some pretty pivotal pulse bomb kills, and ultimately it's not just as an individual, but how Vice played off of the contact of the rest of his team. That's why New Queen Street just felt so one-sided, was the team play, and this guy was the spearhead.
I agree. I think, yeah, both of the DPS and of course Vice was definitely a treat to see for this matchup. Getting the win for their team, 3-0. I mean, yeah, sure. They do have like a week to prepare against NRG. I guess Matt saying that it is going to be difficult, sure, but I do believe they do still have a chance facing up against NRG.
There's always a chance. You know what they say? Danny's always bounced back, so maybe it's an opportunity.
No, it's Danny's always come back stronger.
Danny's always I got it wrong. Sorry, Danny. But Danny's whatever you just said. That's usually what happens. So maybe they're a Danny in this situation. Maybe they come back and they look great.
Maybe not. We'll find out soon enough. I guess next week is going to be when we find out for that answer. For now, we're gonna head into the post-match interview. I almost said player of the match. We already know who's the player of the match. But for post-match interview, we got Redex from Blast Off Buds for a quick chat.
Yo, what's up?
Yo, what's up?
It's Redex, by the way. Just so you know.
Oh, sorry.
Redex.
You're good.
Redex, okay. I mean, hey, big win for you guys. Everything was on the line. You guys were on the verge of getting knocked out, but you guys did get the win. Was there anything you guys specifically sort of like practice or like what was your game plan, I guess, sort of coming into today's match?
Our game plan going in was that we know they're gonna play Kiri on the off angle like every fight with their Tracer, and they're just gonna take crazy angles. We're just gonna run at them main and just kill their tank and just kill their Pharah and kill their Juno, because they're not comfortable if they're not on Pharah, and there's basically they have to play that comp, and their Juno is just permanently pocketing the Pharah, so she can't see anyone else on her screen, so you just shoot her and she dies.
Well, it seems like you had a game plan and it worked out. I mean, it resulted in a sweep for a reason. Talk to me about your tank situation or what you can share between Baz and Lava. I want to say Lava played yesterday. Baz really stepped up today. So what's up?
Yeah, so Baz is a guy who normally plays. On Friday, he was doing his thesis work. He's a geologist, and he was doing a thesis, and he couldn't show up for the match because he had to diagnose rainwater and find out how it was falling on the ground. So we had to play with Lava. We haven't played many officials with him. He's a good dude. We tried our hardest. We tried to be NRG, but hopefully next week the rain isn't falling. So.
Lava name makes so much sense now, actually.
Hopefully he's done with all that, because you guys are gonna play NRG Shock again next week. What did you guys take from that first? Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
What did you guys take from the first match?
The first match, we used it as a good bot opportunity, and honestly try to just test ourselves and see what's happening. And like it's gonna be a first match. Like we're not expecting to be NRG like straight off the bat, but being able to like go into the game and just feel it out, feel out how good they are, just see because at the end of the day, it's really just names on the screen. Like anyone could really be anyone. There's been upsets all over in OWCS, so it's really just names on a screen. The players are there, but just because their name is big and scary doesn't mean that anybody can beat them. Fluffy beat them yesterday. No one was expecting that.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. I mean, would you? I think you were gonna say something about today. I think Matt.
Yeah.
Victory sleeping
was. Yeah. This guy doesn't sleep, so he took a nap at like 1:30, and we had to get an emergency sum. M had to come from his grandmother's house to hop on his PC at home for map 1. We're spam pinging this guy in Discord the whole time, and he just managed to wake up right in time for him to come in the next map and absolutely dominate, as he usually does.
Yeah, and you guys still won. 3-0 victory.
Yeah.
You guys are just that good.
Teaching the wrong things though. No sleep equals win. Okay, everyone write that down. Write that down.
All right. Yeah, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much, and I am looking forward to your match against Energy. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Make ssure you guys go to the Redx bike GoFundMe. After my bike accident.
Oh, you had a bike accident?
Oh.
Yeah, guys. Yeah, I guess everyone. Yeah. Go check that out.
But I hope you're good.
Yeah, I hope he's good. I hope he's all right. I mean, he looked okay. He sounded okay.
The waist up, I guess.
He Danny, you'd be a terrible doctor. People would come in. You'd be like, you look all right. I think you go home.
Some Tylenol.
No, my brother's a doctor. He always says, he's like, you're all right. Are you feeling okay? Yeah, then you're probably fine. That's what my brother always says. All right, let's take a look at the updated Group B brackets one more time.
Yeah, we'll take a look at this one. So this is the Group B bracket. So Fluffy Dreamland, right? They take care of NRG Shock 3-1 the other day, and that sets up a rematch with Shock and the Blast Off Buds.
And it was a sweep for NRG, but I really liked what Redex had to say in the interview. It's just names on the screen. It's just pixels, bro. And if you shoot better, anyone can be B. And you really gotta believe that a team is beatable, or else you've already lost. And I'm sure, Mr. X, you've had some speeches like that in your coaching COD days. You just gotta come in with confidence, and the rest will be history.
Yeah,
you'll be fine.
It's a very important aspect. Here's the group standings, of course, after all the matches of week 1 of NA.
So taking a look at some of the remaining matches, right? You're looking at like all the kind of 1-1 teams facing off. We'll still have O3. They'll have to play against Avidity, and then same Team Z. They'll have to play against Solution. So. YFP versus Shikigami is really interesting to me. We'll see if NRG versus the Blast Off Boys could be a little bit closer. It seemed like the Blast Off Boys, they feel like it can be. So at least looking at those two early on, those are two really close ones. And then if Ramatra Punch plays O3 Splash, if that match happens again, that should be a good one next week.
And all eyes are on Toronto Defiant, Energy Shock, and TMR, who are top in circuit points. Two of those spots for land go to circuit points. So how deep NRG and NTMR go, especially if Toronto ends up winning like everyone thinks they are, it'll be up to those points. So
I mean, they are the team to beat, right? I mean, we got so many great matches coming your way next week. So everybody, stay tuned for now. Let's take a look at our NA best plays. We had 3 great matches. I'm curious to see which ones were picked. First one is Chronic Headshots from match 1.
Yeah, this guy, I mean, he said it about himself, okay? This guy is shameless. He said, I kind of popped off at the end, and he popped both supports back to back. So Chronic had an amazing game. He was known for his Widow back in the day, and he delivered an amazing Widow on Gibraltar.
Hey, you get on the show, you start plugging yourself. Why not? I mean, he popped off as well. The first aid, yeah, that's what Zenith needed when this is just really a nice play here from Aid when we saw this in our second match of the day, actually.
Yeah, I low-key wanted to see the J-Man spawn camp be included in this. Please, how nasty did... Okay, no spawn camp, but...
Final one, Vice Blizzard on King's Row. Just saw this.
Wow, oh yeah, the Maywall was so gross. Textbook.
Yeah, he doesn't get to be the recipient of any of the kills, right? He ends up falling, but he sets his teammates up to look awesome here.
Nice.
Very cool.
Very cool.
Big blizzard. Hey, it's getting cold here. I know. Yeah, it's getting cold here in the Northeast. We might be seeing some of that soon. Just getting a preview of some of the snow coming on down.
Yeah,
it's freezing off the Canadians.
LA is like 90 degrees right now. It's gonna get hotter next week. Hopefully it cools down. Anyways, let's take a look at the NA Day 4 schedule. That is next week on Saturday, I believe. Any matches that you guys are sort of looking out for? Anything? Any favorites?
YFP Shikigami. Yeah. That's right. You saved the best for last for a reason. Come on.
Yeah, and like I mentioned, I'm looking at 0-3 Splash versus Avidity because that 0-3 Splash versus Ramatra Punch game was really good in round 1 of groups. It was a 3-2 that went to Ramatra Punch, so to see that one being potentially the Group C decider would be pretty cool.
Yeah, yep. A lot of exciting matches, so I'm definitely looking forward to next week's matches as well. We're done for the day. Matt and Lemon, any final thoughts? Any takeaways? Anything you guys want to say?
No sleep equals good at game.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try that tonight, y'all. Watch out for your ranked games. Don't log in.
Don't log in. Hey, yeah, Lemon. Let me know how that goes.
Grass.
If it works, maybe I'll give it a try too. No sleep equals win. See if that really works.
I think you'd be great at that, Danny. Really fun weekend. A lot of rush from just about everybody in both regions. We'll see kind of next week if anyone has anything different that they got cooking up, but it feels like we're headed down this road with Risa and Juno for a bit now. Yeah.
A lot of Horse and Juno. Well, it's definitely going to be exciting. Thank you guys so much for casting all the action, and everyone, thank you so much for tuning in. We will see you guys all next week. Thank you.
Goodbye.
You guys ready? 3, 2, 1. Speed. Go. I'm gonna ult. Anna, look. Anna. Both one. Look point now. Tracer. Tracer spins. Oh my god.
An orbital ray being used for FT Gold pretty late into this fight. And that bomb's going to be really hard to deal with. A lot of healing coming through though. And a giant rampage from Crocs just sends them all to the Shadow Realm.
No one can stop me.
Up high as Aid has the barrage. If Tanuki take this fight close, Aid's gonna let it rain, and so he does. And man, this Juno is elusive, but that's a 2K for Aid.
Walk hard, look for noon, and I do not want it. Now I do not. D1. Baby one, just live.
Left side Benny, stable.
Trey, hold me.
Trey half.
Trey.
Hurry.
Echo one.
Trey one, Nuri. Nice, well played. Good shot.
Hey, at the Karma Encyclopedia, baby. Good.
Let's go.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.